Let's get this bread.
Morning.
Baba Booey.
Oh.
Oh, did you just join?
It was,
Yeah.
Oh shit. Perfect
it
timing.
was weird. I couldn't see anyone in this, but I heard Steven like, what's happening?
Oh.
How's everybody feeling this morning?
Not too bad.
Well, afternoon for Steven.
12:45.
I was
Yeah.
I was in the kitchen getting ready for breakfast. I woke up a little late. It's like, all right, I'm ready to start the day.
Okay. Yeah,
And then from my bathroom or my bedroom, I just hear. I'm like, oh, great.
Here we go.
Fun.
Fortunately, it was just a hairball, which is a lot easier to clean up than vomit, but it usually includes a little vomit with it. And it was, but it was on my bed, so I had to take the sheets off and get them in the laundry and shit. I actually might prefer that because then I don't have to bring out like the carpet cleaner shit and spray down the carpet and nonsense.
I guess
Yeah.
that's true. You just take the sheets off.
Mhm. So
Casca, you dirty bitch.
yes,
You're
she
such
is.
a slut.
Where'd that hair come from, Casca?
Yeah.
What
What
up?
other own are you seeing?
What? This hair's blonde.
So the as I was, tending to my cleanliness bed, I was just thinking
Yes.
about the magnet mechanic stuff. It is going to be, it's still something that'll be doable. I have no issues about that. I was just also thinking,
Yeah.
oh, this is going to be a little bit different than just like general magnet physics. One, because we have a train that's constantly moving forward, so that's going to be a force on it. But also, I get the feeling that we're going to want those magnets to like curve the train, right? Like we'll want that train to like kind of turn in the direction that it's being pushed or pulled, rather than
Yeah,
because it'll look weird if it's just like a standard magnet
Immediately-
push and it starts just like moving sideways and shit, right? So I was mostly just
Yeah.
thinking about, okay, so these magnets not only need to like push and pull our train, but they need to like rotate it as well. And I think I have a way.
yeah.
I think I have a way to do that. I was going over some algorithms in my head,
Algorithms.
but it just means that the magnet thing is going to be slightly more complex than I anticipated. So it might take a little longer, but there's still nothing that really gives me any sort of like worry in terms of like, ooh, I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah. Well, do we want to talk about if there's any other like simpler way to approach it?
No, I don't think it's like overly complicated. It's just a thought that I had. It was like, oh, I can't just do this one thing that I thought of last night, which is fine because I thought of it last night while I was tired, and that's why I didn't make it that way. So if it does
Okay.
end up being too complicated, I'll ping you guys and we can see. But I don't anticipate it being that bad.
Okay. And what you're saying, like the difference is either it like the magnet, like so when it draws it to it, it like actually starts to curve towards it, like it travels.
It basically changes the train's like forward pointing direction.
Yeah.
Right. So
okay.
it moves kind of like a train.
Versus it always like pointing in one direction.
And then just like kind
Okay.
of sliding side to side or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see the difference. Yeah, as long as you think that it's not going to be like an issue, because maybe we
No.
could find like a workaround to like maybe give more of an illusion to that if it's going to be hard to do it practically.
Yeah. I think the one thing that we might have to consider though is like, since the head of the train is basically going to be the only thing that's sort of like rotating like that,
Yeah.
it's probably going to look okay with my shitty temp art because the head of the train is circular or like a uniform dimension. So like if it were like a rectangular shape, you'll see that sort of that whole rectangle will rotate, right? And it'll look like it might look like it's kind of cut off from the train. I don't know how you're planning on doing like the line render texture or anything, Steven, but can you kind of picture that of just like the top rectangle of the train is like at 45 degrees
Yeah.
while the line render is still like coming straight out the back of it.
Yeah, I'll have to test some stuff and see
Hmm.
what that would look like.
Yeah. And then another thing too that we might have to test is so we can tile that texture on the train, but when we're growing that line renderer, I wonder if there's a setting that we can mark to like make it look like it's growing from like the launch point and not from like it's not like the head of the train is just shitting out
It's just,
cars,
like,
you know.
creating them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hopefully that illusion doesn't look too like out of place or anything like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll play around with that and see
Okay.
what can be done.
Yeah. And then also the line render itself, I have it set up to where like I'm setting a vertex basically every frame for the line render, so it's a pretty like high fidelity curvy line,
Yeah.
but I can also change the increments between them so that it's like a lot more blocky if we want to try and sync that up with like the length of a car or something.
Yeah.
I think it would look a lot cooler if it was a like a high fidelity curvy line, but that might not look very trainy, you know, like you might get some bends in a train car and stuff like that.
Listen, it's a funky train.
Right. If we make it look like it can bend, then
Yeah,
that might not be an
funky
issue.
train.
So
Yeah.
Funky train.
morning everybody. We got Pomo, Gorley, Kuvi, Nertzel, and Diesel.
That's a crew right there.
That's a crew.
Not a crew I want, but it's a crew.
It's okay. They'll do for now until better people show up later.
Oh my god.
Okay.
So yeah,
I'm
those are
still-
basically the only thoughts that I've had since last night.
Okay, so there's only like one major technical thing.
Yeah, but I'm
I'll look into
I'm a little
all
bit
the line
excited
render
to do that stuff.
texturing shit and just see what we can do about it.
Sure.
Worst case scenario, just like we'll figure something out.
Yeah.
I also just made I made a couple just like dumb shapes that you could use for testing later once you start getting the
Perfect.
it's working.
Perfect. Yeah.
There's just like a little like blobby shape and a crescent moon shape that you can.
Excellent.
It's already pushed.
Sick.
Yeah, that'll be good to know. Is like how complex or not complex we want to make our obstacles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
It'll be fine. It'll be fine either way. Just need to kind of like know what
our
is best.
limitations are. Yeah. Or,
Yeah,
like, what feels fun to play around with and what's just like pure jank.
Right.
Yes, exactly. And then what I'm trying to figure out now, actually, on the artwork, Steven, is do we want to have things be more monochromatic so that if we have color information, it stands out more? Or do we want to, like, is it okay if the world has, like, a range of color to it, as long as it doesn't distract from color information?
Okay to have a range of color. We'll have other like effects and stuff around the things to help
To help understand, like,
understand what the
like
the difference between the positive and the negatives.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
should
and
be
then
fine.
Jared, like our story now for this, so it's we're not going to be like a magnet
They're
forward.
not strictly magnets anymore.
Okay.
What we're calling it is good and bad vibes.
Okay. All right.
Like it's a soul train, and we're delivering soul.
Sure.
We're delivering good vibes, and like you get pushed and pulled by good and bad vibes, and you can change your vibe, you know, switching polarity
Yeah.
to sort of like adapt or like be into things or not into things.
Yeah.
And I think we'll kind of like tongue in cheek, like lean into the like vibe part of this.
Sure.
I think so. It'll be very Soul Train, but I think and maybe even a little bit. I don't want to say druggy, but
Psychedelic.
We're delivering
maybe a
cocaine,
little,
essentially.
maybe a little like drug psychedelic,
Uh-huh.
without getting too deep into the meltiness of everything. But I think that could output some fun sort of style or personality.
Mhm.
And imagining like you recording some lines and stuff about like good vibes, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it won't be magnet stuff, but it's a Soul Train that
Sure.
has magnetism, but the
all
magnetism
the
is-
mechanics are the same. It's just
I'm,
what we're calling
yeah.
it.
I'm still gonna call it magnets at the code base.
What? Damn it!
I'm not gonna change all of my code just to be like
Vibe.
vibe scanner or some shit.
Well, that's gonna be a problem for me.
Yeah.
You, who is
I
constantly
quit.
looking through the code, I'm sure it will be.
I quit.
Do you want to do my code reviews?
Creative
Yeah, I
differences.
need to do a pull request.
Oh.
And here, I'll share an image real quick with y'all.
Sure.
Yeah, Jared, that track that you put with just like
Right? I'm just like, I remember this. I'm like, oh shit.
funky train music.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, okay.
so see, when I was looking at more Dr. Seuss-esque type artwork, and I was finding some other artists that have that kind of style, but maybe it's a slightly more mature version of that. I'm curious what you think. The color palette and stuff, I think, is okay. I don't know if we go more saturated, because these are a little bit more pastel-like, a little bit desaturated.
Right.
But like the kinds of shapes and elongations and like larger, soft parts are like more bigger sweeps. But still having kind of like simplified geometry. I'm curious like what you think about that for like shape design.
Mm.
Is it
Yeah,
too is
I
it
think,
too
like,
real?
Some of the things like the big like
Blobby
gemstone
thing?
like diamond
Oh,
thing
like
in the head are the ones that
crystals.
are sort of like the crystal stuff are throwing me off. I like the like sand dune looking thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And like the hills and like the weird thing in like the bottom left next to the staircase with the blob with the penis coming up out of it.
Oh, you just like
That
because it
sort of
looks
thing
like a
is cool.
shuckle.
Okay.
Yeah, it's exactly a shuckle.
There's
And then
actually,
as
you
like
look up,
simplified like houses and stuff, it'd be cool.
if you look up Stephen Penn Price illustration, I think that might be a good. Hold on, let me find a good example. It's more along that line of like really simplified.
Hmm.
Find these. They look like 70s illustrations. There's like a mixture of watercolor in it as well. Like
Oh yeah.
like simplified landscapes, but like you have these sort of like juxtaposed like soft or geometric pieces in a simplified landscape, but then that sort of watercolor skyline.
Yeah, I think the like where the things are touching the ground need to be defined. We can't have like a lot of floating like tentacle looking things like the blue thing.
Oh yeah. Maybe this is. Is it too simple?
I was just thinking about like how it's going to translate in 3D and if it's going to still be interesting.
Yeah, like it maybe just needs a little bit more form.
Yeah.
Oh, Jared, one thing is, would we do, if like in this top-down view, would we do like an isometric, like sort of perspective of the 3D objects, and how would that work?
What we could do is we could maybe have the like the launching phase be like a straight top-down 2D sort of thing, and then after we launch it, maybe we could like tilt the camera a little bit so that like the whole ring is still in the field of view, but we can get more of dimensions of the map if we want. We could do something like that.
Well, is it possible to have it all still be like flat top down, but like have the 3D be like isometric? Like you only read
I
the
mean,
base of it, or no?
Visually, you could just make it look isometric.
Yeah, you would probably have to shape the models to be like angled so that it looks isometric if you
okay.
still want a top-down view of it.
Yeah.
Because the best that I can do just from like a Unity perspective is just not use an orthographic camera, use a perspective camera. But like if you want the objects to look like an angle when the camera is pointing straight at it, then I think you kind of need
just have to model the
model the
objects
objects
at
at an angle. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Steven?
I mean, I can definitely do that. It's not a big deal. It's just
Well, do we want to pursue that, or do we want to pursue like a more top-down, or do you want to pursue a perspective? Like,
Well, here's the thing though about like, at least for like the screenshot or the little sketch that you have here, the way that I'm sort of reading it is like, can my train go behind that big silo-looking thing?
Right. Well, that would be
saying yes to me, but
yes.
I don't think we want
exactly.
to obscure
the
like the train
too
itself,
much.
right?
Like we could do a little bit, but that would be a lot that you could hide.
We probably don't want the train to be able to like visually go behind things too much to the point where we can't see it, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Or 3D with boxes inside textures. Yeah.
3D with boxes inside textures. What does that mean?
Just like putting I'm assuming it's just like putting a texture on a box and then just like tilting it. Like you can do things with just like the texture.
There's a
of
great
it.
number of things they can do.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. So yeah, what's your feeling, Steven? Like, do you want to be able to see objects that we place in this world? Do you want to see them with like a perspective, or do you want to just see them more top down, and we'll like create shapes that have like a 3D read from a top down view?
I mean, it might be easier to do the more top-down thing. I also think we just need to keep things more generic because we're just going to be making
a bunch of
levels.
We're just going to make a small list of things, and maybe at most we just have
like they all need to be kind of
different
reusable
colors.
in a way, yeah. And then just we can do color palette like changes for levels and stuff like that. But
Okay.
the majority of them are going to be kind of sharing the same list of objects. So just like trying to find some simple ways to do it, just so we don't have to worry about taking too much time away from being able to get some level stuff set up and all that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The goal will be just a smaller list of objects. I just want to get an idea of like, are we considering perspective? Because we wouldn't want to design objects that if you never see like sides of it, then we don't want to put any effort into designing things that have a lot of dimension to the sides.
Right.
It's going to be really like the outline of the shape, and then like
I think it'll just be like more silhouette based stuff.
And also be careful with like the level of detail on like the edges of things, because I'm going to be using like the I think I could ignore the Z dimension, but I'll be using like the X and Y normals of these things to determine what direction like the vibes are gonna push.
Yes. So if it's like really jagged,
if it's really jagged, then it's gonna send it in a bunch of different directions, and it might kind of like stutter the train.
Okay. Yeah, so it'll either be like kind of like straight or continuous lines, or just like general curves and things like that.
Yeah. You can be as high detail as you want on like the knot edges, where I'm not going to be like looking
it's
for
just
normals.
the boundaries need to be
more
defined.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let me try some like what I think shapes would look like from just a straight up top down, and then maybe that will also help kind of decide the style.
Sure.
So that things don't feel too flat, I guess, like when we design, because I still want the objects to be 3D, because it'll still bake in like what I think is interesting information. Just got to figure out then like how we want to design shapes. Like Steven, maybe if we make things that are technically more square, we like kind of trapezoid them a little bit, so you get like some side information.
Yeah, I mean we can do some stuff pretty easily. Like it'll still be like the boxes that we're going to be colliding with and Jared's going to be like messing with will still be like super simple top down, but
yes,
the things that are displaying on top of it can have more depth to it.
Okay.
Do some illusion type shit.
Right.
So the vibe that I'm kind of getting from a lot of this reference material, especially like the collage that you posted here, Andrew, is from my read, it's less like high energy like funkiness and more so kind of
Yeah.
like soft ethereal psychedelic sort of thing. Does that sound right?
Yeah. It's probably a little less of that high energy, but the
Okay.
reference, maybe you don't have to pay as much attention to the color.
I'm mostly trying to
Um,
just like get a beat on it, so maybe I can pass along like some references or some style stuff for Grim Fables
Right.
for the music and things.
Has Grim messaged you today, or we just gonna...
They reached out to me on Discord asking to be added to like the team itself. That's about it.
Okay.
Okay. But I feel like they'll, whenever we have like at least a relatively solid idea of how we kind of want what the vibe of this game is going to be like, I'll probably just send them some stuff. But I don't want to send them anything that's
that we don't think
not
is
correct.
accurate.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's why y'all give me your gut check on what you're seeing right now, and then I think I will take a second to like adjust stuff before we would make any like call on the actual aesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's y'all's reaction to things right now, and where you want to go? So I know like technically we want to look more top down,
Yeah.
more simplified sort of shapes. Like maybe there's some detail inside, but like the boundaries of things, like we're going to be very easy to read, easy to understand edges. Color, I think, is a good one for input, and I think level of detail, level of contrast, and then like more little things or fewer bigger things, I guess, like when you're thinking of a space.
Yeah.
So like that Ken Price, like the image, like those two down there with like the squiggle and the little blobs by the houses, like that's what I consider like less things but bigger, and higher contrast in
Yeah.
a space. And then some of those images that you see above are like maybe there's more little things spread out, but you get more textural kind of impact from like their like their arrangement in the circle. And then there's some of the older stuff that we were looking at that was more Dr. Seuss, like a little bit more like these are all playful, but there's like the even less structure version of shape design.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, if we're going for some sort of like psychedelic funk sort of thing, the stuff that I see here kind of, it doesn't exactly evoke that for me. Instead it evokes like the feeling of like dreams, you know?
Okay. Yeah,
like something sort of like
gotcha.
ethereal and soft.
Trippy.
So initially, like before we called it for the day, the vibe felt more like that Doobie Brothers remix song that I posted, that DDR remix thing. This to me reads more like Pink Floyd psychedelic, which I love Pink Floyd, but it's a whole different vibe, right?
Yeah, it's veering away from that original intent. Okay.
Yeah. So unless that's the direction that we want to go, I think we just have to
no, let's
know
pull
that
it
it's
back
like
to what
let's
pull it back to what we liked originally.
Sure.
So yeah, I think these sort of references and things are just starting to pull it away from what we want. Yeah, I'll look back into trying to get some more funk back into this.
Sounds good.
So Steven, I don't know if you have any other reference in mind or anything like that you're thinking of that can help.
I could try to look for some. Send to you.
Yeah, I agree. This is getting a little bit too Pink Floyd-y.
Like literally when you were looking at this stuff, I'm like, ooh, maybe the Wall movie might be a good reference. And I was like looking through that stuff. I was like, wait, this is a completely different vibe from what we were just doing.
We're getting off the track here. I think color is going to be important too.
Yeah, I think another thing that was kind of appealing about that initial funkadelic style was like the high contrast colors as well. Whereas like the stuff that I'm seeing here is a lot more like pastel-y and again like just soft, right?
Right.
Which,
okay, I think I'll go back, Steven, to like really like that Soul Train image.
Yeah, that's like the number one vibe, I think.
The key image, like the key reference.
Like base things off of that as much as possible.
Yeah, maybe like just kind of builds world shapes out of things that we see in that.
Yeah.
Because there's like really heavily geometric stuff, but then there's also like these freeform fluidy
Form
shapes.
like fluid stuff like swirls and things. Like we could do a lot of that sort of thing.
Okay. I think that might simplify it quite a bit. Okay, well that's what I'll do now. Is let me relook at this stuff and try to go back to that key image.
Sure.
And I think that'll help. Like, so for Grim, it's gonna like, I think getting like just a mood board of what we think is good. The name, like not the name of the game if we don't know it, but like just a brief description.
Yeah.
And then if you give your reference song as well, I think like all that together would be more than enough to get started.
Yeah, for sure. Alrighty, cool. I'll reach out to them to see how much sort of like time that they would need to put together a song, so that we don't like get them a bunch of reference material and he's like, all right, you got 6 hours. So, you know, obviously we wouldn't do that, but like I don't know how long it takes to compose a song, so I want to kind of give. I would
plan
them
to,
as much.
we don't need to give them anything too permanent. It just needs to be like correct. So like it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, we don't
like,
want them to waste
final...
any time by doing something that isn't needed.
Yeah, so all we need to do is like if we're like, all right, it's funk, it's these reference images are a good representation. Here's a description of like the kind of gameplay.
Yeah,
I think like those things aren't going to change. Like the actual like final art assets are going to go through like some iteration, but they're not going to like drift away from that original intent.
Sure.
So like we don't have to worry about like giving Grim something at like 6 p.m. today. Like it's going to be like 30 minutes, you know. It's really just like a confirmation that we're all like, this is the direction that we like.
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah, but it's definitely more of a question for Grim, since they're like voluntarily offering their help.
Right.
Of how much they want to do. Yep.
I'll be in touch with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Steven, so you said you're gonna like make some stuff for Jared right now, or
well, I was
gonna look at
you were gonna fuck
render?
around with the
line render stuff.
Line render. Okay. Okay. So yeah, while you're working on line render, I'll take another crack at the art direction, and then we'll catch back up after that and make sure like you're into it.
Okay.
Sweet.
Good. Okay.
Alrighty.
And we'll just hop over into
I'm gonna go code some vibes.
Code some vibes. Start vibing.
You got a vibe check?
Good vibes.
There's actually a new wave of coding called vibe coding that's sweeping the nation. It's literally just you don't write a single line of code. You just tell ChatGPT what you want to make. It'll spit out some code and you copy paste it in.
Hell yeah.
It's all about getting something out as fast as possible. It's vibe coding, man.
Well, let's start
I've unlocked the cheat code of work. Now I don't have to learn anything or get good at anything.
You mean just use things that already exist?
Sounds great. I love that.
That's some good vibes right there.
Good vibes. I'd probably switch polarities, but you know, you have good vibes.
But that's your vibe, man. That's your truth.
I played a roguelike that was vibe coded for 7-day roguelike. Oh god. I bet it was awesome. Was it Funbase?
I bet it was inspirational.
We're pretty heavily biased against AI for creative things on this channel.
I've never heard someone make a good defense of AI for creative
stuff.
For creative work.
The only thing that I can maybe think of is it could generate like a mood board of references, but even then, that seems like something that would be better hand curated, you know?
You can't replace. I know that it's faster, but like that shouldn't be the intention with creative work.
Speed and efficiency is not what you strive for with creativity. Like with something creative.
The only people thinking about those factors are the corporations trying to like milk you for everything that you have.
When it comes to like creative stuff, the process is like vastly more important than the results generally, because the process is what creates the result that for business people has the unique selling point, you know? Like how fast you get to that result is only like, it only matters if you are running out of money, essentially.
Yeah. it's a desperation. It's not an ideal move.
Yeah.
I think it's also really bad to teach like young artists or young creative people
It-
that
it-
the
it
efficiency is more
hamstrings them,
important than
man.
the creativity.
Yeah.
Well, because they're also gonna think like, if I want to be at this level, everyone else is moving so fast. I gotta take shortcuts.
No. Funbase said it was called My Awesome Roguelike, and that energy carried throughout.
Nice.
Cool.
I'm sure it was.
I'm sure it was very awesome.
hard work. Very cool work.
God.
And that
damn
person learned a lot making that game.
Mm-hmm. They learned that they can make a game without putting in much work.
Oh,
A lifelong lesson that they will carry with them forever.
my awesome life.
Nice. I just let other people think for me. That's easier that way.
Yeah. Well, everything has already been done, so I mean, why would I even bother?
Yeah.
But I also want to have a creative job.
Because they're just so
But
easy. I can just like type it into ChatGPT and then I can just kick back and relax. You make 6 figures. They're
Well,
living in a
that's-
fucking like cartoon.
Dream. Yeah. Well, also this dream that like, wow, like it's gonna be so much easier to get those jobs. Like, no. It's gonna be even harder now because now everyone can do it. Why would they need you? They need one person. And honestly, that one person can be replaced. Now the CEO of a company, you can have someone who's never like done anything creative ever. Now they don't need to hire designers, artists, engineers, whatever. Just AI, print me the thing that I want to sell.
And you tell me I don't have to pay him?
Amazing.
Jackpot.
We just gotta like, run like 20 diesel engines simultaneously to
Jesus
output
Christ.
like your one Google search.
We're running out of rainforests here, but by God, are we fast at generating fucking cats playing guitars. All right.
This is cool, Steven.
Yeah, I think I find it just some like interesting things where it's more on like it can still be top down, but there's like sort of banding like gradients and stuff.
That was reggaeton.
The gradient's kind of nice.
Like or like something like this where it's more like distinct sort of
Oh yeah, like
topological levels and boundaries and stuff. Could be interesting. I mean, it don't have to be all circles and stuff like that, but that's
Well, I
sort of
definitely. So I'm really into this for like shader effects.
Reggae dance, I'll hip hop.
Like I can imagine like either the gradient or like the distinct sort of like waves that you see here,
yeah.
like emanating from objects.
Kind of neat. Oh. Cool.
Like that feels.
Music
that
genre
feels
regime
good. I even
Puerto
like
Rico
this,
and
this
Panama
color.
during the 1980s,
Like this,
80s
I
and
think
90s.
this is on the
reggae,
pastel
dancehall,
side, but there's
hip hop,
something
and
like
Latin
high
rhythms.
contrast about it that still feels.
Yeah, and we
Hang
could
on,
even
kinda
push the
funky.
colors.
That at
on
least
there.
sounds like
I
it
think
has
it's
some
just,
sort
like,
of like creative
the way that they're
process
set
to
up.
it. Let me listen.
It can
to this.
dial up a little bit more into like that
Unless I'm
neon,
wrong.
the highlighter.
Oh.
Okay.
I think it's just gonna be a lot of just like big curvy shapes and stuff like that. It's kind of
I think
what I'm
you're right.
vibing with right now.
Okay, so like yeah, a little bit like more abstracted,
Yeah,
but like very reusable.
This seems to
shapes.
still have more
Right,
personality
right.
than just AI stuff.
I think it would be a good.
It
place to
might not
start, at
exactly
least.
be my vibe,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
That sounds cool.
No, that
I don't generally
that's
scoff at, like,
yeah, because then it's just like I'm gonna just try out
dance
some
or
different
pop or hip
compositions
hop
of, like,
music just
shapes
because
that I
they're
think
still doing things
no
that
matter
I
like what we use
couldn't.
with color and stuff, it'll
like
feel
from a technical
good.
mixing
Like, the
perspective
the
or
scale
a
of
beats
them
rhythm
and, like,
perspective.
You know how much detail.
Yeah, this
are
might not be
things
my
like
vibe, but
just circles and pills, or
I
do
think
we
I
have
like this more than
slight, like
AI-generated
two more
content.
bends? Like what's the limit of shape before it like breaks?
Right.
like this sounds like something I could just
Okay.
dissociate.
Yeah.
to.
Let me use these to come up with a couple ideas, and then I'll share them back with you.
All right, sweet. Sounds good.
All right, Jared. We will hop over to the other one so we stop.
Sounds good. Sorry, I just got distracted by someone introducing me to reggaeton music. So
What is it?
making
Reggaeton?
vibe coded games is like making reggaeton music, which isn't that bad of music. Well,
What's
it's not my
reggaeton?
vibe. It's not my vibe, but it's apparently like it's like Latin dance club music. So it's got like electronic beats to it with like a reggae swing to it and some guy singing in Spanish. It kind of.
I'm watching a video of him with the little DJ thing, and he's just standing in the fucking water.
Yep, yeah, that's what I'm listening to. I'm just like, it's not my vibe, but this still seems to have more personality than like something made with AI. I feel like,
Oh
I
yeah.
love that he's just in the fucking ocean.
you know, Like I could probably just like turn my brain off and vibe to this in the background.
I mean, that's fair, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I like it, but this at least seems higher effort than AI content.
Yeah, I would at least like, I wouldn't immediately turn it off, maybe.
That's fine. But apparently it started in like the 80s and 90s, so I have absolutely no idea what that sounded like.
Who knows?
80s reggaeton.
Reggaeton.
Oh, this is 15 years ago. I'll jump down this rabbit hole on my own. You guys can get to work.
Uh-oh. Jared just got lost to the music.
No, I'm good.
All right.
Peace.
All right, adios. Interesting. Also, Medusa said, I wonder if there's a way to handle it all in 3D and then have the camera ortho. We've done stuff like this before where like, especially if you make the camera orthographic, sometimes you need to be pretty intentional about how you design the 3D assets so that they still look like they maintain their depth despite the fact that you're essentially taking away the Z-axis from the camera, you know? You don't want them to just look like flat pieces of paper, but that is stuff that I will leave to the Ruds to figure out how to do, because the way that I just worded it right there already sounds incorrect to my ears. So you might be right, but I'll leave the Ruds to figure that out. The artists that know what they're doing. All right, let me reach out to Grim real quick. Could continue the reggaeton discussion, but I'll let you work. Thanks. Hey, no worries. And just, well, the next one, well, let's talk about the next not a jam, but the next jam is going to be in 2 weeks, Ludum Dare, which we will also be doing. God save our souls. But boy, are we going to try. Okay. So we got our thing here. Magnet time. So the way that I'm thinking that we do this, hang on, I need to move my teacup here. Okay. Let me open up OBS real quick. So the way that we're kind of thinking this through right now is that like there's going to be our little ship boy with his little nose here. And he's basically going to be, hang on, can I change the color? Yeah. Instead of having like just a whole collider around him to detect when there's like an object or something and then push away or push towards that object, that I don't want to do. because in that sort of situation, if you had an obstacle that was like, I don't know, like this shaped, and we had a collider that was basically just like a circle collider like this, then suddenly we're getting info from this and pushing the character from like this direction while also doing it from here. And that's not going to be ideal. So what I'm thinking we're going to have to do is actually do some ray casting. So if I were to, let's see here, we have a little shape here. And let's say we have a little shape here. And so what we're going to do, instead of like a circle collider to detect where we're close to things and where we should be pushing the magnets, we're just going to be shooting off some ray casts from this thing. Not in like 360 degrees, but like kind of close. So like this area behind him won't be trying to detect anything. But now if we're shooting off a bunch of ray casts on this thing, then not only are we only ever get the stuff that's within our line of sight, which is the important thing, but also we'll be able to know like exactly what point that we hit and what the normal is of that hit point to determine whether or not we're going to be like pushing or pulling this thing. I'm moving my mouse like I'm trying to illustrate something, but you can't see that. I'll be able to make like a composite of all of the points that we hit and all the forces that should be in play there, and it'll translate to one specific sort of magnetic force that will push the train, while at the same time the train is going to continuously have its like forward momentum. So like, let's say all of these magnet things combined, let's say like this is a positive charge, this is a negative charge, this is a positive charge. So all of these ones here are going to be pulling it in, and all of these ones here are going to be pushing this thing back. So you combine all of those together to make like, if it were just this, the positive side here, then we would probably have a force that like pushes it over in that direction. But because we're also pushing downwards and to the right, we got this force here from the negatives. We composite that into something that's, say, like this. So then we add these, like this vector and this vector together, and we'll get the general direction of where this thing is meant to be going. Hi, hello. That, it makes sense in my head. It's difficult to explain with words. So we'll see how it goes. All right, so we got the train. I think we can do like the magnet scanner stuff, or what do we want to call this class here? Do we want it on the train? I don't think so. I think we just want our own thing here. So what we're going to want first is a reference to the, I guess, the train itself. No, we'll just do a reference to, we'll just do a reference to the transform. And then we're going to want a, max raycast distance, and we'll set that to 1 right now. 1 meter seems like a lot, but we'll see. So first, I just want to send out the raycast to see if it looks the way that I want, and then we also are going to want like an angle that we want the raycast to come from. Because we want it to like fan out up to a certain degree, but not full 360. Hang on, let me think here. What is... Uh-oh, I gotta pull up my unit circle. Okay, yeah. So what we're gonna want... I should probably just keep this up, hey? We'll throw chats over here. And then let me open up my OBS. Hi, yeah. You. So we want the raycast to scan. I think my idea is to have it go here. Like this is going to be the wedge that the raycasts are gonna scan from. We won't look at anything like underneath here so we don't accidentally get like pulled backwards or something. But like this area is where we're going to be firing off the raycasts. So it's going to be, what is that? Oops. 210 degrees, 330 degrees. That's basically the same as, okay, so it's like a 30 degree, so it's, shit, 180 plus 60 is 240. So it'll be like a 240 degree angle. So what we can probably do is I can fire off a raycast in the direction of the forward-facing vector of the train, and then I can kind of just like shoot off subsequent raycasts and flip the sign so that we can kind of just like double side fan this thing all the way down to, I guess it would be, if I went from here all the way down to, I guess 210 here, that would be, yeah, that would be 120 degrees. So all I would need to do is shoot a raycast out to where like the front of the ship is, or front of the train, and then fan out 120 degrees in both directions to hit all those raycasts. And then I'll just need to have some sort of number to determine how far apart these raycasts are. Are they like this far apart? Are they closer together? Sort of thing. I can't really draw that right now. Okay, but that's the idea. So we want the max raycast distance of like how far away that they are, and then, or how far away that they can see. Oh dear. Private floats. Angle separation. So if it's 120 degrees, no, 120 divided by, I don't know, let's say like 20. It would be like 6 degrees if we wanted like 20 raycasts on either side. That might be fine. All right, so let's just say it's a 6 degree separation between raycasts. Okay. Let's just see. I always forget how this debug draw ray, that's what it is. What we're also going to want is a list of all of the things that we hit. So it'll probably be something like list, raycast hits. What do we want to call it? Current magnets, I guess. And then we can just private line awake. Okay. And we'll keep track of that later, but for now, we're just gonna do actually we'll just do a draw for this one. Okay. So this is debug, draw, array. So we want the start position to be train transform position, and then the direction. I see. Okay. Hang on. Okay, that's a misnomer then. This is going to be current direction times that's the max raycast distance, which will just be 1 for now. And then the color will just be red. That should be fine. Okay, let's see if this just shoots a red ray in the direction wherever the train is currently pointing. I'll only be able to see it in the scene view, which will be a little annoying, but it's fine. Hang on. Oh, it's not attached. What am I doing? What am I doing? Train. Magnet scanner. Okay. We're going to want to serialize this transform here. Boink. Pew. Okay. That's a bit of a large distance, but it's shooting it out, and that's the important thing. So we see our little red ray there. I can probably, yeah, we can tweak that however we want, but also if I were to do this. All right, sweet. So it'll always be pointing in the direction that it's facing. That's the important thing, because that'll always be the universal starting point for it. So now what we're going to want to do is write a loop to iterate that on either side. So rotating an arbitrary vector. Ugh. Oh, I just multiply it by a quaternion. Oh, okay, perfect. Well, this is easy enough then. So we'll draw this ray, and then we'll just do int I equals 0 eyes. That's actually, we could do floats. And then we'll also have raycast angle separation, private floats. 120 degrees. How about let's just do like num raycasts per side. Max raycast angle per side. So if we want like 20, make this int, 20 raycasts per side, and then we'll just calculate. Floats angle increment. Max raycast angles per side divided by float num raycast per side. And then this will just be 6. So I is less than max raycast angle per side. I plus equals angle increment. There we go. So now what we'll do is so for the left side we'll do, is it the left vector? Quaternion, Euler, 0. And then this is I, 0. Oh wait, no, we want 0, 0. And then I here. Times... I guess just... train transform that up. I think that's actually all we need. And then we'll just do... I don't know. Let's make this one yellow. And then we just do the same thing for the other side vector. I'm going to make them different colors just so I know whether or not I'm rotating it in the right direction for left and right. I actually think this is right, where the I needs to be negative on that one. Right vector, and then we'll make this green. Okay. Let's hope that does what it's supposed to. Pew. Ho ho! Look at that. Whoa, hi.
Hey, real quick. Is the workable scene that you have right now that's functioning, is that pushed?
It should be. Are you not seeing it?
Well, I see it, but I can't play to like test the line render stuff.
Oh, really? What are you trying to use to... Or just like your keyboard not working at all for it?
Right.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, shit. Hang on. Do you need to... You probably need to... Yeah, I think you need to install a package. So if you go to Windows Package Manager... And then you scroll down to the... Are you seeing like a bunch of different packages?
You just tell me what it is and I can search for it.
Yeah, it's just Input Manager. I don't know how used to the package manager you were, so
I'm good.
yeah.
Well, there's
input system. That's what you want. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
You want to install that, and then hopefully it should work.
It is installed. It just says remove for it.
Oh. Okay. What keys are you pressing for
I
it?
tried a bunch. WASD, arrow keys.
Interesting. Can you? Can you?
And I presume space bars to shoot.
Yeah. Can you go to the folder input stuff and then just like double click on the second thing, the second player controls thing? Also, let me see your screen. It'd probably be easier. All right, hang on. All right. Player controls, yeah. Wait a minute. Did that can you double click that thing? Did that already open the inspector or? Okay, there it is. And then let's see what like left, right, and launch like open them up. A D space, yeah. Maybe click on one of those, see if they're okay. Can you try and play it? Let me just see what it kind of looks like. Huh. Okay, it is going to the game scene as well. And you're clicked on the window.
I am.
Checking their input device drivers against them. Sure they've accidentally needed to build the mic. No, that's fine. keyboard. Do. Edit project setting inputs. Hang on, let me see something here. Edit project settings, input manager. Nope, that's all fine. That's stupid. Hang on. Maybe let me double check to see if I did push. I don't know.
Sure. Sure, there's nothing like in my changes that would be fucking with it.
Interesting. All right, you did push some things. Push origin master. All right, try and pull now and see what happens.
Fetch. Nothing is. Oh. Huh.
Were you fetching the wrong one?
Yeah, but that shouldn't.
Okay.
So I was going into the old split decision repository to
Ooh, classic.
grab some shaders and stuff out.
Yeah.
Just in case. Alright, let's see.
Stupid.
Ew,
Stupid.
I don't know.
What the
Weird.
fuck?
Never had that issue before.
No. Well, this is the first time that I'm trying to use like the input manager for Unity. There better not be anything that I'm supposed to like set up per machine because that would be stupid.
So, I mean, like, all this stuff is coming through. But
Right.
it has no interactions or stuff.
That's fine. I set those things in code. Hang on. Why is that not here? Sure that your version control system to share project files and configure input manager. Wait, project settings. I'm pretty sure.
Good thing. I don't want you.
Jam. Project settings, yeah. Input manager asset. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
Alright, I'm gonna need you to do something that might seem a little scary.
oh my god. What
Um,
am I doing? I didn't hit this.
do. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to open up the file launch fields.
Launch field, where's that at?
That should be in scripts.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will open it up in Notepad, unfortunately. 'cause I
That's
don't got
fine.
Visual Studio.
And now scroll down to the function or private void rotate clockwise.
Okay.
And then inside that function, just throw this print statement in there. And then do the same for rotate counterclockwise and then just change the text to say counterclockwise. I just want to see if
All right, where am I putting that
okay,
in
sorry.
there,
Where the curly brackets start,
Bill? Yeah.
just hit enter to make another line inside the function
Okay.
and then paste it there. Yeah. And then just do the same for
and then same for the other
counterclockwise. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because these should be called every time that you just hit the key. So if these don't print, then it just means that it's not recognizing your inputs for some reason. And that at least will help me narrow down where the problem might be. Oh, also, can you tab over to console? So where your assets are, where it says project, that tab, hit the console. Yeah. So now I can see if it'll print. And now just hit A and D a bunch while you're playing.
I'm gonna play. It's not even doing
Oh,
that.
okay. All right. So it's just not getting set up. One more
Do I
thing.
need there's no like extra spaces or anything I needed for this.
No,
debug.
it shouldn't
Shouldn't
matter
matter.
with that. Can you go back to the scene itself and let's check the inspector of launch field? Let's make sure that there's actually stuff on it.
Launch field.
Yep, there's the player input. Those all look the same as
Oh,
what I have.
Okay.
Um,
Not that.
I don't know. Let me check my scene here. Don't destroy unload thing. The little debug updater. Okay. What the fuck? That's so stupid if I don't. If like Unity's new input system requires like a bespoke setup for each machine, that would be fucking stupid.
Or is there just something that isn't being pushed somehow? I don't know.
That shouldn't. Hang on.
All of the stuff that I have seems fine.
Right. Everything seems to be
Which is
set
weird.
up properly.
Unless I'm being like
No.
stupid somehow, but
Let me just speed run this setup video that I watched yesterday
Say
again.
player controls dot disabled. This is a requirement of the new input system. If you don't put these two, you'll get a lot of issues. So now let's.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Unity's new input system has been around for a while now, couple years, but it's not immediately obvious how you access it. I mean, I have the 20.3 version of Unity installed, and it's still not included in default settings. So if you start from scratch, you have a project already
Yeah.
using the old input system. I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and convert to the new one. So let's click this project here. So right now this project, the player can move in the X and Y axis, and here's the system report.
Yeah,
X and Y inputs, and then we're
okay.
just moving everybody in those directions.
Okay.
These lines here, where we say input bucket axis, horizontal and vertical. This is the old input system, and we're testing the string and horizontal and vertical. And if you go to our project settings in the editor, and input manager, we can expand this axis here, and you'll see horizontal and vertical inputs here. And if we horizontal is and vertical is WS and input keys. So this is how it's done before. You would configure these axes, you would put a name, and you have to use these strings for random. If you spelled it wrong or use capital wrong, well, you're screwed. And if you're doing this, again, the one reason why something's breaking. So as I say, have the old input new. The first thing I want to do is go over to the input system is to get the package for it. Because like I said before, it's still doesn't come with Unity. So what we can do is at the top, we can go window, package manager. So depending on version of Unity you're on, they may default your packages to in project if you expand this drop down on the top left, but the input system is found under Unity registry. So Unity registry, type in input, you'll see the input system comes up. We just click this hit install. And when this is installing, you'll probably get this warning telling you more or less that it's going to disable.
Project using new input system package, but native platform backends for the new input system are not enabled in player settings. This means that no input from native devices will come through. Do you want to enable backends?
Enable the old
Yes.
Unity input system, and it will
Hang on. Input system. Maybe just like
what
remove
version
and
of the input
reinstall.
system are you on? I'm on
Let's
1.7.
let's see here. Package manager input system. That's 1.7. Maybe just try and remove and reinstall it, because it might pop up with like a pop up for you to like reset some things.
set up packets you can use.
Right.
You can only use one at a time. So if you also yes, it'll restart it. And when it launches back up, you'll see that it's now installed. This is very first person. This is an important check. If you go to this
Here,
using Unity
input
input, and it comes up with input system or anything like that, then you can regenerate CS projects in Visual Studio. So Unity can edit
bitch.
purposes and external tools. You'll see the section generate CS files for, and it makes registry packages is unchecked, which is where you download the input system from. So I need to make sure that's checked. And I can regenerate project files. Then I should be able to go to my script and type using Unity engine input system, and that should come up. So then let's take a look at a few ways we can go about implementing the new input system. We can actually click on our player, and if we go to add component, we can type in player input. And here there's a bunch of options. Most importantly, it says that the actions field is empty. So we go ahead and hit create actions and just save it as translate to a vector 2D. And so for the example, I can call this read value of type vector 2. And it's bring up a player new library and has everything pretty much set up for you. I'm just going to use this for the example called move, and a private input action called fire. And enable we can say instead of player controls enable, we can say move is pick something up. This is where we go. Pick on enable, we can say is fire is equal to player controls player fire. Well, you can initialize this by enabling it. And now we want to register that fire method to the event. And that is very simple. We can simply say fire performed plus equals fire. And then we want to say fire disable.
I didn't get any pop-ups on the
It did not.
install.
Comes up, we just click this hit install. And when it's installing, you'll probably get telling you more or less that it's going to disable the old Unity input.
Son of a bitch, man.
And it's still not.
What the fuck?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know
Not
what's happening with that.
teammates machine. Input system with collaborate. What? When on my machine, the project works fine with both keyboard and gamepad input. However, my teammate opens the project machine. It does not detect any inputs. There's no errors on the console. Yep. Recently encountered the same issue. After looking deeply, it appears that play capsule player input default scheme property inspector was set to. Okay. Wait, what? Play capsule. Wait, what the fuck is this? Default play capsule playout input default scheme property in the spectre was set to, oh wait player inputs and then default scheme. Is there a default? Oh, there's a default map. That's player map, right? That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's out of date. Yeah, and the open input settings. I wonder, create settings asset. Hang on one sec. Okay. All right, hang on. All right. Go ahead and stash whatever changes you may have accidentally made when we were fiddling around with this stuff.
I'm
And
just gonna
then,
discard them, I think.
yeah. And then pull the recent thing that I did. I made some random input settings file that auto-generated.
Okay.
God knows what that'll do.
Find out.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Cool. Let me open up the input debugger. Wait, can you open up the input debugger real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Boink.
Device
Interesting.
is 0. Is that supposed to be
That, yeah, that should. I have 3 devices: my keyboard, mouse, and pen. It's not detecting your keyboard. Okay, hang on.
Okay. Now is that a, is that a me
Unity
problem?
input system not detecting keyboard. Randomly stops detecting keyboard input. Okay. Overriding the keyboard input with the joystick from the controller. Do you have any controllers plugged into your computer, by the way?
I have my tablet. I'm gonna unplug that.
Ooh.
But no, I don't have a
Hmm.
I don't have a Xbox controller plugged in or anything.
Okay. Maybe restart Unity after you unplug that tablet. Because I've had some weird things where, like, if I specifically have my Switch controller plugged into the computer, it fucks up for some reason.
Interesting.
Responding to key presses.
Let's see.
Keyboard input. Package not detecting input. I'm just opening up a bunch of random things here.
Ah,
Cool. Awesome.
it worked.
Yay.
Okay. Well, I don't know what the fix was, but I guess it was just restarting Unity.
Yeah. Well, it might have also. Is your tablet still plugged in?
No.
That might have been fucking things up. Maybe it just didn't.
Maybe.
Maybe it just didn't know what to do with a
It's
tablet and was reading it as like
probably
an input field.
because I had a tablet plugged in with no drivers for the tablet because I
Mm.
forgot.
That
And
might
I
be what
wasn't-
it was.
I wasn't even using it. It was just kind of just sitting there. So,
Okay.
all right. Well,
Yay.
Cool.
I'm glad we fixed it.
all right. Cool. Thanks.
That seemed like Unity's fault. I don't think that was on either of us.
No, but I'm glad we figured it out now before
Yes.
we're like in the sauce trying to
Oh
do
my
stuff.
god.
Later.
Yeah.
'Cause that
Well,
would've
I'll definitely be putting together like a build once I get like some basic magnet stuff working. So I'll be doing the same thing that we did for Sandwich and stuff like that.
Cool.
But
Yeah, I just
awesome.
wanted to be able to,
Play and test the game.
well, just like
Or
'cause I could
test the
out
line renderer and shit.
Test like the line render with like trails and stuff, but
Seeing it in
testing
motion
out
is
like
a lot easier.
the head
Or a lot
of
more
it,
useful.
like rotating, seeing what that looks like and stuff. So it was
Yeah.
something I wanted to look at. So,
Yeah.
all right, cool. I will
Alrighty.
slink back into the private closet.
Let me know if you run into any other random issues. That was
All right,
dumb.
you got it. Thanks.
All right, see ya. That was so stupid. Why did that happen? What the hell? Computers, man. Alright, Jesus, I have like 6 different instances of Chrome running right now. Let's just turn all these off. Okay. Alright. Well, the good news is that our magnet scanner actually worked flawlessly the first time. Bam! Look at that! Although I do think I mixed up my left and rights like I sort of predicted. So on the left should be... Oh, wrong one. On the left should be yellow, and on the right should be green. So I just reversed these accidentally. Okay. And then I guess... we'll start with angle increment there. So I should see a red line going forward. It looks like we're probably triple drawing the forward vector. which we're going to make sure we don't do because we don't want a bunch of the same. That'll give more emphasis or influence on the direct forward vector in terms of forces than any of the other ones. So let's make sure. Yeah. Oh, that looks so nice. So nice and clean. Okay, sick. And I'm also assuming that I can rotate this as well. And those, oh, they'll stay. Oh, they'll stay. It's so good. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Okay. So we got Raycast working. That is Slick Dick Rick. Okay, back to the magnet scanner. Draw Raycast. We'll have that there just in case. So now this is just drawing like debug rays. They're not actually doing anything right now. So what we want to do is refresh current magnets. Just like scan for current magnets. So what we're gonna do immediately is just current magnets. We're gonna clear the current list of magnets. And then we are going to try and get all of them. Equals this train, transform that up. So actually, I think this is just this, and then we send it as an out parameter. This always has so many different ways to do it. We want origin, direction, max distance. Oh my god, let's just see if we can narrow this down here. Direction. Actually, we don't even need current direction here. We'll just do train transform up. Max distance is going to be max raycast distance. Layer mask. All right. Because we only want this to detect magnets. We don't want it to, like, if it hits anything else, it should just ignore it. Magnet layer mask. I think that's all we need. Yeah, we don't need any query trigger interaction. Oh wait, no, we fucking need Alright, origin, direction, hit info. Okay, hit info goes there. Out. Hit info. There we go. We need to actually get the hit info and stuff. If hit info does not equal null, then we add it to the list. Add hit info. Doodle-doom. Doodle-doom. Or what do we want for this? Maybe, is it just null for this? No, we can't do that. Oh, wait, no, we just do this. Raycast results. Let's go to that. And then if raycast results is equal to true, then we have some hit info for it. So that's the first vertical raycast that we send out. And then we need to fan out from either side with the same sort of for loop as this, essentially. So this will be the left vector, and instead of the debug draw ray, we do that other stuff. So we basically use the same thing here. Raycast result physics raycasts, and it'll be position, but instead of up, it'll be the left vector. And I think we can use the same hit info. It'll just get overwritten. I think this is fine. I don't think it'll cause any sort of memory issues. We'll see. You know what? I'm just paranoid. Left hit info, new raycast hits. Left hit info. Left raycast results. We'll just keep them all separate. Okay. And then we're basically going to do the exact same thing for the right side here. Right vector. Right hit info. Right raycast results. This one will be negative. Okay. Now, what we'll do is if left raycast result is equal to true, we add it to the list. And then we'll do the same for right. Sweet. So this should get us a list of all of the magnets that we're currently in the vicinity of when we scan. And we'll be scanning every, I don't think we want to do it update. We'll do fixed update. That way we aren't calling this like nearly as frequently, or we're not overcalling it too much, you know? Yeah, I think putting it in update might be overkill. We'll see. Because another thing that we're going to have to do is... Actually, we'll just throw this in here. We'll keep the update loop clean. So we're going to get all of the current magnets, and now what we're going to need to do is calculate the force that each magnet is going to exert on the train. And the way that I'm thinking about it is this thing still up? Yes, it is. So the way that I'm sort of picturing it is if you have a graph of like, so this is like force, and this is distance from magnet. So this is 0. This is maybe like the max distance of say like 1 or whatever, right? What I'm gonna want is, what we could do is just have like a linear relationship between like the closer you are to the magnet, the more force it's gonna exert on the on the ship or whatever. So it'll either have like a strong pull or a strong push the closer you are to 0. That kind of does make some sense, but it might not be as interesting as something like, what's the one I'm trying to look for here? If it were something like this, where like it'll exude a pretty strong force even if you're like halfway between the max distance and just literally colliding with the magnet. So that way, like, these magnetic forces will just be a lot more intense. Like their range of influence is going to be a lot more intense if we do something like this, where like the force, what is this, like inverse exponentially? I don't know my curves, man. But if it's not linear, I just think it'll be a lot more interesting. So it'll have very little, if any, force, obviously, once you get to 1. But that drop off, maybe I misdrew this a little bit. It would be something that's more like it'll be a lot more pronounced as you get further away. But while you're relatively close, it'll exert a pretty strong force until like you're way out of distance. I think that's just more interesting than just a linear line like that. Generally, anything with a linear curve when it comes to like game development, it just, something feels off about it. It doesn't feel as interesting. And that applies to physics, level curves, movement speeds, and stuff like that. If you just have like a linear acceleration for a player's movement, for some reason, it just, you play it and it doesn't feel as good as something with like an acceleration that sort of like ramps up, you know? It's, I'm rambling, but that's the plan for magnets. So I'm just gonna need to calculate based on distance, because I'll know the distance of how far away the train is from each magnet, and I'm just gonna need to come up with a function to calculate the force. So if I know this spot, I'm gonna need to know that correlates to this. And we're gonna do that with math. I'm pretty sure this is inverse exponential function. Okay, it's not quite inverse exponential because I forgot that creates asymptotes and things like that. It's kind of what we're doing, but not really. Maybe I could just flip it. We'll see. We'll see what kind of math black magic we can do here. So there's two things that we're going to want to get when we're calculating these forces. We're going to want the composite force of the magnets, and then we're also going to want to add that to whatever forward force that the train currently has. And then we're also going to want that to influence the current direction of the train. The current direction of the train part is going to be the tricky part. I'm thinking I'll just do like a composite or an average of all of the normals that it's currently interacting with. Not necessarily the normals, but the directions of those forces that are being applied to it. Do I include the train's forward velocity in that? Let me think here. Think in silence for a sec. Let's add all those directions together. And that'll give you probably, I guess it's directional influence of where it should be going. Yes. No. I think you should include the train's forward force in that, and then when you add that to the forward velocity vector, that'll give you generally the direction that it's going to be moving, and it should be facing in that direction at all times. Okay, that makes sense. So I do need to add the train's constant forward force that like the steam engine's putting on the train. I need to put that in the calculation for direction. Okay. So let's see here. You know what? Maybe we don't want this in fixed update. I'm thinking this is just going to be something that we call from the train. So the train itself is going to have, let's put it here, private magnet scanner. And it will call this in fixed update here. Although I think magnet scanner, scan for current magnets. Let's see here. Jerk, could you look at the bottom right of the Down to Jam site when you have a spare 15 seconds? Oh, I don't know. 15 seconds is a lot of time. Homo. If that ends up being the difference between, shall we train? Choo-choo. Choo-choo. Is it supposed to be playing something? Because I don't hear it. The tab, my tab here says there's audio playing. Oh, I don't hear it because I muted browser stuff for me. Hang on, one sec. Let's try it again. Yeah, I hear it. It works. Good stuff. Pew pew. Not showing on stream, but it's fine. It is. It's right here. It's just tiny. I wonder if the sound is drowning it out. Hang on. Let me check my OBS. And I'm gonna mute myself. Oh wait, hang on. I wonder. No, these should be the same. It's just very quiet. It's very quiet, yeah. Compared to, it's like, so when I hit the button, it gets up to like maybe negative 40 decibels max. Oh, well, hang on. Another thing for me is I have mixing on right now and browser set to 40%. Let me just set that to max and let's hit it. There you go. Is that better? I just have the my browser mixing to low so that the background music doesn't annoy my ears and anybody else listening. So there you go. 40%, is that logarithmic? I'm assuming so, but it just says 40% for like the lay person, you know. Yeah. I know most volume slider things are generally logarithmic, but I like to try and ignore that math. Okay. Okie dokes. So how do I want to do this here? If I get the force vector, like the composite force vector from all of the magnets, that'll give me both a direction and a magnitude. I think I can just have a thing here where it's just vector 3 gets magnetized vector. So what this will do is it will scan for current magnets, and then it'll do all the math stuff. Vector 3 results vector. And now in fixed update, all we'll have to do is magnet scanner get magnetized vector. So this will get us the proper force for it, and then we'll use it to actually change the train's trajectory in a sec. But right now, I just need to do all the behind-the-scenes math for it. Hello, how are you? Doing good? Yeah. Oh, big stretch. Yep. I'm thinking about it. Okay. This lap will be open for a sec. Do. You still thinking? Come here. There she is. I'm right here. You know what? Before oh, you just decided to sit right on the keyboard. Okay. We're going to need a magnet script that just has a simple polarity. Okay, so then for this, get magnetized vector, we'll scan for currents, magnets, and then we'll do. You wanna relax? Go ahead. I don't have a lot of room for you to like loaf up. You're good. This, that current magnets, count, sure, plus. So we're gonna iterate through all of the current magnets that we have, and then we're going to need to get the magnet component, which is going to be annoying. So first we'll need the normal. It's going to be equal to current magnets I normal. Okay. Oh, I'm bleeding. All right, I guess I will stop ignoring my dry hands and lotion up and put a band-aid on. I'll be right back. Come on, baby, let's go. boy. Oh, shit. Thank you for the raid at my limit. I am too. I'm working myself to the bone here. I just had some dry skin and noticed I was bleeding, so I had to step away to do some first aid. How was your stream? How you doing? Are you still here? If not, no worries. Relatable. Yeah. Yep. Are you finally ready to sit on my lap, Cassie? Hmm? Or are you just gonna be a nuisance? I think I'm just gonna walk around first. Okay. Actually, I think now is the perfect time to set this up. Nom 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 nom. Thank you for the follow. Anthony Moke, how you doing? Right, hang on a sec. This is gonna be important, I promise. That's a crotch. It's meant to be a cat cam. She likes to sit on my lap sometimes while I work, but right now she's just deciding whether or not she wants to. There you go. There she is. Yeah. Hey, yo. Hey, baby. Huh? Hey, yo. Let's go across that calendar. How are you? Yeah? You being a little diva? I know. We're gonna throw you right here. Yeah. And maybe we'll just throw it down the jam a little bit lower here. There we go. There she is. She'll eventually move her to my lap, I'm sure. Are you also jamming here, Limit? Or did you just find us on the game dev tag? That's sometimes how I find other people to rate as well. All right. Let's figure out how fucking magnets work, eh? Actually, I need a little bit of change of pace. Man, YouTube's like shuffle algorithm for its playlist kind of sucks. It'll pick like a dozen videos to shuffle between and then just cycles through those. Insane. I don't know, game dev tag? Yeah, nice. I'm assuming you do some game dev stuff yourself, eh? Yeah, that's awesome. What kind of stuff are you working on? Also, feel free to leave whenever you want. No pressure to stick around. Okay. So we get the forest normal. So we're collecting the normal. Do I want to just make a list of these normals and then compile them later? I think I do. Let's do another coding project. Oh, nice. That's honestly more admirable to me. That's stuff that I can't really do. I can kind of do it, but I've been working in games for like the past decade or so, both as a hobbyist and professionally, to the point where like I'm a very specialized sort of developer at this point. Traditional programming, I would probably shit the bed on any sort of like technical interview. I've kind of really pigeonholed myself, but it's fine because it's a pigeonhole that I tend to enjoy. For anybody who hasn't seen what we're working on right now, this is all we have currently. you have this little spaceship here. This is all temporary art. This little guy with the dartboard on his head is the target. And we are going to be firing off a train of some sort that will be navigating an area. Let me see if I can pull up the Miro board. It'll be navigating a map that's full of a bunch of different obstacles with different sort of magnetized polarities. And the only control that you're going to have over the train is changing your polarity from positive to negative. So that way you'll sort of push off of certain land masses, pull yourself towards them, and ideally you'll be able to sort of like slingshot your way through these obstacles to get to a target destination. Right now, I just have a ring that you can shoot a train out of, and you can shoot as many trains as you want out of it. This pink ugly line here is meant to be what the whole train is going to look like. We have an artist who's working on like a tiling train texture that we'll be putting on this line renderer, and it'll look like a train is slowly growing as it sort of moves around. But for right now, we just have a ring that shoots a train perfectly straight. However, you can also see that train is now shooting raycasts. This is what it's going to be using to detect if there's any magnets nearby and what direction it should be pushed or pulled depending on that object's polarity. That's what I'm currently working on right now. Right now, the code that I'm working on is going to collect a list of all of the normal vectors for things that it collides with, as well as its polarity and its distance to the magnet, because that's going to influence how much force it exerts on the train. I'm going to collect all of those, do an average or a composite of them, and then apply it to the train. So this is probably going to be one of the more boring parts of Stream to Watch. It's the most math intensive and doesn't have a lot of visual things happening, but it is also going to be the core of our game, so it just needs to get done. Oh, gee, that's so real. Yeah, I'm a very specialized surf programmer. If I were to do a whiteboard interview, I would be so, oh my god, absolutely. And it really just does depend, like, it's been a long time since I've done a technical interview, but I've always kind of just like fundamentally disagreed with how like they normally are done, where it's like a lot of people who don't know how to do interviews only focus on like the results of the interview to make sure like, oh, this person got the right answer. They answered X questions right. Whereas like, I think the purpose of a technical interview should be to see what the person's thought process is, see how they handle a problem that they don't know the immediate answer for. Because I think a flexible mind is a lot more valuable as an employee than just like a person who memorized an answer key from like the cracking the code interview textbook or something like that, you know? I think it especially pisses me off when I've done some technical interviews that were solo, online only. Like they would just send you a website with a problem on it and you would submit your code and you wouldn't talk to a single person. That is so antithetical to the sort of information that you want to get about a candidate in terms of just like seeing what their thought process is, not whether or not they can correctly code this archaic little word problem that you set up, right? And it's even more worthless now that you can just like type the problem into like ChatGPT or something and just get some AI code for it, you know? Like there's so many easy ways to like fake skill with an online code interview. But yeah, I think a lot of places that don't know how to look for good programmers focus on the correct answers more so than the thought process, what this person might look like to collaborate with. What kind of questions do they ask in terms of like, are we making sure that we're making the right thing? What sort of things are going to be changing? How flexible do you want this code? Are we 100% sure that this part will never change? Can we make that assumption? Because that's going to change how we architect this code and stuff like that. That sort of thought process doesn't seem to be valued at a lot of places who are conducting like just strict code interviews and looking for that specific answer. Vibe coders. Oh, we already talked about that shit earlier today. I'm working with two artists right now. I don't think you can see. Yeah, if they're in my Discord channel, we're in separate channels right now, but whenever they join my channel, you'll see them pop up. It was the first time that they'd ever heard of vibe coding and shit like that. It's just like, oh, it hurts my soul. We are about to we are about to witness a wave of, dude, products are about to get so shitty. Commercial products are about to get so shitty because the market's going to be inundated with new programmers that learned programming by leaning on AI and ChatGPT to write their code to the point where they didn't really understand what that code's supposed to do. God forbid how to change it or optimize it. But they passed the coding interview, so they must be good, right? Oh, it's gonna get so bad. I've never done leak code practice. Yeah, and that's the thing is like leak code practice specifically, or like cracking the code interview, those books, like it really is just like a set of like standard problems that a lot of companies ask, to the point where like answering that for me as an interviewer, if I saw a programmer answer a question straight out of leak code or cracking the code interview, all that tells me is that you remembered how to do that specific answer for that problem that doesn't really come up in daily work stuff. That's all it does. It tells me you studied that specific problem. It doesn't tell me anything about how flexible you are as a programmer, how you make decisions to optimize things, when you decide to optimize things, how you collaborate with non-technical people and communicate so that you're both on the same wavelength in terms of what needs to be delivered. It doesn't tell you any of that stuff. I don't like technical interviews, not because they're stressful, but because they are stressful, but they're stressful for no purpose. Because the information that you get from those technical interviews is usually worthless to an interviewer. Thank you for the follow, Limit. I wanted to learn game dev. Would be fun to see how I stack up to the vibe code for my first game. Dude, go for it. Unity is the engine that I'm currently using right now. It's the engine that I've been using for the past decade or so. Despite how it might look when I'm coding things, it might not even seem like I've been coding this for a decade, or coding in this engine for a decade. But the reason that Unity is usually a great place to start is there's a ton of great documentation for Unity. There's a huge community behind it. If you ever look up, I think that's how you spell his name, Brackeys, he was like the gold standard for YouTube tutorials for the longest time. He's probably a great place to start. He took a hiatus to do his own game dev stuff, and then he came back to actually start doing Godot tutorials. So if you're going to start with a game engine, Godot is also a promising one to look at. It's got a really robust community. I can't speak for the documentation because it is relatively new and I haven't looked at it, but the big benefit for Godot is that it's open source. So even if you make some sort of game that hits it big, you're not going to have to worry about any sort of licensing issues with whatever engine you use. I love Godot. There are a lot of hardcore Godot fans out there, especially with people that I interact with. I would love to dip my toes into Godot at some point, but like my tendrils are so entrenched in Unity right now, it's kind of hard to split away from that. If you want a job, Unity or Unreal. It depends on the company that you're going for. A lot of mobile game studios generally use Unity. I think Unity is a great engine for engineers to pick up because it's relatively lightweight compared to Unreal, and it's annoying to some artists because it takes a lot more effort to get their VFX to look the way that they want, and there's a lot of things that you have to like sort of tinker with on the code side to get things to work. But that's kind of just like, not necessarily the walk in the park, but that's familiar territory for engineers to sort of dive into game development. Unreal, sometimes you have to wrestle with a lot of like archaic settings or like go through a bunch of like menus in the engine just to understand how that specific engine works to get something to move across the screen. But the plus side is that it's a lot easier for artists to make things quote unquote like look good. It's a much more artist friendly sort of engine. The way that I sort of see it is that like Unity is more, I wouldn't say it's like, if we're comparing these like operating systems, I would say Unity is more on like the Windows side, maybe leaning a little bit into Linux in terms of like who it appeals to. And then Unreal is more like a Mac, if that makes sense. And that's not a diss against Mac. MacBooks are very good at like doing artistic things, you know, video editing, image processing, video recording, stuff like that. So a lot of artists tend to gravitate towards MacBooks. A lot of engineers tend to gravitate towards Windows and Linux stuff. So I would say that Unity appeals more to like the engineer side of things. Unreal tends to appeal more to artists. From my personal experience, from people I've interacted with. Is it Godot mostly 2D? I don't know how it is nowadays. No, there's actually there's plenty of people who have made Godot games in 3D. Let me see if I can find. Okay. One of our regulars here made this game in Godot. Basically like a 3D Doom, like Call of Duty Zombies wave shooter sort of thing. You can make all kinds of games in Godot these days. This was right. This was an extra category. I was like, oh my god, they didn't get their ratings, but it was because they released it like a week or two after ratings was already done. But yeah. Oh yeah, if anyone's interested in that, by the way, I'm always happy to plug people's games. This is the gym that my buddies and I normally do. This will be happening in 2 weeks. We do a lot of games ourselves. The two artists that I work with, we've been making jam games for a really fucking long time now. When was Ludum Dare 43? I'm not even sure, but yeah, all of the games that you could ever want to play that were made either by me or me and my other teams of artists you can find at my... Nope, that's the dashboard. You won't be able to see anything from there. Here we go. Boink. Big old list of games that you can just try out for free, see what they're like. Basically, all of them are made in Unity, except for like the ones on the bottom where you'll see a lot of them were made from like Game Maker and stuff like that. Go wild. But yeah, so we're currently making a game right now. The jam started about 20 hours ago. 21 hours ago? Yeah, at 4 o'clock it'll be 24 hours, but yeah, when we have until Monday at 4 p.m. Mountain Time. What a weird made-up time zone. Okay, let's go back to this. So we're going to collect all of the force normals first. We'll just do this. Force normals.add this one. Or do we just want to... How do we specifically want to average these? I think we can just add all the vectors together and then divide, right? Hang on. How to get an average of vectors. I'm pretty sure we can just like component-wise divide, right? It looks like it, yeah. Average of vectors is the sum of the individual positions of each vector divided by k, where k is equal to... Okay. I believe that's correct. I just want to make sure I'm not doing something... Okay, that is correct. Sometimes vector math can get tricky, and I don't remember the last time I've had to like composite a vector from averages. Okay, so we won't necessarily need the list here. We'll just have like a vector 3 total normals, and then vector 3 average normal. Okay, so total normals is going to be equal to this current magnets at I normal. Although, hang on, we don't just want the average normal, we want... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. We'll want to reverse it if, based on the polarity. So, okay. Let's see here. We got the magnet scanner. Let's add to the train. public polarity. Nope. Polarity. Current polarity equals polarity. Why do I get polarity positive? Okay. Do. And now we need to check. Oh, this is gonna take some effort here. All right. If this that's oh shit, I just had the transform here. Fine, we'll do the actual train here. Now I need to go here. I guess. Yeah, we want a public transform of this that we can use. And then over here, train transform. This is what we'll want here. Okay. Okie dokes. So now train current polarity. If that is equal to, oh shit. All right. So first we have to get the magnet component for this. Magnet component is going to be equal to current magnets at I. Get component. Oh shit. So this is the hit info. I think we can get the. Yeah, we just have to grab the collider, game object, get component. Magnet. I think that's fine. It's just we're just gonna have to count on the collider that we're hitting to be on the same parent object as the game object. That's fine. So we get the magnet component there, and then we just do magnet component polar. Oh, did we have that? Oh, okay. Polarity, none. All right, cool. So now we compare these polarities. If they're the same, then we reverse the normal, because the normal is going to be pointing from the collider to our train. And that's going to be the opposite direction that we'll want to apply the force if they... Oh, wait, no, that's correct. If they have the same polarity, they should repel. So we should actually change this. Actually, fuck it. We'll be doing an if-else anyway. All right, so if they're the same, then we do total normals plus equals current magnets at I normal. And I'm assuming the normal is normalized, correct? It would have to be. I would hope it is. The normal, I think it's just the normal. Maybe we'll normalize it just in case, because all we want is the direction. I don't trust that it's just called normal, that it will be normalized. All right, now this is total normals. Is subtracting it going to be the same as adding the negative of that normal? I think so, right? That kind of makes sense. It just feels a little wonky because I'm technically thinking of this as like the average. Maybe I won't call it average. Maybe I'll just call it composite. It is technically the average, but that fucks with my brain a little bit if I'm like subtracting things from something that I sum up to take an average of. Current magnets at I, normal, dot normalized. Okay. So this is going to get the... This is going to get the composite direction. And then what we want from there is going to be a composite force as well. And that one is going to be a little tricky. Calculates magnet force. All right, so this is where we do the wonky math, where we determine how much force we're going to apply to the train based on its distance from the magnet itself. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to be a little sneaky beaky here. We're going to add an animation curve, baby. Oh, I still have, hang on. Let's get rid of this compiler error so I can actually see the animation curve. So we're just going to map the max distance between the magnet that we can detect and the train. See where that collision lies between that max distance, and then we will apply a force based on, I want this curve but backwards, essentially. So I want it to be like, it starts up here. Hello? Oh, did you eat more lunch? Can I like, no. A ballpark will be fine. And then I bring this down here. Yes. Yes. Except maybe I do this instead. No, it's weird looking. It's weird looking. Oh. I mean, I guess I could just do something like this and invert it. So it would be like 1 minus instead of just, let's just do this. That's fine. Happy lurking, nom 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 nom. All right. Hello. Oh, I still have that camera pointed at like nothing. Do you want to sit on lap yet? Now that you're done with lunch, are you good? Come here. There you go. Good girl. Yeah. I know. Yeah. Good girl. There she is. Yeah. And this is where I imagine she's probably going to stay for the next couple hours, as she is usually wont to do. Okay. So we have our calculate magnet force here. And do we have, yep, we have max raycast distance. Okay. We have everything we need. So, look at you being all cutesy. Distance. Force distance. Is going to be, well, first of all, we need to send this stuff. Actually, I think we can just send the points. Right? Impact point in world space. Perfect. Inspector 3. Awesome. So the force distance is going to just be vector 3 distance. Yeah, this just returns a float, right? Okay, cool. And that'll be impact points. This, that train, transform, that position. Force T is going to be force distance divided by max raycast distance. And now we're going to use this T to evaluate the animation curve and how much force we need to apply to it percentage-wise. So now we'll do float force percentage. It's going to be equal to force curve that evaluates force T. Because this will be a value between 0 and 1, which is what we need for this, and then this will return a value. But I think this needs to be 1 minus that. So that way, for this curve, oh shit, I gotta open up the train for it. For this specific curve, if I am like 0 distance away from the magnet itself, it should apply the max amount of magnetic force. And if I am at the max distance, it should apply basically nothing. Yeah. But there's no default curve that goes like, and I don't feel like making it. So, fuck it. We'll just do the 1 minus. Okay, so now we'll do like a, what is the default force for the train right now? I believe it's like, oh, are we setting the velocity? We don't want to be doing that. Okay. Let's change how this train works again real quick. Add force. Was it add? I think it was add force, yeah. Add force. And this will just be like, I think we set it to like 1 at first and it was fine. Wait, what does this need again? I think it needs a vector, eh? Yeah, it does. Okay, so this, that, train transform dot up times engine force. There we go. And then we'll just do the same at launch. I think this is going to change a little bit, but that's fine. And then if it ever hits max velocity, we just set the velocity to max instead, or if it exceeds it. Okay. So now we're adding that force here. But we're going to need to do something other than just like adding that force. We're going to get the magnetized vector. Instead of calling it the magnetized vector, let's call it the get magnetized force. Because this is going to be a composite vector of both the direction and magnitude of the force of the magnets, all of them together. Magnetized vector. That sounds kind of badass, magnetized vector. And then we're going to add to it the force of the engine, and that's going to determine the direction it faces and the direction that it moves. Okay. perfect, but we'll get to that in a sec. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so this is just going to calculate the magnetic force for one vector, magnet vector at a time. And then we're just going to add to it. So this is the force. Okay. I think that's actually all we... No. We also need... Let's bring this serialized thing up here just to keep them all the same. Okay. Train, magnet layer mask. Okay. And then we're going to want... I'm guessing the sign. Let's say the magnetic force is like, I don't know, something crazy. 20 newtons. And that'll range anywhere between 0 and 20 depending on how close they are to this magnet. So now we'll just return magnetic force. Let's make that a private. Times force percentage. Sweet. So now this is going to be composite force. This dot composite force. I don't think it's gonna be. It's not this. Is it gonna be totally equal to that? No. Well, yes, it is. But hang on, how do I do this? Because each force is going to be applied differently. Oh, you know what we need to do is hang on, I need to think. Can we calculate these simultaneously? So the normal is just specifically for the direction, but we still need to use those normals to calculate which direction the force is going, right? Hang on. Because we can't just add up positive force values for the whole thing. Yeah, so I think what we need to do is we need to do these here as well. It'll be a plus equals the calculate magnetic force here, and then it'll be minus equals in the other direction. I think, right? If we have like two magnet forces that are trying to repel and one that's trying to pull. We're going. Well, what happens? We don't want the magnitude of a vector to be negative because that'll reverse the direction of the vector. Okay, hang on. Maybe we need to calculate these at the same time. So we can't calculate the normal vector, the composite normal at the end. It needs, does it need to be a constant thing? No. You know what I think I need to do is I think I need to calculate all of the force vectors, and then I can separately sum up their normals, and then I would also sum up the vectors themselves to find the magnitude of that. Okay, so total force vector, maybe that's what I'll do instead. So total force vector. And this is just going to be, it's not necessarily going to be, yeah, it could be the normalized normal, but it's also got to be times this dot calculate magnet force at I point. Total force vector. Bam. What up, book snail? How's your jamming going? We did establish yesterday that you're doing the jam, yeah? How you be? Yeah, that's basically what my brain feels like right now. That is an excellent emote. I've only changed ideas 3 times. Hey, you know what? That's pretty promising. We usually get those idea changes out during the like 5+ hours of brainstorming. And then we kind of settle on something and go for it, but I still waffle back and forth as to whether or not that process is more efficient or if it's better to at least come up with a basic game idea that sounds promising and then pivot and try and find the fun as you go, you know. Record, I changed it 8 times, record high for me. God damn, Pomo. Yeah, you were saying yesterday that the theme was giving you a hard time. How you been now? Okay. So, I got something. Just struggling to, classic. So we'll get these total force vectors, although we want this one to be minus. Okay. And then I guess that would mean the composite normal is just going to be the total force vector, I guess, normalized in the direction. So we don't need these things here. Is that really all we need? If we set the result vector, if we just add all of these force vectors together, we'll get the direction and the magnitude of what we need. Okay, I think we were just being too fancy with it. Too much math. Train with a grappler? Kind of. The idea is basically like you're not necessarily grappling things, but or are you asking if Pomo's game is Train with a Grappler because he likes his little grappling hooks? Where's our idea? Where did we put it? There it is. You're gonna fire a train from any sort of point. So right now, this little rocket ship is the launch point, and then this dartboard guy is the destination. We'll have a bunch of obstacles in the middle, and you'll be able to decide where exactly you're going to be launching from. But the moment you launch the train, and I killed it, whoopsie, you'll launch the train and it'll start moving on its own. After that point, the only control that you will have is to change the magnetic polarity of your train, and all of the obstacles in the arena are also going to have either a positive or negative polarity to it. So you'll be able to use your polarity to either push yourself away from an obstacle or maybe like attract yourself towards the obstacle so you can like slingshot around a curve or something like that. That's currently the idea. We don't know if it's promising yet. It sounds interesting to us, but we don't know if it's promising yet until I get this magnet stuff working and we can like play test it out and see what we can do with it. So that is currently what I'm working on right now, is the magnet math. I don't think we need this result vector here. We can just return the total force vector, I think. Okay. So we get the magnetized force here. And now, do we need to average it? I don't think we do, I guess. So now we also want to, so that's the magnetized vector, and now we have a forward force for the train itself. So let's just do engine vector is basically just this dot train transform up times this engine force. Okay, so these are the two vectors, and then we basically need to vector. It's just going to be these added together, right? Okay. And then we want to rotate first before we apply the force to it. So this dot train transform dot rotation. Maybe we'll just hard set the rotation. Quaternion, Euler. Wait, no, because we just have like a vector. We don't have like an angle or something. So we might just need to hard set the up vector, which always skeeves me out because sometimes it gets really wonky when we do that. But we'll see what happens. So we rotate it, or we at least set the up vector, and then we add the force in the upward direction. Do we? Yes. So we still do train transform dot up because we changed it to that. And now it's going to be final vector magnitude. Okay. This seems really jank. I just did like an hour and a half of just raw math without testing anything, and now we're just gonna see if it works. Sorry, I'm cleaning some stuff up here. Okay. All right, so let's make sure this thing launches. Oh wait, we should probably. No, I think we're good here. If we're not colliding with anything, the magnetized force vector is going to be 0, and that won't have any impact on it. Okay. So those are flying just fine now. Their acceleration is kind of slow. Okay. I think we can up the engine force to like, I don't know, 10. Okay, let's get rid of this annoying print statement that I did with Steven. Okay. All right, let's set it back to like, I don't know, 5-ish, because we're going to want to observe this in slow motion to see how this works here. We're going to make a random ass cube. (3D object cube). Positive tester. And we're gonna need some default materials here. Material. There it is. Positive. I think positives are the red ones. Magnet. Oh, I guess north and south. Sure, whatever. Positive will still be red. And then we'll do the same for negative. But it'll be blue. Okay. So this is the positive tester. Boink. We'll add a magnet component to it. have a positive polarity. Da-da-da. This is all fine. So now if I were to move this to like, actually no, we'll put it dead center and we'll rotate it like this. Actually, no, let's not get too crazy with the yellow. Let's just make sure this thing actually like works. So we'll put this thing here and see if it impacts the train at all. No, it did not. I wonder though, I think it, hang on. Maybe we're launching it too fast right now. Let's say the engine force is just 1. Oh wait. The magnet doesn't have a, it's not a part of the magnet layer, which we don't have yet. And then we'll move the positive tester into prefabs. Layer is going to be magnet. And then we also want to go to the train itself and set the layer mask to magnet. Okay. Oop, I got a message. I think this mood board plus the description of the gameplay plus your music reference should be good enough to kick. Okay, sweet. So here's what we'll generally be vibing with when it comes to like the mood of the game. All right, so let's copy that. And we will go off to our person who's volunteered to do some music for us. And the vibe will be high energy, colorful funk. Here's mood board. Okay. And then the music. I remembered this from back in my like middle school DDR days. It just came to me while I was in the shower yesterday. I was like, oh yeah, this fucking song exists. It's a we'll put this over here. God, why do I keep like accumulating Google Chrome instances? It's a remix of a Doobie Brothers song called Long Train Runnin'. And I first heard it playing DDR. So this is probably going to be the vibe of what we're going to want in terms of like how the game looks and feels and hopefully how it sounds. the OG one for him. It's magnetic train, it's circular plinko, but it don't blink. Yeah, you're right. This might be the most I have no idea what I'm looking at Keyboard Cowboys game for. You think so? That's pretty bold. And you were here for mouthfeel. How you doing, Boats? How's your jam stuff going? Alright. Now I think we have the polarities, right? And it's on the magnet layer, so let's see what happens. Oh, it completely reversed it. That's definitely what we don't want. Okay. I wonder if that has to do with the final vector's direction. Let's find out. A lot of visuals and juice done started. Oh my god. We don't work on that until like Sunday night. Jesus. Time to work on actual game. Oh, I see. So you prioritize the juiciness and making it feel and look nice first, and then you go for the game. I respect that. Okay, let's see. Let me actually change something real quick. If magnetized vector does not equal vector 3, 0, then we're gonna run this little breakpoint thing here. I'm sure you are, Edagon. Very essential site features. Pomo was already showing me the super essential one that you did with the train in the corner. What up, Brainoid? How's your game going? Forgot to attach to Unity. Game going good. Core mechanics kind of there. Just trying to make sense of it. That's fair. We've been there. Think. Okay. So the final vectors. This. It's pointing up. That's good. And the current transform is pointing up, so that's fine. So this shouldn't impact like the facing direction of this thing. Actually, it shouldn't be. Oh, wait, hang on. I see. Where's the magnetized force here? Magnetized vector. Okay, it's negative 42. Oh, it's pointing exactly opposite? No, it shouldn't do that. Oh, wait. Yeah, it will be actually, because it's hitting the very bottom there. I see. And that immediately shifts it. But no, it shouldn't immediately shift it because the final vector, when you add the engine to it as well, it's hang on, let's continue here. Okay. Oh, and it disappeared. Hang on. Oh, where the hell did it go? Jesus Christ. Okay, boink, and then we continue. Interesting. Oh, you know what? Maybe the magnet's force is a bit too much right now. Yeah, you get those J-Coons, Diesel. These are the weekends to do it. Maybe the magnet's too strong and it's just like immediately pushing it in the other direction. Okay. That's kind of working now. I don't like how it like immediately shifts the direction of it though. Oh, did I accidentally shoot 2 there? I see. And that is... Hang on. Let me see what this thing is returning. In terms of the force that magnet's applying, because that thing is rotating too fast. Zip. Okay. So it starts low. It's going 0.5. I see. Okay. 0.05. Okay. It gets up to like 0.2 and then it's already off to the races. Okay. Let's just really ratchet down the force on the magnet then. I wonder why it's Oh, you know what? I think I have an idea. Yeah, so that doesn't seem to matter, but what we can do is... I think just like the rotation is a little bit fucked. We're pointing it in the direction of the force, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's where it's currently moving. So the up... So here's what we'll do. We won't... Let's see. We don't want to change the up vector until... What we'll do is we'll do it here. The up vector is going to be whatever the rigid body's velocity currently is. That'll be the up vector. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to add a force to... Let's see. Where do we want to add the force? Actually, I think if we just do... Final vector normalized times the magnitude. Or do we just do final vector magnitude? Or do we just do final vector? Maybe this is all we do. And then we'll set the facing position to wherever it's currently moving. Because I don't want this train to look like it's drifting. I want it to look like it's constantly moving forward, but being pushed or pulled by magnets and shit. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Let me get rid of these print statements. And let's add some more magnets here. Ba-ba-bow. See, I feel like we've heard this song like twice already. And there's 234 oh wait, I turned off shuffle, that's why. That's fine. Let's go to Animal Crossing. Okay, and now let's I guess we'll just make another cube, hey? 3D object. Cube. We'll put the negative on it. Magnet. Negative. And then we'll call this the negative tester. Throw that into prefabs. Alright. Let's add another positive boy here. Put it like right there. Alright. Let's just see what happens. Boom. Interesting. Okay. Shoot. Okay. Now it seems like, now that it looks like we're calculating things properly, I'm gonna up that magnetic force here to like 2. That is kind of neat. That negative wasn't doing much though. Let me see if I swap out the negative to make sure that it's actually doing something. Or, hang on, let me just test this one more time. Let's make this bigger. And then we'll also add another negative tester here that'll go like dead center. Let's see what this does. Boop. Hey yo, hey yo. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Let's see if these are box colliders. What happens if I get rid of these? Let's just see where it goes. Pew. What? What? Okay, and then we'll add a negative tester like here to see if we can shift that trajectory a little bit. See, it doesn't look like it does anything for that. Am I even hitting that negative terminal? Zoom, zoom. I absolutely am. But it doesn't look like it's having any kind of impact. Oh, wait, shit. Negative tester isn't on the magnet layer. That's why it wasn't doing anything. Okay. So now if I were to move this to a more like dead center spot, maybe even make it long. Let's see what happens. Pew. Okay, sick, sick, sick. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. Let me try and put together some kind of scene that I can make a GIF for with the RUDs. Pew pew. Oops, I double tapped it. Okay, not quite that. Although, you know what? I'm gonna increase the raycast line here. So instead of like 1, fuck it, let's double it. How's my little kitty doing? Oh, that's such a great angle. Oh, look at you. You're showing off your little toe beans. Pew. Okay, that's a bit too... I don't think that's too much, but the force might be too much. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna... I don't know. Let's up the engine force and see what happens there. Because we're gonna want to tweak these to actually make it feel fast, but not like overwhelmingly fast. I want these magnets to feel strong. Sweet. So now if I were to move this over here, hey, let's see what happens. Bum 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 bum. I kind of want to see it like curve around and go around the corner and start going back downwards again. Okay, that wasn't quite it. You know what? Maybe I can do is just make this long and narrow. So it'll start getting pulled pretty immediately once it gets to that spot. The good news is that it's working. That's cool. Alright. I think this is fine to at least show off. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, we can also play around with shooting at different angles, seeing what that does. Pew. Oh, that was a perfect hit, too. Alright, what happens if I do this? Or like maybe, yeah. Okay, let's try shooting down the barrel here. No, we can't really do that. Maybe we will want to like change the minute angle of like where we shoot from, you know? Like maybe from here I can decide within like a 30-degree angle where we want to fire it off from. That was a pretty dope shot. Okay. Let's get a gift for them Ruds. Give him a nice 60 FPS capture of the majesty. Oh, this is perfect, actually. We're listening to Animal Crossing music. And I even got my little Animal Crossing cup. I got from the Nintendo store, a little Brewster's cup. I'm drinking tea out of it, which might be a little bit sacrilege, but I couldn't resist. Scales. I guess let's just be faster than typing. But
I guess we could just,
Yeah.
talk about
the
it.
way that I'm thinking is that like it'll still all be the same button. It'll be space to lock your position, and then from there you can use A and D to point within a certain like range. I'm thinking like a 30-degree cone to decide where you're gonna shoot. Maybe we can have like a not like a prediction line, but at least like a trajectory line of like if it fires
Just-
straight,
you
here's
just
where it's
need
gonna
a-
go. Like kind of like Wii bowling sort of thing, where it'll just show a straight.
Just a
small
little
straight line.
vector, just a
Yeah,
Yeah,
little.
but we're not going to show the full, like,
Yeah.
if this goes
No.
here, it's going to curve into this and do all that.
The only
No.
the only thing that we might want is like a button to undo and go back to like changing your position again.
Right.
So like if they lock in their position and there's like I can't good angle, let me unlock here.
Well, it could be like,
Point with your
maybe you're
mouse.
moving around to position yourself, and then you hold space, and then while you're holding space, you can, like, aim, and then you
Ooh,
release to actually do it, or,
maybe.
well, then you would be able to go back, but I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well,
I'm thinking maybe just like Q, like you hit Q to unlock. I kind of like the idea right now that this entire game can be played with one hand. That's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Because I could do other things with my other hand.
Exactly. And we're gonna make this train so fucking sexy.
Oh my god. Gotta make it sexy, otherwise no one gets paid.
And what we could also do as well, if we want to add like an initial power to the shot, kind of like a golf mechanic thing, we can either make that a skill thing where it's like a meter that fills up and you hold it or whatever, or we can just map it to like W and S, to like W to increase power, S to decrease power, and you can make it like more precise rather than just like a bar filling up. I don't know.
I like holding it better. It's adding too much. Yeah, too much fine tuning in the game is gonna be.
That's true.
Especially if we're trying to aim for like a more one-handed thing. I think.
Yeah.
I think they'd rather have it just be like the charge up like a ka!
Yeah,
Yeah, like
sure.
if you like the fact that you either click or hold the click, I think
Okay.
it does everything we need.
So I'm feeling like the flow is going to be A and D to move your player character around. Then you press space, it'll zoom in on the launcher, and then you can do A and D to change your trajectory just like a little bit. And then you hit space again, hold it. If I have time for like the power thing, you hold it and then let go and it releases. It'll shoot out and we'll zoom back out to like the main map area while the train is going.
We have, instead of changing trajectory with like basically like doing WASD once, space, WASD again,
Mhm.
like can we just use the mouse? Like if we're rotating around, like that's already technically locking in position if you're not rotating, and then wherever you're pointing from that point will just show like where the trajectory is going to be.
I actually think that might be more complicated, at least for like the
Really?
player. Yeah.
How?
So wait,
Like
so you
you're-
want everything to happen with the mouse?
No. Like if you have like left hand on WASD
Uh-huh.
and right, that's like every game is like
Sure.
WASD is movement and aim is mouse.
Sure. But like what if their mouse isn't even like in the game window? What if it's just like off to the side because they're just playing this game that seems like it only works with like a keyboard sort of thing? And they might have to
Or
like
if you-
wiggle their
you're
mouse
using
to...
your mouse. You're using your mouse by default to like enter into the game and click on stuff, right?
Yeah, but then once you're rotating around with like WASD, like, and you maybe you move around your mouse in this mode too, it's like, oh, mouse doesn't do anything. All right, I guess it's just WASD. Sort of thing.
Well, the mouse, I think you would have like there would have to be a cursor or something showing
You have
that.
to be able to just aim from the beginning then.
Yeah, like I
As
think
you're
you would.
moving around, and then
I think I don't think it would
probably
like
wait for-
unlock.
Oh, I
Lock
see.
it.
So rather than like a multi-stage thing,
Oh, that's what I mean. Like one stage. Like
one
I'm trying
stage.
to.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I was thinking that it would still be like you aim it and then you lock it in, and then with your mouse you fine tune
No,
it.
no, no.
Okay, because that would
No,
be
no, no,
confusing because you don't want the mouse to not be doing anything for like the first stage of it.
No, not
Um,
at all.
Maybe.
I just feel like I want to not be in this like clicky fine tuning state, like to keep this like pace up of the gameplay. Like how fast can you get from start to shoot?
I can try it out and see. Just like instinctually, it kind of feels wonky to me, especially if we're gonna be. I'm planning on like limiting their trajectory to like a specific like cone from their POV, so they're not gonna be able to like change their shoot trajectory to like 180 degrees or something. Or maybe they could. I don't know. Would that be a problem?
I don't
Like
I mean, they would
if their
off
trajectory
the nowhere.
changing is that like they can go as far to the left or right as they want within like the circle versus like a tiny little like 30-degree cone that they can shift between.
I think
I
it's
guess what
give them
happens if they
freedom to-
do like just shoot it like as far left
Into
as they
the
can
wall.
and just goes out of the circle?
I think the moment it leaves the circle, we trigger a death. So I don't think
Yeah.
that'll be a problem. But as long as they wouldn't be, we can experiment. As long as they're not able to like cheese it by like completely circumventing the entire map. I don't think.
literally just
which
like,
I don't think
do a
they can,
circle
actually.
around it.
I guess they can't really because they don't have control over the train once it launches. They just have control over the polarity. So
Right, so we would have to
they have to shoot it at least towards or near some objects.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
We
Yeah,
also
I can
think
experiment
of
around with that.
Objects that overlap the edge, so it's not like just a totally open
Hmm?
border.
Yeah, that's totally true. But are we at least all kind of on board with the idea of maybe giving the player the ability to like adjust their
Aim.
trajectory to like aim from their position?
I think it would help with
I think
feeling like
so.
you have more control over what's going on.
Because
At least initially.
yeah,
I can imagine it being restrictive and feeling wrong. I can imagine it like that not feeling good.
what, having trajectory adjustment?
Not having.
No,
Not
not
having-
having.
Yeah, it
not
kind
having.
of does because there's whenever like that's usually not necessarily a red flag, but like an opportunity for improvement in the game when I want to be able to do something while I'm playing the mechanics and I can't. Just be like, oh, okay, let's see if we can encourage or explore that sort of thing. So when I wanted to
Yeah.
try and shoot that gap in the upper left there between that red and the blue block, I couldn't because every time I tried to shoot it, it goes straight towards the blue block because I'm shooting towards the center all the
You're
time.
always shooting.
There's no real position where I can make that work because once I get too hard of an angle on it, then I start shooting above the blue block, and there's no way for me to like get it in there, you know?
And I will say that does, I think, limit then if you wanted the like the end point, the target to be like anywhere else along the circumference.
Mhm.
You probably wouldn't then put it like next to you or something anymore, right? Because now you can
Oh,
just aim
yeah.
right at it.
I mean, that's if we can have like a full like 180-degree aiming sort of thing, right?
I feel
Yeah.
like just having just a little bit of adjustment, like
Yeah, just
45
like a fine
degrees
tweak.
at most or something
Yeah.
on either side.
I think we can tinker around with it. Regardless, I do think that this is. I want to try it out because it feels like a sort of sandwich moment when we change the static foods to falling ones. It's like this could potentially be a game changer if we just implement this one tiny little thing, and
Yes.
it'll complement basically everything else. So I'd like to at least experiment with it, and then if we want, we can tweak like how it's done, how far they get to aim, and stuff like that.
Right.
But I'll just try to add like the ability to aim somehow, and see if that makes the core thing itself kind of fun. I'm gonna try and I'll replace these cubes with like I'll add some like spheres and maybe some of Steven's weird things to it, and then
Yeah.
I'll put a build together and let you guys try it out to see what you sort of think.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that idea.
And then you'll probably get a better sense of what I mean when it's like it feels kind of restricted with like, oh, I wish I could, sort of thing.
Right,
You know?
right.
So
Yeah, unless we literally design like levels in the game around like the idea of shooting through the center is part of the game.
mhm.
That you have to like then not go through the center even though you are aimed at the center. But I don't know.
Yeah.
In my head it's not feeling great. So
Yeah. So I'll add some stuff. I'm gonna make sure that this works with like curved surfaces and like Steven's crescent moon and shit. See how it reacts and things.
Mhm.
And then I'll put together a build and have you guys sort of play test it and see what your thoughts are.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
The good news is the most complicated math is basically done now.
Damn. Well, that went well.
Yes, it did. I was thinking about it while I was cleaning up cat vomit this morning, planning my
Perfect
plan of
time to-
attack. Yeah.
Perfect time to plan for things.
Mm-hmm.
I've been looking at line renderer stuff,
Okay.
and there's no way for the line renderer to feel like it's being populated from the back.
I figured. Yeah.
But we can use a trail renderer where it has a time on it, so it's like 5 seconds is how long the trail lasts. So
I
there's
see.
like a
I
limit.
see.
But we
Yeah.
can still use a line renderer for it would just be invisible, but we use that for the collision and stuff. But there would be
Uh-huh.
just like it would get longer based on the speed that you're going would be the only thing.
Oh, like the distance between the segments.
Right. Well, not that this is no, the segments and stuff would all stay the same. It wouldn't be like stretched or anything. But how
Oh.
many segments you see,
Oh, like it
Yeah,
actually.
so that train will
populates
actually have
the
like a
one.
tail to it because
it would
it
have
only
a tail to it. Yeah.
it's
and
like
then
a
it
it's
would-
like a particle lifespan. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
And it works. It's just I don't know if,
We
like,
can't have like a
depending on
full
if we're
trail
having like,
train thing.
variable speed and stuff like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
And I'm assuming it does look kind of weird, like farting out of the train head.
it does.
Okay.
Now, I mean, if we like get over that, then it's fine. But it is definitely like doesn't feel like train movement.
Mm.
But if we use the trail one, it looks better. It looks like it's actually like moving with it, rather than just like stuff populating behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing it described, I prefer the trail one.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, I could just show you real quick.
Sure.
Um,
Let me think. I'm assuming there's probably, even if I'm trying to think, if I reversed, I think even if I reversed like the positions of the line render, it would still look like it's farting out of the head.
I think so. I tried like inverting the scale or something, but I
Uh-huh.
wasn't sure what would happen with that. But I'll show you the line render
Okay,
first.
let's take a look.
So yeah, you see that it just sort of just like it's
Yeah.
like laying down the tracks essentially.
Yep. Yeah.
Whereas if we do it with this, it's more of like
Yeah.
moving with it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a
But
a
then-
world of difference.
But then you
That's
got
fine.
like
Then it'll eventually end.
it'll eventually end, but that's dependent on
Speed.
the
The lifespan.
so-
Yeah.
so like we could have it be like 1. and then
Oh,
something like
wait.
2
Could we just
bars.
set that to like an arbitrarily long time?
We could, yeah.
And then
Okay.
it'll just always
Because
last
we
that
can
much forever.
probably at least guarantee that no level will last more than like 60 seconds. Sounds like
Well, it's
way
also
too
just
long.
like, do we want to see the end of the train, or were we planning
That's-
to have it
yeah,
the whole?
that's a
length
good
of it,
question.
I guess.
I think we can experiment, but I feel more comfortable with the
can
trail now if we
change-
can just set it to an
It's
arbitrarily long
tunable.
time that
We can
nobody
change-
will
yeah, 'cause it
see.
could be, we could be like 60, and then
Because
it'll
then at that
overlap.
point,
You'll
yeah,
never
at that
see
point
the
it's
end
gonna
of it.
be like an aesthetic decision of do we want
Yes.
to see the ends and not like a technical limitation.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's looking good.
Yeah, like that's cool.
You get
I
a little
like
bit
that.
of the disconnect on like the head of the train if we have it be like.
I
this
think that's
sort of basic
fine.
shape.
It doesn't look as
I w-
bad as I thought it would.
When
I
we-
was playing around with having the head also be a trail render, but then it looked too
Yeah.
bendy.
Dude,
'cause
this
it's
is
the front also
mesmerizing. This
bendy.
is really cool looking. I like
Yeah,
it.
Yeah.
So
That's snake.
Especially
I think-
because when you now that I think about it, when you do the line renderer, the cars also just stay in place. They're not just farting out of the train, but they are stationary after they
That's
come
true.
out. And that
that's true.
the way that they're all moving like this looks real nice.
yeah, it actually feels like a train. Like it's
I
very
don't
low
love
quality and
that.
shit, but I mean I don't mind it.
And I feel like we could also We could probably
doesn't, like,
design the train
ultra
cars. We could probably
Definitely.
design the train cars to look like they're supposed to bend, because this already looks like.
Yeah.
Do you remember those
Yeah.
little what are those things called? Like the Tangles, those little fidget toys.
Oh, yeah.
It kind of looks like that. Hang on, let me pull it up.
I think I've heard of this. Yeah, that's cool, Steven.
Yeah, these things. Copy image. Hi. Yeah. These little things.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, where they're all just like sort of
Yeah.
connected to each other. Where you can like,
Oh,
rotate them,
yeah.
twist them around and shit, make different shapes.
Yeah.
That's neat. Cool stuff.
Things like
too.
tactile sort of thing. I want one
Oh.
now so I can fidget with it.
I had one back in like, I don't know, middle school or something. It was some random stocking stuffer that a family member gave to me, and I was like, oh, I love this thing.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
I can definitely picture like visualizing a train in this way.
Mhm,
That's a
And what's cool
aesthetic.
what's cool about these toys too is that the little nubs are detachable. So you can like split it in half, or you can just make it one long ass like line that you can kind of like fiddle around with and stuff. So you could totally make a
Yeah.
train looking thing out of this little tangle. Yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in on the trail. That's just objectively better looking.
Yeah. It's
The only
cool.
like, and this would have been a downside with the line renderer too, is that we can't have a caboose
Right.
of any kind.
I
But-
think that's
Okay.
fine.
It'll
That's
just
fine.
like sort of end.
That might play into whether or not we want to see the end of the train or not. I don't think it's that big of a deal right now.
Nah.
Did you click out of it?
No.
Interesting, because your stream froze for me.
Oh.
Is
Is it back?
kind of.
Hey.
It was chugging
Oh.
for a sec.
Well, Discord is just stupid
Yeah.
sometimes. That's not my fault.
Rain.
train.
Oh my goodness.
That's sick. But you see, no matter where he's shooting, they're all going right to the center,
Right
which is
to the
also
sun.
going to severely limit our level design abilities as well.
Yeah.
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 So
Just have to make sure there's plenty of objects on the outer edge to like redirect you
Mhm.
quickly enough. But
Mhm.
I think aiming will also help quite a bit.
yeah,
I wonder if it's worth looking at if we are locking ourselves in with this circle as well.
how so?
I mean, like being stuck on this like using the radius of this as a way to position yourself rather than just pointing from like anywhere arbitrarily outside.
I see. So you could move the launcher like anywhere on the screen outside of the circle and launch it.
Like if you're just
Well,
literally like if the circle feels like it's
If we did a rectangle, you could be anywhere along this, but then have like
Oh,
more
I see.
angles.
So we could have an
and then the
entire
whole
level
map.
that takes up this 16:9 window,
And you
and
could
then
literally just be like, all right, well, we got to go from this side to that side.
well,
Or,
we
I
would
mean, it
certainly have to put some sort of
follow.
limitation on it so that they can't just like shoot a train right next to the target, right? So we'd have to
Yeah.
limit where they can shoot from somehow.
I think the
Yeah.
target would still have to be sort of constrained to you a little bit, but I
Okay.
don't know.
okay. I just want to like
Yeah,
I'm
No,
not,
that's
I'm
a
not
good thing to point
against I'm not against the circle. I just if we're starting to look at controls and stuff.
I mean, it
Yep.
could be just like, all right, this guy doesn't follow us, but you start off in like a sectioned off part of the circle that you can move around in and choose,
Mhm.
but you can't go like past like the halfway point or something,
sure.
and so there's a lot less options with the where this. I don't know.
I'm sure we'll have
It's-
another little
something
design
to think
session
about.
to see if we encounter if that ends up being a problem. I think we're in a good position to pivot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
because even
I agree-
though
I agree.
even though I have like a problem with just being able to shoot in the center right now, it still does feel
Uh-huh.
pretty good for me to like shoot the train and watch it just follow magnets and shit. And that's before I even have like the polarity reversing and
polarity
stuff.
stuff, yeah.
So I think we have
I
a
think,
promising core mechanic, and then we're in a good
That's
position
good.
to sort of like tweak it as we go to emphasize the best parts of
Yeah.
it and minimize
think
the stuff
that-
that might be frustrating.
That's fair.
So,
Nice. And I like that you have a bunch of tunable qualities in there too. So,
oh yeah,
the forces I think we're gonna spend a lot of time with.
for sure. Because I want the forces to feel significant, like it has like an immediate impact,
Yeah.
not just like it just nudged it a little bit. No, if you stay next to a magnet with the same polarity for more than like a second, you're gonna get launched in the other direction, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what I think. I would expect that. as,
Every
like, the player.
every magnetic force I feel like should be noticeable.
Yes.
And to that effect, we might want to look into Steven having some sort of like particle effect that shows like an attraction force or like a repulsion force. You know, like when
I was
you're
thinking about
close to a
having-
magnet and then like particles start like flowing from the train
I
head
definitely-
towards the magnet or something.
I can definitely have something where it's like, depending on your polarity, we turn on like either there's like some waves pulsing into the shapes or pulsing out from them
Ooh,
with like a
yeah,
different color.
yeah.
And then there could also be something attached to the train head as well to sort of like, all right, these are both like the same color and they're sort of attracting towards each other.
Because I also, as part of these calculations, I have access to like the direction of these magnetic forces. So you see that little fan thing that I displayed, right? This is basically the magnetic zone. So it's just a bunch of raycasts that are looking for magnetic bits in the world. So whenever these raycasts collide with a magnet, I'll basically be able to get the normal of that collision. So even if like 4 or 5 of these raycasts are colliding with the same magnetic object, I'll have access to each one of those normals that if we wanted to, we could like send a particle down that line or something like that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have options. This actually looks kind of haunting with the Thomas the Tank Engine face.
Thomas engine.
Giving
Yeah,
him like a
there's-
fucking pharaoh mask.
There's something
frightening.
spiritual about it in a frightening way.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't want him to
actually-
detect any sort of magnetic forces like directly behind him because we don't ever want this thing to actually start moving backwards into the into the train section itself. So this actually I think is accurate to what an actual magnetic field kind of looks like, except for like a little bit of like a curvy little butt at the end of it.
Sure.
Yeah,
cool, though.
exactly.
Oh,
We're making
I straight up
actual
gasmed when I saw that pop up. I was like, oh, first try.
Yeah.
God.
What a relief.
Yeah.
Oh, what
And that wasn't even doing any math. That was just me seeing. I was like, all right, can I make these raycasts work so that they'll populate? Because it starts at that red center and then it fans out to the left and right. And I was like, all right, hopefully I did the math for this right. I don't remember how to rotate vectors.
Sure enough.
And then it's just
You
like,
do
boom,
remember.
Pharaoh mask. So.
Yu-Gi-Oh music plays.
Y'all move, y'all move, y'all move, y'all move.
Maybe that's our new reference song.
All right, yeah, I'll reach out to Grim Fables, let them know. Change of plan. Dump it all. Pharaohs.
Oh,
Did you get in touch with Grim? Did you share some
Yes,
stuff?
I sent the reference sheet as well as like the song and a sort of like kind of vibe
Quick
that we're going
description.
for. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're AFK right now.
Okay.
Whenever they get, I'll let you know whenever they respond. But I'm comfortable just letting them do their own independent thing. And worst case scenario, if they
We
just
just
decide
do
to sort
what
of
normal
ghost for the
is.
weekend, we'll just do
That-
whatever.
Okay.
it doesn't
Yeah.
change the fact that we would
It's just down to
do all
jam.
the audio on set on Sunday,
it's
like
that's down to
night,
jam.
anyways, or actually Monday probably. It's just down to jam. That's fine.
So I'll still be in touch with them, but I'm trying to keep it as low pressure as possible for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because
So
sometimes
this
you
is
can
not
get
only
excited
voluntary,
and,
this
and
is-
commit to something. You just be like, oh wait, I kind of just want
I
to
was
play
drunk.
Monster Hunter this weekend.
Yeah, no, and that's. I mean, I wouldn't
And I
expect
don't blame
them.
them,
to-
so.
I don't blame them. So I'm not gonna be like upset if they do end
No.
up doing that, but
But I will be very pleased if we get something.
I'll be pleased if
Yeah.
we do get something out of it. I think it'll be cool.
Cool.
I accepted your team invite on Down to Jam. I didn't know that was the thing I had to do.
Yeah, you're all invited. You too, Andrew.
We gotta make sure that we're
hold on.
better than all 126 entrants.
Whoa. Flat butt train, no caboose. This cat's got no mama caboose.
Mama Caboose. Where do you
Oh.
see friend things?
There's like a
I
little
see
notification thing up at the top.
Wow,
Also,
excited.
Adagon's been very
away.
hard at work,
Oh, there it
working on this site. So if you just look at the bottom right corner of the
I
website
saw
and
that.
tap it.
It changes
Choo-choo.
text every time you hover over
Oh,
it.
I didn't realize that. To train or not train, do a train roll. You're already trained. When life gives you lemons, make a lemon train. Look at that. Oh, Grim Fables is streaming right now. That's probably.
What?
Oh,
I
okay.
see. I see him on the front page of the Data
Posing
Jam
for 4
stuff.
teams because why not?
Excellent.
Funny.
I respect the hustle. All right, cool.
Neato.
Well, I will get
Oh,
to work putting in Steven's weirdo shapes. What do you have, Andrew?
Let me just show y'all stuff real quick. I'm not into it, so I need y'all's input.
Looks
Apparently.
like it, Pomo.
It's literally on the Down to Jam
Just-
like
yeah, go to the
page
Down to
right
Jam
now.
page. He was on my front page for that.
Yeah. Shouldn't you know this?
He's also making my music. Hey,
Oh, is he really?
boy.
Oh, damn it! You know, you're getting sloppy seconds.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah,
I
he's
want to
making
share
ours.
with Pomo.
All right, what you got here, Andrew?
Like, ugh.
Okay. So I was talking to Steven about this. Like what kinds of shapes and like sort of like aesthetic we want in here.
Mhm.
And I started to look at things where it's like pieces that could technically like fill out the circle, and then you just sort of choose which ones. So it kind of,
Yeah.
but this would restrict level placement, so it needs to be a little bit more unbound by the other shapes.
Sure.
So that I was looking at patterns that like even if you place them around, like they might feel good, but they still like start to like
Just
speak
feels
to each
tight.
other. It feels like maybe they want to fit together, even if like they're not,
Mhm.
even if we don't fit them together.
Yeah.
So then we went back to sort of this reference that Steven pulled of
Right.
just like keeping things circular, and then trying to mock up some things like that. But my struggle right now is I guess it just feels molecular.
They look like
Um,
petri dishes.
Yeah, especially because it's a circle.
Maybe we're making an Osmosis Jones game, guys.
Oh.
We're in the, you know, like the instead of a
Bill
ship that they
Murray's
put in,
body.
instead of Arnold being inside the bus, he's inside our train.
In terms
Wait.
in terms of these ones, I think I like the one that's in the furthest bottom right. So far, it kind of gives like, forgive me, a little bit of Seaway vibes in terms of like the stacked island sort of structure. The furthest down one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that one.
like the
Yeah.
layered, like the stacked islands sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because we can do whatever we want with like the background to add that sort of funkadelic nature to it. But then
Yeah.
like these solid sort of shapes that aren't as like just outlined and stuff, it's very clear where the train can kind of go, and it doesn't look as like so the other ones that you have to the left here, aesthetically they look very nice. But as far as like are these just like backgrounds for like the disc itself, or are you imagining like this is what the obstacles will look like?
It was going to be like if I made solid shapes, I would like choose like this would be a shape, you know.
Oh, I
like,
see. Okay, that's not bad
be a
then.
shape.
Okay. Because I think that might be a promising direction to go, of just like having some sort of intricate, trippy looking design with generally muted colors for like the floor that the train's
Yeah.
going to be running on, and then have more saturated solid colors for like the obstacles that we'll be messing around with.
Yeah.
Although aesthetically it'll look pretty nice, it might limit how we want to design the levels. Like say we had that little flower thing, it's be like, oh, this level would be so much better if this flower was like a little off center to the right instead of like direct center, and then all of these other things will fall into place. But we couldn't do that because we would have to change the design of the floor itself as well, and then suddenly it becomes a lot more work than just like moving something 5
Yeah.
centimeters to
And
the right.
The way that, at least the way that I'm gonna design levels, and then if anyone else is making levels too, we have to be able to just move things on the
Yeah,
fly.
I think being flexible is going to be
Move.
important for like gameplay
Yeah.
things.
If we had more time, then we could like design the levels,
Yeah,
then
and then
the
design the
environment
background
around
stuff
it.
of it. Yeah. But
But
Yeah, we need to be able to move
not.
and scale, which I think is another
Yes.
important
yes.
factor.
So, but
So
I
if
do,
I
but I
made
do
it,
like
like-
the idea of like having some sort of like psychedelic pattern on the disc itself. We could even go a little bit like split decision-y with it and add like some VFX to it, so it's kind of like pulsing or like kind of waving around or spinning or whatever.
Yeah.
I
It actually
like the
would
idea.
be- you want
Ooh,
to do like some like wavy,
like a sort of lava lamp sort of thing.
Yeah, like underneath, maybe it's just like a more of like a fluid environment or something like that.
Yeah.
So
I'd
like
probably
I
keep
think
the
that's
fluid
something.
to like outside the circle. I think it would like
Oh,
it's too much it's too much noise on like the place where you're trying to see the
Well-
train going around and everything.
We'll want to be careful not going like too hard in the paint with like the background effects because we don't want to like make people go cross-eyed, you know?
No, I
Like it
think
should probably be a
that's
pretty subtle
yeah.
effect. We don't want to go like full kaleidoscope with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's also I just don't want to go full kaleidoscope with inside either because
Yes.
then you lose the train.
Yeah,
pretty
I
easily.
agree. And we also like I
Actually,
feel
the
like
trains
there's
would
gonna be a
gold, like that Soul Train thing. Probably.
Yeah. And
so I guess we gotta find a way to make that stand out.
I guess I mostly just brought that up because like for some reason having that lava lamp effect in that small play space seemed less problematic than the full background because I can almost see people getting like seasick
Oh.
or motion sick from
If you
like
had
a
bunch of
watery
stuff
effect
happening
like
at
that. Yeah.
I mean, I could have
Yeah.
a bunch of like trippy effects. I'm planning on doing some like sort of effect-based stuff on the
Yeah,
actual
yeah,
island
yeah.
themselves, like movement-wise.
Uh-huh.
Not like movement, but like some like gradients, sort of like
they'll
sort of
emanate.
cascading down them or something.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I think that'd be cool. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
just,
So what's important for me now is like the simpler we make the shapes here,
yeah.
the more important it's going to be. Like if we have solid colors and simple shapes, it just really feels kind of dead.
Yeah.
So
Or
it
full of
needs.
mold.
Yeah, it really does. Especially like it will feel like a moldy petri dish.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think then the effects of like having gradients, having like waves, like all that just becomes even more important.
Hmm.
And yeah, I'm still not quite sure. I think we can probably also do some fun things with like the border.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do with this yet.
I think I would probably be more in favor of like a variety of shapes instead of just like simple circles and things. Like those little teardrops that you have down there, having a crescent moon. That not only will like
Yeah.
make the levels feel more distinct, but you can also. It feels easier to build something that might seem like a believable world out of different kinds of shapes rather than just like a bunch of circles everywhere, you know?
Yeah.
Like you can make an oblong shaped island or like a wide and narrow mountain range esque thing. Yeah. And that looks like we would actually make like a map of like like
environment,
geography
space.
or whatever, rather than like a nebulous sort of abstract random circles that you're going through. Because it really does feel like we're going into, with those petri dish looking ones, it feels like we're going into some sort of like abstract space that doesn't actually exist. And I think it
Yeah,
might be cooler, especially
that's
because we have a physical train that we're going through. It would be
Yeah.
cool if
Yeah.
it looked like it was going through a physical world. Even if that world looks trippy, it at least looks like a place rather
Right.
Yeah.
rather than a concept or an idea.
Yeah, I feel the same. So what I'd kind of like to do is kind of go back a little bit away from the abstract shapes to like if we made like mountains and like trees
Mm-hmm.
and like little houses or something like that. You know, like we make certain objects that are based around that and obviously have like simple boundaries to them,
Mm-hmm.
but use that to actually build like a trainscape,
Yeah.
if you will.
And if we have like at least a library of those sorts of assets, we can like mix and match them to create different little dioramas of places, right? Like we can use the same mountain range or the same trees for a couple of levels. They don't have to all be unique assets.
No,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And as long as
they
we
kinda have
arrange
to
them,
be-
yeah,
they have to be reasonable, otherwise
right.
it's so bad.
And as long as we arrange them differently, it can still feel like a unique place without going full abstract with it.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking I'm gonna try to do. Yeah, because especially with this circle, I just don't want it to feel like molecules or science stuff.
Yeah.
Try to bring some organic quality to it without getting too restrictive with the level design.
Yeah. And I think the
I kind
closest.
of want to avoid this
Yeah.
type of like, well, not the shape exactly, but the layering of this.
Yeah.
We can
Yep.
Which is very
do, like
Rover
It
under.
looks rather.
It's very rover
generic.
under.
Yeah. Oh my god.
We could
literally
do
is.
something different with like what's being filled on the inside of that. Like it could
Yeah.
still be like there could still be height and there could still
Mm-hmm.
be like maybe a gradient that goes from like the top to bottom based on the height sort of deal.
put a
It
little
just doesn't have
house
to be, like,
on it
this
if you want.
segmented.
It literally doesn't matter what's on top of it as long as the normal itself is not jagged. That's really it.
Yeah. Okay,
That actually
so-
reminds me, I'm not currently ignoring the Z value of the normals, so we might have a train that goes towards the screen if I'm not careful.
Oh.
I'm gonna change that real quick to
Huh?
make sure I only use the X and Y values of the normal.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Because then we can have like what you have up here in that one up top, where it's like kind of like a curved mountain. Or sorry, below. It was up top when you were zoomed in. The pink background one. Up
Oh.
more. Up more. The one above it. That one. Yeah. So you can have like a little bevel to this thing, but then when I grab the normal, I'll just care about the 2 dimensions that the train can run on, and it doesn't matter that the normal might be pointing like upwards towards the screen, right?
It's just
Yeah.
I'll just grab like the X and Y, and then it'll be fine. But I'm not currently doing that because I've only tested on cubes right now. So,
Dang it.
or
Can
I'm
we-
only testing on things with like a
Is it
flat.
possible to do things
test it
where
first.
I don't know how this changes the collision, but like if we make certain shapes, you know, whatever they are,
Yep.
but then if you like embed them through the level, like
Uh-huh.
so that you can have like you make one shape, but you just like rotate it in 3D and stuff
Yeah,
Mhm.
to get like,
that's
new
totally
boundaries.
fine because I'm casting those raycasts to check for magnetic places on like basically like a flat plane that's going to be parallel to the level itself. So I'll still be able to hit that part that's sticking out, and I won't be casting any raycasts like downwards or upwards or underneath the level. It's strictly going to be
Okay.
on that XY plane. So that's
So
totally
it'll
fine.
still
You can
read
do
this fine
Yep.
if we do like instead of having like a flat base where it's like this is cut off. Like you could
Yeah,
have
we could
something
have
3D.
that, and then
I could
it'd
have
give it
something like
more
that. Like
options.
the normal that I would get from it again would kind of be pointing like upwards towards the
Yeah,
screen.
exactly.
But I'm
exactly.
gonna be specifically ignoring that axis when I'm calculating normals. I forgot to do that, but I can easily just add that extra logic in.
Okay. Okay, that just helps in case we do like have shapes that don't terminate on like a flat
Yep.
edge.
Yep.
That'll just help us.
As
get
long
more
as
variety
it's
of
as
our
long as
shapes,
it's not
just
like
rotate them around.
Right.
jagged is the big thing.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah, I'm
want
gonna
like 2
generally keep
raycasts
it
right next to each other
to
to like
general.
yeah. Because that could be
General
the difference
curve.
between like a magnetic force that pushes us upwards and downwards at the same time. Because all of these raycasts are looking for magnetic forces and then making a composite of all of them together.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, that's the only thing that you should probably want to avoid is just like you can have sharp angles and things, but just don't make them consonant, where they're just like going back and forth. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll avoid this. Like if anything, like the most, I'm gonna like have sort of like a minimum radius on things. Like you won't be able to get too.
Yeah, I don't think
Sharp
we
and
should have too many
pointy.
like angular things. I think like the
Yeah.
teardrop going to the point is fine, but having like concave like points and stuff is probably going to be shit like
That's
that
going to
probably
be
won't work.
risky. Yeah,
Yeah, we won't do anything like
Even
this.
the crescent moon that I gave Jared is like a pretty shallow one.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Like,
We'll see how it
like this maybe.
Yeah.
What I'm gonna try
We'll
and
see-
do
we'll
with
see
that.
if he'll test it out. And
I'm gonna be tinkering around with the values for magnetizing things because what I want is to be able to slingshot myself around that crescent moon, essentially
Ah.
around the back of it. That's when I think the magnetic forces will probably feel at their best when I can pull trick shots like that. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
so
Yes.
that'll be what I will do to try and get those forces to feel good, and then I'll make a tiny little level for y'all with those shapes, and then you can try it out and see what you think.
Yeah, and definitely like I'll be thinking about the movement and aiming and stuff as well.
Yes, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sweet. All right, I'll keep y'all posted on that then, and I'll set up the customary itch draft page for y'all to play the WebGL version.
Wow.
Wow.
We're
Wow.
going full sandwich with it.
Oh,
Full
baby.
sandwich. Well, I mean, amazing that you've already got it this far. So
Yee.
But why isn't it like done though?
Oh, right. Did you want to like help out with that, or
you got it. You got
No,
it.
no. I just just go faster.
oh, you gotcha. I'll just kaboom it.
Kaboom! Kaboom!
Kaboom.
Kaboom!
Go
Kaboom.
faster. Jared's the master. Alright.
Okay, so Steven, are you gonna keep fiddling with line render stuff, or
I'm gonna start
do you
just
want to?
setting up some shader things. I think.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay. And I think the direction on that's pretty clear. You'll still use the same reference that I'm working from.
Pretty much, yeah. I just want to get some. Yeah, like, and then it's just the shapes themselves are gonna be pretty simple. I think so.
That's
I just want to
that's
get
what I'm
like
thinking.
the look of, because then it'll be basically a thing where I can just toss a shader on it, and no matter what angle it is, it will sort of interact all the same.
Yeah.
So that's what I'll be working on, is getting that set up, and then thinking about some particle effects and stuff.
Okay. Cool. Then I'll hit you up if I have like once I start making some new art here.
Okay, that sounds good. And then yeah, I just want to start at least setting up some basic ideas for the stuff, and then if like the look that we want the islands to if that changes, I'll easily be able to sort of like pivot, but I'll have something set up at least.
Okay. Cool. That sounds good.
Sweet.
Sweeto. Alrighty. I will go back to my hidey hole then.
Back
All
to
right.
it.
Bye.
Talk to it.
Shut up.
Talk to.
I'm never going back there. All right. So Steven's got some crescent things here, right here, the crescent test. All right. So I am going to want to basically, oh, you know what? I'm going to need to change this a little bit. Or actually, let's see. Let's make a prefab. Crescent positive. And then we'll add the model to it. Let's make this a prefab. So this, it doesn't have a mesh collider. I think I can just add a mesh collider to it. Did that work? It is convex. Oh, right. Right, how did we do this last time? Does this even have a collider to it anymore? Because now there's that. Right, I don't think we could exactly make it convex. All right, we'll just use this for now. Fuck it. But this is the part that has to be on the magnet layer. Okay. We'll set this to 0, 0, 0. This is also 0, 0, 0. And then we want the material to be positive. And then we're also going to want this thing to be rotated where, how? In the X direction. Negative 90 degrees. There we are. Okay. Let's see, and then I add the magnet component here. Does it require anything from the child class? Probably don't need to remind you guys to make sure to get some gifts on the front page. Yeah, I probably should. We don't have anything interesting yet, but we kind of have some stuff. I am in the zone right now. Let's get rid of this launcher class. We don't use it. Magnet scanner. Okay, this should be good actually. Mostly to encourage others to post. People that are shy. I mean, even people in Ludum Dare are generally shy and don't post too much. All right, let's get rid of these, and I just want this crescent here. 0, 0, 0. And then let's just increase that scale, baby. All right, and now let's rotate it like that. Actually, this one should be, hang on, first of all, let's set that back to 1 and then just apply these overrides. And now we're gonna make an identical one, but negative. Add the crescent test. All right, put this into prefabs. Set all this stuff back up. That's all fine. Negative 90. Negative. Add the magnet here. Negative polarity. And then we need to add the collider here. All right, looking good. So we aren't going to use crescent positive here. We'll use the negative one. Bring that here, change the scale. All right, and now we're gonna see if I can go around this thing. If I were to set it to like negative 90 degrees, and I were to shoot like basically right alongside it, which means I'll need to unfortunately do this a little bit. Or actually, you know what? Let's make it a little less big. If I shoot it like this, I want it to basically slingshot around it. Let's see if that actually happens. It missed it. Okay. Because the collider is not in the magnet layer. There we go. What are you doing, baby? You're not gonna like me when I gotta get up and pee. I know. I drink too much tea, though. Pew. All right. Magnet scanner. Oh, I see. Okay. So we are getting the component here. We want to get it from parent. Get component from parent. Game object. Get component in parent. There we go. Not from parent. In parent. And she's your baby. Pew. Okay. Didn't quite do that. Maybe it's too close. Let's see. Yeah. Doesn't seem like a significant enough force. So let's maybe just like, fuck it. We're going to, oh wait, that's max rate cast distance. We don't want that. We're going to do the magnetic force is going to be, it was 1, now it's 5. What's up? That's about as fast as the engine force is. Oh dear. You can also change max velocity, but I don't think it's reaching max velocity yet. Okay, that was too much. What if we change it to like 3? How about I just publicize this variable here? Well, no. That's on the magnet scanner, which is attached to the train, so that's not going to do much. Maybe we'll want to change the magnetic force per magnet, so we can have like the larger magnets do more attraction if we want them to, rather than having them all have the same universal force to it or same power. That could be interesting. All right, then if I were to do this, zoom, or come at an angle. Let's do 4, and then let's also increase the radius of the magnet detection. Okay. That's a bit too much, eh? Yeah, that's actually an enormous radius. Let's bring it down to like 3. All right, it's something. Yeah, I didn't even see that one. That barely reacts. Okay. What if I were to scale this thing not uniformly, just go like, eh? Would that even make a difference? Pew. Oops. Pew. Okay, definitely does, but too much. What if I were to rotate you like this? Oops, not like that. And then put you like here. That's pretty strong. Okay. Magnetic force, maybe too strong. Pew. And if we were to rotate this again, move it down here. Pew. Oh, that was literally nothing. What the hell? Wait, now it's not even reacting to it. Hold on. What? Oh, it's barely getting the magnet force on it. Wait, no, it's not even reacting. It's not pulling at all. Hold the phone. What? So that'll pull it, and then if I move it, surely this will pull it as well, right? Yes, it does. And then if I were to rotate it, pew. Okay, it still does. Chew. I see, okay. That was odd. Pew. It might just be because I only had a couple of them. Yeah. I only have a couple of them pulling when I'm that far away. I think I see. Maybe the slingshot method isn't viable for like a single polarity sort of thing, hey? But you could probably ride it if you switched polarities back and forth. That might still be interesting. Hang on. Pew. Pew. Meow. Oh, didn't quite hit that. One last little test, and then I'm gonna probably go to the bathroom and eat some lunch. Pew. Okay. That's something. Okay. Maybe just the way that physics in general works means that it might not be in the cards. Just like solo polarity this thing and slingshot it around the crescent. Fucking magnets, man. How do they work? I don't know. All right. So at least we have a crescent here. The only problem is this little convex part here. I don't think we can do anything about that. I forget what we did with yeah, I forget what we did with the sandwich things. Maybe we'll be able to fix that. It's giving popsicle vibes. All right, let's bring the other one in here, though. The island. Islang. This one should, I think, be fine. Right? I don't see the mesh collider for it. But that should be fine, right? Magnet, this is the positive variant, and positive. Let's just see if that just straight up works. -90. A classic. We'll get rid of this. And we'll just scale this up. Beep, beep, beep. And I forgot to do the same thing again. Island positive. Make this magnet. Yes. Alright. Let's see if this even works here. So it should repel away from this thing. Q. And it does not. Because I don't think it has an actual mesh collider on it right now. Why not though? Oh, here it is. I need to put it on that. Oh, that makes things difficult. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. Get component. We'll just assume that wherever the mesh collider is, that's where the magnet's gonna be, or the magnet script. Positive. Okay. And then for crescent negative, we're going to get this out of here, put it here. Take this off of this, add it here. And for the islands, we're just going to duplicate this. Change that. All right, we're good. Q. All right, now it's doing its thing. Except there. Why? Why doesn't it do that there? Huh? 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 Uh-oh, hang on. Does it just do that by default because of the direction that I'm shooting? No. Surely not, right? Surely yes. Uh-oh. Hold the phone. If I were to do these back, there's the OGs. Turn this off. Unless there's multiple mesh renderers on that thing. Nope, this still seems to work. So it doesn't have to do with the direction, it just has to do with how that thing is built. Let's see. Go back to the island. Curve 1. What is this thing? What is curve 1? I don't know what that is. If I turn it off, it doesn't do anything. If I turn off island, that gets rid of everything. Planar trimmed surface. I don't know what this is. So I think this stuff just goes to default, and we'll just turn island into magnet here. Now let's turn that back on. turn these off and see if that fixes things. Because maybe I was colliding with something that, or I was catching raycast of something that didn't exist. But for some reason it still had a collider. Pew. Nope, it's still ignoring something. Why? If magnets is greater than that count. Time for a good old debug log. Look at your baby. Pew. It's not detecting them, straight up. It's straight up not detecting them from this direction. Why? Because it's so close underneath it. Oh my god. Whereas if I were to shoot from here, I think it's just a matter of it's just okay, I think I see. I think I just gotta just move it down a little bit. Pew. Yep. It just wasn't. It was just raycasting right underneath it. I see. Okay. Oh, yeah, we don't want it to be like right there. No. No thanks. Wow. Okay. This makes more sense now. Thank God. Something wasn't fucky there. Hang on. I see. Test something here. Oh, okay, perfect. I was accidentally marking these things as Naruhodo. I see. I was marking them as convex even though they were not. They are concave. Okay. All right, now I need to change all these mesh colliders here. Island negative, not convex. Crescent negative, not convex. Crescent positive, not convex. Okay. All right, I think I'm gonna put together a level after I pee and have some lunch. So we're gonna leave it at this for now. I'm going to eat some lunch and recalibrate, and then we're going to design this level and put together a build for the Reds. But for now, we still haven't committed the magnet stuff. Sweet. Alrighty. I will be back in a bit. Have fun with Blinko. Boink. This one, turn that off, and turn that off, and I'll be back. Back in black. I hit the sack. Hello. You know the band to be back. All right. All fooded up. Bladder empty. Time to jam. Okie dokes. Let's make a level for the roads here. So we got these. We can make them a lot smaller, actually. I don't know. But we don't want things to be too closely. We're also going to probably want to have them being able to change their initial polarity. You know? So that they, if they want to, let's see. If, say, I wanted to shoot this way and have a positive polarity, but I'm only shooting negative, then I have to like change it immediately when I shoot it out, and that might feel kind of odd. So we'll figure it out. But let's just put some things here first. A negative crescent. This thing will need to be down a bit. I'll probably also want to have like just an initial polarity, and then have that. Oh, wait, what am I doing? What am I doing here? have the objects have like a something that sort of changes the polarity at runtime instead of me making like 2 of each prefab, you know? But this is just for testing. We'll be fine. And then we have island negative. I'll just slot that right in there. Move this crescent down here, right? And then this one, I don't know, let's bring that a little slower. And then we'll add another, like a positive moon over here. That's like, let's unlink it, make it like, no, not like that, this way. Wide. Oh, nope, that's rotation. Let's just bring it up here. Maybe move it over here. Okay. I don't know, let's just see how that plays, huh? So if I were to just pew pew, that did nothing. That's not good. Why did that do nothing? Wait, hang on. Island positive. That should do something. Hang on. What the heck? What the hut's it? Pew. Oh, do I have a... Wait. I think I have a negative charge right now. Is that what my train is? No, it's got a positive polarity. Okay, so that makes sense that it's going towards... Oh, wait. I think it's the same problem that we had before of just like... It's raycasting underneath the island. Pew. Where is this thing? Not in 2D. Oh, it's above it. Shite. Alright, crescent negative. That one should be fine, I think. Let's just set all of these to 0.5, eh? That'll do it. Okay. Pew. 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 This thing might be too early to test without the polarity stuff, I think. Let me also change. Get rid of these. Magnet force. Fuck it, we'll change to 0.5F. Man, there really is something about keeping Unity open for multiple hours that really just chugs it. God damn. It's crazy. Alright, yeah, that's too small. Yeah, I definitely need to restart Unity here. It's struggling, even when I just change one number in Visual Studio. Woof. Whoa. Wow, that makes a big difference changing the radius there. All right. 1.5F. And now I think I'm just gonna straight up close Unity and reopen it. Because this completing domain nonsense is nasty. Pew. What the fuck? Wait, I thought this was just the Nintendogs walking song. What's going on? Oh, it's fucking Silva Gunner. Son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. Alright, and now let's go to, I guess, train? Launch fields. Da.
Tell me, baby, are you wet? I just wanna get you wet. Drip, 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 drip. Tell me, mommy, can you drip?
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Drip, 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 drip. Tell me, mommy, can you drip? Drip, drip.
Hmm. Hmm.
No way. I've been sitting in my car, yes, now for days.
Fuck.
Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the left?
Did you check the toilets on the left?
Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the left?
Did you check the toilets on the left?
Did you check the toilets on the right?
Did you check the toilets on the right? In the rain or in the snow, you got the funky flow, but now you really gotta go.
All right, let's see here. We got 7 students right now making gifts on Jam. That's super neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. Okay. There's your game coming along, Pomo. Struggling a bit. I feel you. I feel you. We're going to be reaching a point where we're going to have to like play test and make some pretty significant changes, like some values and things to get things feeling the way that we want. We have kind of a general idea of how we want things to feel, but we're going to need to narrow it down in the near future, which might take some time and tweaking and discussions. But we'll get there. Okay. So if this current polarity equals, then we change it. want to think about how. You know what? Fuck it. We're making a controls manager. One class to handle all of the controls. Why I didn't do this initially, I have no idea. Does this need... I don't think this needs to be a mono behavior, actually. I think we can just make this a static class. The only thing that we would want is it's just set up. So now if we have this, I'll just do a real quick little setup here. How do I want to do this here? Mm-hmm. You want a nap? You can have a nap. It's right here. There you go. Oh, changing your mind? You gonna have a little walkabout? How you doing? Hmm? Okay. So we can add multiple actions to this thing, but what if I want to replace one? Or get rid of it? Hang on a sec, just grappling with input system stuff here. Does that work? Does that actually impact color context? Another huddle. Let's do this. So now when I do this, controls manager, add performed action. Wait. No, because we shouldn't have player controls here, so. Okay. Oh, maybe it's just, player controls, player map, launch, performed. Input action dot perform. Okay. Can I not just do like input action? Wait, I have a cat in my lap. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm missing out on viewers. What am I doing? Cat cam, go. Yes. 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 How's your dream going? Yeah, I think it's all right. I think I already mentioned that. I'm just trying to get a little bit fancy with this here. Performance, can I do it like that? Can only appear on the left or right hand side of a plus or minus. I see. Oh, I think I see now. That performs plus equals that. Does that work? Cannot implicitly convert type system.action to system.action in context. Okay. Oh, I think I see. Well, let's just grab Unity Engine input system input actions. Wait. Hang on. I need to get the whole kit and caboodle here. This. This might be a really jank way to do this too, but who cares? System action. Unity engine input system input action callback context. There we go. So now we can arbitrarily add or subtract actions, performed actions. Remove. From this thing. And we'll just have one class that controls all of the control stuff. Get rid of player controls here. Get rid of it from here. Do this instead. Launch field. What do we want to do with this? Does this even need to be? No, this does need. Well, does it? Yeah, this needs to be a model behavior at least. When do we want to add that action? Action, I wanna feel. Oh, this is about to get nasty. Let's just do this. Just making a static function that we can call from anywhere. Time to get hacky. Oh, we can't do that because launch train isn't a static function. Oh wait, we can get rid of this. We still need generate train, current train instance. Yeah, maybe we can do this. All right, fine. Just do that. Oh, we have an in progress thing here too. Oh, okay. Things just got more complicated. Okay, that's not bad. Do. So now when we generate a train, we don't need a reference to the current train instance, I don't think. We don't need a reference to this anymore. So we'll basically just shoot out one train and then disable our controls and hand them off to the train itself, which will be reversing polarity and stuff. So we'll just do this. Okay. And now, so we'll generate train and then we'll disable the controls. Okay. And then disable controls. Sweet. Then for the train, whenever it's awake, we're immediately going to enable the controls here. So we'll get rid of this. Get rid of this. Controls manager, player. Add performed action. There we go. And then we're going to go over here. Launch fields. It's no longer going to be this. It's just going to be that. This seems a little jank, but it's making sense to my brain right now, so we're just gonna roll with it. Okay. So now with this, get player map actions dot launch, I guess. I don't like that we're using launch there, but oh well. Change polarity. So now what we're going to have to do is when the train disappears, we'll want to re-enable these controls. Or do we just want to restart the scene? Hang on. First of all, I need to just determine when the scene restarts here. Let's. I wonder if I can just create empty kill zone. Kill zone. So we're gonna have a kill zone here. Boink, boink, boink. All it's gonna be is a sphere collider. That encompasses the entire play area here. And I'm pretty sure... I'll make it slightly larger just in case. I'm pretty sure this will still trigger like a an on-trigger exit. I hope. So for the train here... Actually, we need a tag for this. Right, kill zone, untagged, add tag, kill zone. Okay, so for the train here, private void on trigger exit. If other tag is equal to kill zone. We'll just restart the scene. For now, at least. Oh, is your little ear itchy? Get active scenes, get all scenes, get scene, get active scene. Gets the currently active scene. Okay. Sweet. So let's make sure that we add this scene to the build settings. So when you do chat movies with channel points, brought points reset per attempt like last time or nah? Wait, what? Channel points, bought points reset per attempt. I don't think we ever refunded channel points. Well, yes. Yeah, every time we spin the wheel, you'd have to spend points to increase your wedge. To give you some idea of how my jam is going, I'm raw dogging no... Dude, no, why? It takes like 5 minutes to set up like a Git repo, man. Okay, we already have that there. Cool. All right, let's see if this even works. First, I even need to check my controls manager. Oh shit! Right, I didn't add the right for it. Launch field, these in progress things. Right, we want right. There we go. All right, so these are still working, and now if I were to pew this thing out, all right, that on trigger exit's not working. Pretty sure my train is a rigid body, so that should be fine. Yes, it does. Does it not have a oh, it doesn't have a collider. Right. That's kind of funny. Man. I want to make sure that I deliver a build to the Ruds that they can playtest to actually get a good sense of what the gameplay is like. I don't want to cloud their bias with and have us make like some premature decisions on how to improve the game when not all of the mechanics are there. So I think adding an easy restart as well as the polarity switching is going to make a big difference in terms of deciding what we need to fix next. So I'm actually holding off on delivering them a build right now. All right. Killzone's not working right now. We'll kill Killzone for now, and we'll just have like R to restart. Easy enough. Do. Add an action, new action, restarts. Oh, come on now. Save asset, there we go. And then in the controls manager, just get rid of this. That should be fine. Oh wait, that on trigger X didn't trigger. It did trigger. Wait, shit. What the fuck? Did I fuck something up? Hang on. Is that actually triggering? One sec. Oh, unless maybe it got it from colliding with the... I wonder where it did it. The target? Is target a... No, the target doesn't even have any colliders on it, and neither does the launcher. All right, let's see if on trigger X it did actually trigger, in which case... Oh, it didn't. Odd. Okay. That's weird. I don't know why that was triggering. I'd say don't reset the bow wheel wedges because me and Diesel are about to drop mad stacks. The bot wheel wedges. Drop mad stacks just to get unlucky. Well, that's the gamble of it, boyo. That's the gamble of it. I still don't know exactly how we're going to be choosing movies. Whether it's going to be like we'll put everyone's movie on the wheel or we'll just put everyone's name on the wheel. Hang on, let me think. Does that even make a difference? Because everybody will just get one movie anyway. Or if it'll be like it's me, Jerry, Andrew, and Steven are on the wheel, and then chat gets its own wedge. And then if chat's wheel wins, then we spin for everyone's movies. I don't know yet. Reset. Cool. Okay. I think the train should be a trigger for now. Actually, it doesn't even really need a sphere collider right now, but it should be fine. Phew. Restart. Oh, yeah. Restart. No, I really do think that restart's kind of bullshit. We'll have the kill zones with W box colliders instead. So we'll get rid of this. Okay. I wonder, I don't think these colliders here need rigid bodies like the kill zone things. Pew. Naruhodo. Mm-hmm. No, they're all untagged. Kill zone. Actually, we can make these colliders just fine. There's no problem with that. And then we'll just change the train to a trigger for now. So it's not constantly bouncing all over the other things. Pew. And then it restarts. Okay, cool. Hmm. Okay. I wonder if this is doing what I would want it to do. I think it is. It could also be that, like, maybe the exponential curve of the magnet is too much. Or maybe like the max speed is too much, max velocity. Let's set it to like 5. like half of the actual max velocity. This is wild. Alright. I still think that magnet is a bit too strong. So let's set it to half of what it was. Okay, now it's not strong enough. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so I think maybe train. No, magnet scanner. Let's just double the raycast distance. Maybe let's lower the fidelity of the raycast. Let's turn it to like 10 instead of 20, because the more raycasts that hit, the more force is going to be applied to it. Oh boy. Okay. See, it's kind of neat though. Okay. I have an idea. So I want them to be able to manipulate. Oh wait, I got a message. Zoinks. What do y'all think of the feeling of this? We got a message from Grim here. I'll see what I can do. Not impossible, but I'll have to see how close I can get. Okay. So let's see here. We're gonna add some sliders to this. We'll want them to manipulate the magnetic force, magnetic radius, engine speed. What else? What else have I been fiddling with? Why do we still have this launcher here? We don't need that. Max velocity, okay. Yeah, so we'll want those to be static, or at least slidable. So what we'll do, so make a static class of global variables, and then I'll tie those to sliders in the game so that the Reds can sort of fiddle with it and see what they like. I think the engine is, yeah, that's currently 5. Stack max velocity is going to be equal to, I think, 5. Okay. So for this, we don't need anything for that, but we will get rid of these. And then this will be global variables, engine force. Max velocity, we did that, and then magnetic force is just gonna be here. Oh, we don't need this here, but at least not yet. Yeah, we might as well import the TextMesh Pro assets. All right. Hmm. Let's make this over here, and this will just be. TM Pro. Value dot. How do I round to 2 decimal places again? Math dot round this to math f dot. Okay. Cannot implicitly convert double to string, but we can explicitly do that. Okay. So now we'll have this value here. Okay. Fuck it, we'll just make this a little prefab, huh? And then get this shit out of here. Radius. All right, let's set these sliders up, hey? There we go. Debug canvas. Let's add this. Set magnetic force. Oh, I see. Shit. Magnetic radius. Engine force. Max velocity. Okay. This one is engine force. Do. This slider will be from 0 to 10. This one will be the radius, eh? 0.1 to, let's say, 3, honestly. Default's 1 for this one. Default's 1. Oh, I didn't put these on, did I? Value, settings, slider value. And then this just goes here, and we're all good there. Okay. This one, engine force, can go from like 0.1 to 10's fine, I think. And let's go 15, eh? But it starts at 5. Magnetic radius actually starts at 1.5. Oh, sorry, shit. Set it to 3. This starts at 1.5. This one, okay. And then maximum velocity. Yeah, this one can also start at 5. Okay. Wonder what happens if the scene restarts. I wonder if it resets the... It does reset the values. Okay. I don't want it to do that. I want it to, on this kill zone here, we're just gonna do this. This is some jank shit. Okay. Getting a little warm on me, girl. I might need you to get off in a bit. Oof. My earballs are hurting. What else did I say we could manipulate here? Max force, max exert, max distance, max force scales. Okay. Hmm. Oh, the polarity's not changing. That's odd. Oh, that's right. Okay. All right, now I think we just need a way to differentiate what polarity we're currently at. Train. What kind of material you got? Oh, you just have a sprite renderer here. Okay. I think I can work with that. That's maybe people are doing, huh? Actually, we can change this to just defaults, and then we'll set it to red when we launch it. Alright. Cool. You still in frame, baby? Yes, you are. Yeah, you're looking all pretty. Look at you. Ooh. Alright, that one's just not doing anything. What's going on with you? Golly. With the raid. Oh my god, I'm not in my main scene here. Shit. I missed it. Hello. Hello. I'm in the process of figuring out magnets. How the fuck do they work, huh? I don't know. Whoa. Oh, hey, that didn't look too bad. Okay, so then if I were to... Oh! Nice. Alertless, kind of dark. Oh, shit, I'm in the Discord overlay scene. There we are. Check this shit out. Ready? Oh, fuck. Oh! Oh! Hang on. Hang on. Nope, shit. I got this. Change polarity. Nope, too early. This, and bam! Nailed it. Okay, this is kaput stuff. How's your jam going, Gorley? You happy with your idea? Is it going well? Hang on. Let me capture that. I'm behind. I feel that, man. I feel that. I feel it. All right, let me see if I can get that set up again so that I can show the RUDs. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh shit. How did I get that one to work, man? Eh. It looked so good though. Ooh, okay. Okay, there it is. Boink. Alright, let's get a gift of that, hey? Oops, nope, not that. Gift cam. Do you just control the launch vector? You control the launch vector, and what you're gonna do after the little train thing is launched is you can hit the same button to launch it, that same launch button, but it'll change the polarity of your magnets. So you'll see at the end here when I shoot it, if I don't change my polarity, it just goes up like that. But if I do change my polarity at the very end, then it pushes me away from this same polarity thing, and I can hit the goal. See, so like you can kind of see it changing from red to blue, and we're kind of trying to figure out what the best settings for that are. So I made this little settings menu. I'm going to put a build together for the RUDs, and then we're going to try and figure things out in terms of how best to move things, because it seems a little finicky right now in terms of like, it's not the most flexible thing in the world. But hang on. Let me just record this. Pew. Drink. Stop. Save. Pew. Alright, now I should change this to WebGL, put a build together, and then I'll share the GIF and throw it to the RUDs at the same time, and then we can discuss. There's a lot of variables that we can change with this. WebGL, switch platform. Let's maybe change the default background too. I know Steven hates the default Unity box. You never know, Gorley. Steven could be cooking something up as we speak. And this is my cat Cam. She likes to sit on my lap while I work. She has been here for at least a few hours, even though I got up and grabbed lunch. She came right back. Alright, let's go to the camera here. Sam, thank you for the follow. Let you understand. We're well on our way to 600. They said it couldn't be done. We've averaged about 100 followers a year. But we're almost to 600 already. Camera for Cat is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I know where she generally likes to sit while I work. Oh, you got a little angle right there, girl. Bloop. So why not take advantage of it? Go for it, Gorley. See you around. Good luck with the rest of your jam. Okay, let's change this. Not skybox, just a solid color. And we'll make it like, I don't know, an orange or a brown, something that's easy on the eyes, hey? I'm asking for 75 follows in the past 48. Oh, man. Hell yeah, man. Get it. All right, let's build this up. Maggie Net. You don't see this on other streams. Well, I feel like most people's streams, their cat doesn't just sit still in one place nearby where you can set up a camera. I've seen some that have like a remote camera that they can use, and I've also seen some streams where like you can attach, so they have their pet cam attached to OBS, and they've also included like Twitch redeems where you can redeem channel points and have that camera shoot treats at the pet so that for them to eat. It's kind of neat. Oh, on the last time? Yeah, she wasn't she was chilling in her little carrier last night. It was late for her. Come on, YouTube. I believe in you. Don't be petering out on me now. There you go. I gotta love the wait time for an initial build. That's one of those sobering stats as a developer, is thinking about how much of your life has been spent looking at loading bars. Too much time. How goes the math? The math goes good. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts flashback, baby. Magnets are basically working. Now all we're gonna need to do is like sort of tweak the values. So like, how strong should the magnets be? How far away should they pull the player from? How fast should the player move? What should their max velocity be? So I set up a bunch of sliders. I'm putting together a web build to share with the RUDs. And fuck it, I'll share it in chat too. So people can play test it, give some feedback, see what probably works best. It's going to be a really basic thing. There's not going to be any sort of goal. The only controls are going to be A, D, and space. But you know what? That's all you need. Oh, this is stuff to test. New stuff. I don't want to know how much my time spent redoing a stage or level. Well, see, the thing is, for a developer, this is a big part of the process, is just compiling, building, watching this thing, because you can't do anything while this thing is building. Unity's just locked up and building. Can't edit files or anything like that, which makes sense. It's compiling them all together. But currently, this loading screen has been going on for 3 minutes and 45 seconds. You ain't getting those minutes back. You know. And this is just one build of hundreds that I've done in my years of game development. That's a sobering thought right there. Yeah, baby, do. Yeah. If you're lucky, sometimes you'll see her fall into a deep sleep and she'll start twitching. I don't want to know how much of my time spent redoing a stage or level. I know, but this is where you play those 3DS games. Oh my god, yeah. There's some pretty egregious loading screens in the 3DS games. What were the loading screens like on the 3DS Monster Hunter games? I have a couple of them, but I actually haven't played them. All of my Monster has been done on Monster Hunter Tri, Worlds, and Rise, honestly. And I don't remember what Tri's loading screens were like, but I can only imagine for something as powerful as the 3DS. 30 seconds. No, man. Like between zones, 30 seconds? Or like loading the map up for the first time, 30 seconds. Between zones is rough. DBZ had us rotating joysticks for like 15 seconds on PS2. Oh god. Wait, DBZ is in like a Dragon Ball Z game? Or loading up for the first time. That's not bad at all. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it should be less than 5 seconds if you're going between zones in Monster Hunter. Or we're gonna hit 6 minutes on this build here. Dude, when I first tried to do WebGL builds on my old laptop, the first build would take somewhere in the ballpark of like 20 to 30 minutes. It was like Budokai 2, if I recall. The loading screens, that interactive thing where you charge up the spinning. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I always like it when games have some sort of interactive element to their loading screens. That seems like some Mario Party shit though, where you'd totally wear out your palm by spinning it so fast. I'm telling you, Jet, people are crazy with this seamless shit. Dude, I'm telling you, like, my hot take is bring back loading screens. Or at least, I would prefer to see a nice looking loading screen over one of those segments where, like, you squeeze in between a gap in the walls. I've seen enough of that. It's just boring, and it takes me out of the game. Whereas, like, I don't know. I haven't, and maybe this is just the fact that I've been playing games since like the 90s, but I've never been particularly bothered by a loading screen, so I wouldn't mind seeing them come back. That being said, I'm not saying that we should just revert back to loading screens. I'm just saying I'm sick of seeing this squeeze between the gap and the wall nonsense. Do like literally anything else and I'll be cool with it, including just drop a loading screen in there, man. I'd rather see that personally. It is a take that has famously upset Roka deeply. Yep, here we go again. There he is. There he is. I'm shutting up, Roka. Don't you worry. All right, let's put together a build here, or a page. Oh, did I already zipped it? Already zipped it. Only 11 megabytes. Wow. No suggested donations, no payments, please. This will be played in browser. Oh shit, I forgot to set the dimensions. Oh fuck. We have to rebuild. I need to open up the player settings. Okay, let's see here. For WebGL, resolution and presentation, 1280, 720 should be fine. And then we will do, well, oh, a progressive web app. Okay, that's interesting. I think we do the default one though for full screen. I think that one's the fine one. We don't want minimal, I don't think. No splash screen stuff. Other settings we don't really need. We just need to make sure we have that resolution down. Well, let's just check to see if this is actually broken, or is it too small. Oh, it's insanely small. Wait, why can't I? Oh, hang on. I need to change this. 1280, 720. That's not the actual size of it, but we're going for it. There we go. Okay, so we can still full screen this. This is fine then. Okay, cool. If anyone would like to try out the game, I'm just going to be sharing it with the Ruds, but there's really not much there yet. You can press A and D to like rotate where you're going to launch the thing, and then you press space to launch and then space to change polarities. What we're doing right now is we're going to try and see if we can find a good balance of values here that makes the magnet mechanic seem sort of interesting, makes the polarity changing seem significant without like completely losing control of things. I think we're in a bit of a fuck around and find out sort of thing right now. We don't quite have the values we want yet. Okay, so let's share this with the Reds. I literally have no idea what your game is. So basically, you're shooting out a train and you're trying to hit a target. And after you shoot the train out, the only control you have is changing the polarity. So if you're the same color as a piece of like mass here, then you'll start to repel from it. If you're a different color, you'll be attracted to it. That's basically it. It's fucking magnets, man. How do they work? So that's basically it. And then you can fuck around with all these settings so that we can see what might feel good and what might not. Yeah, this is what I get when I'm left to my own devices for temporary assets, Rook. Okay. Let's share this with the Reds. Bazinga.
Bazoinka.
I'm assuming Andrew's still gone for food, yeah?
I believe so, yeah.
All right. Well, then he'll just miss out on the build is all.
Oh, no.
We have polarity switching in there. You'll see
Okay.
the little train head thing change like red or blue. I was having a bit of difficulty like really settling on some good settings. So what I did instead is I attached them all to some sliders for everyone to mess around with and see what might make it feel better. Like, do the magnets need to be stronger? Do they need to pull from further away? Does the train need to move faster? Like, we got a bunch of stuff that we can fiddle around with. Oh, also, I have a GIF.
A GIF?
Of a cool shot I did.
Oh, shit.
Pew. That GIF.
Whoa.
Yeah. I only had to change polarity once at the very end, but...
Okay. It's definitely like a bit of like a I don't know what's going on sometimes.
Yes.
Sort of vibe.
Yeah.
Like, oh fuck.
So, and I didn't necessarily like design this level to be interesting or anything like that. Sorry, I was burping.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
But you at least there's at least enough there to like sort of feel the magnet stuff.
Right. It's weirdly taking some getting used to the polarity change because once I do it once and I polarity change to get away from a blue and then I'm heading towards another blue and for some reason I want to do it again.
Same, yeah. I feel,
and it's
feel
just
it
like
too.
It's kind of break up my brain a little bit, but it's
right,
cool.
Right.
Oh,
fuck.
All right, I'm here. Seems like you have a test.
We have a
us.
test build. There's polarity switching, which is just going to be the same button as the launching, and I couldn't really like figure out the left and right controls are also control the slide. Oh, really? Oh, look at that. Well, I guess you just click off the sliders once you do that rook out. That just seems to be a random byproduct. So I couldn't really settle on like the right values to tweak to make it feel good. So I'm leaving it up to play testers and you guys and all of us and stuff.
I turn magnetic force to 10.
Do it.
Holy shit!
It makes it really strong.
Ah!
So like if we want to mess around with the values of these things, then we can maybe see what works the best. Change magnetic radius. I'll just turn it all to max. Holy shit.
Completely fucked.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
God.
I also didn't necessarily like design the most interesting level in the world, but
Oh, no,
I
that's
just threw
fine.
some like positives and negatives in there so you can kind of get a sense of how things kind of work.
Holy. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And then I
Yeah.
added a gif of a trick shot that I did just to prove to you
Oh,
that
yeah.
we can do cool stuff with it.
I guess the one downside of turning all the sliders up is since it starts in
It
red,
breaks everything.
I can't shoot at all,
Yes.
even if I like mash
And
it.
that was another thing of like maybe we want to add some sort of thing to like change what your initial polarity is. I don't know. Because otherwise, like if you want to like quickly have a negative polarity, you have to like double tap it, which doesn't feel like, you know, the best.
Yeah.
But also like I don't think we want to have too complicated of like a preparation process, you know? But I don't know. So I think we'll need to we'll need to fiddle around with these settings a little bit, see what feels good to where like the magnets feel interesting, but they don't immediately just like take over all of the movement and stuff.
Right.
Also worth considering, like I didn't put it in out of convenience, but don't forget when you like collide into one of these masses, you are
You
supposed to
blow
die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's chaos. Oh, but
And I don't think necessarily that you should be able to hit the target no matter where you shoot from. I think part of the process might be trying to figure out where the best place is to try and accomplish what you need.
yeah, I agree.
It could be pressing down equals one polarity, unpressed other. Oh, maybe if like the polarity is like a hold and release sort of thing. That could be something. All right, I'm gonna go with Rook's suggestion of the elite settings.
The what settings?
1337. Actually, though, it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, I think the max velocity is maybe too high in the elite settings, but we might want to consider like, I don't know, potentially having like a slower train, like max
Yeah.
speed wise, because it seems to get out of
Yeah.
That's what I
control
was
real
thinking.
quick.
And then you're just sort of just like panic trying to switch polarity,
Yeah.
but it's not helping. He's like fuck.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's funny when like you see it sort of like, especially with Thomas's face, like he changes
Yeah.
his mind, goes red, and he's like, "This way."
No. Oh.
Oh,
Whoa. Whoa, no. Oh shit, I accidentally turned on attraction to the thing that I was trying to avoid. Oh man, am I really gonna... Oh, I almost made it just like hitting the button and letting it ride.
really?
Not quite though. I also forgot to... Oh, I did! Oh shit! I forgot to lock the movements when you shoot it as well. So pretend that the target's gonna stay in the same position after you shoot it.
God.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to communicate really well because like your instinct right away is to like try and WASD this thing.
Yeah. We'll definitely need some UI elements that sort of explain how this thing is supposed to work.
I wonder if the WASD, like having your fingers on that, is what confuses me. Like if I clicked,
If it was if you oh I
because
see.
like when my thumb is on the space bar, my like fingers on WASD, and so like
So you kind
I
of
kinda
feel like
depart-
you're
my
you're kind
brain
of
tells
primed
me-
to move it
Yeah.
like a platformer sort of thing.
Yeah.
I also intentionally avoided putting anything in the direct center, but how do y'all feel about the being
Aiming
forced
through the
to
center?
being forced to shoot through the center every time sort of thing? Does it feel
It hasn't been a thing that's upsetting me yet.
Okay.
I think it's mostly my brain trying to figure out the like. It's so simple, the single click. Like I feel like I'm missing something.
okay?
I don't know if that's just because I'm thinking of the WASD right now instead of the single click.
Sure.
I'm actually wondering if the different polarities should be like different buttons, like
Oh yeah,
instead of a single click. If that's what freaks me out, because
maybe.
like if I know like if it was like A and D
Mhm.
was like red and blue or whatever.
Roka also suggests maybe like left and right click to have left and right click to have a positive or a negative shot, and maybe you could have like left or
interesting.
right click to change the polarity.
That always-
perhaps.
Could do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. So like you could hold left or right to like launch your boy, and every time you click left click, it's always positive, and every time you click right,
Yeah,
it's always
because then that'll feel better because you know, like, all right, if I'm getting close to a blue, I hit right click. If I'm getting close to red, I hit left click. Instead
Yeah.
of trying to remember what polarity you are and.
Yeah. Yeah, I
that's
think
happened
maybe
to me.
that sounds like we could lower the mental load just by associating the polarity with left or right click rather than having them remember exactly what polarity they are. So even if they are red and they want to, oh man, I want to be red polarity right now, and they're already red, they don't realize it, they can just hit the red thing and it'll be fine for them, you know. That's a good point, Medusa. My first set, my right hand is on the arrow keys and they don't rotate. That's an easy fix. We can just add those inputs. I think arrow keys for rotate, then W for launch, A negative, B positive. Yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe we could have everything on the keyboard. We can experiment with that. Or Q
I think
negative.
that's gonna be a
positive.
key part. Is
I
like
think separating the
what
polarity
feels
changes to
natural.
two buttons
Yeah,
regardless.
let
is a
me
good idea.
let me do that right
Let me do that
now. Do is train. Positive polarity. And then I'll also add for left and right here. Left arrow.
Yeah, I definitely think a slower train is the play.
I think so too.
Huh.
It's gonna be a little bit too chaotic to even like wrap people's heads around.
Right.
Well, that's why I kind of like the charge thing, because I can click it. It's gonna be like you're definitely not gonna just get it the first time, unless you're, I don't know, maybe you figure everything out really well. But it's one of those things where once I like have a path, then I'm gonna like full launch it and try and time my polarities, like as long as the forces are actually relevant at that speed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How can I? There we go.
So if I gotta take like, depending on how the levels are, how complicated the levels are, it'll take people some experimenting to get through them. For sure.
Yeah. Oh my god, why can I not? There we go. Mouse. And then left button. There we go.
I just hope that the like sort of seemingly random vectoring sometimes doesn't get too frustrating.
The seemingly random vectoring where
Well,
it comes
I'll be
spazzes
going
out.
towards the surface, and I'll just be like, oh, okay, I'll bounce off of that, and then I'll go the complete wrong direction. Of like, shit. Like I'll go like left instead of right or something.
Ah, I see.
And it's just kind of, you really have to kind of know where you're going. It's very easy to get off course.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit, hang on. Save asset. Let's go back here. So instead of this,
I think we can also make the train like just smaller. And if we make it slower, make it smaller.
Okay.
So it doesn't.
Yeah.
I think just scales of things will also help feeling like you're not desperate for a move.
Hang on.
And then we'll have to be a little generous with the bounding box of the target, because once you get past a certain point, it's like you could just be off just enough on the angle, and then you just don't get it, sort of deal.
Right. Let's see here. Let's see here. Disable controls. Open. Okay. Do. Alright, hang on, I'll make the train a little smaller. And also that. Okay, I think. Let me also add debug canvas text. You, text message pro. Controls. Actually. Do polarity. Polarity. Launch.
Is it possible to like increase like the minimum radius that this thing could turn? Like basically its turning radius is like really big, so it can't make really super tight turns.
Right. Kind of. Not necessarily related to like the turning radius though, but it just depends on well, yeah, actually. I can tweak some things. Yeah. Launch negative. Train. This generate train. Okay. Initial launch here. Ahí, caramba, launch. Um, come on. Input action, not callback. Input action. Callback context. New. Yada yada yada. Negative. Change to negative. Okay. Rotate shit. Actually. And then that should be fine. All right. Throwing together another build.
Okay.
Nope.
Where is Maggie net? There it is. Lodi. Welcome, Medusa, to the Discord. And I'm sorry.
You're gonna regret it.
You made this decision yourself, so we don't take
I
responsibility.
also feel like I want to be
for it.
rotating more and having it do something. Not sure if a quick adjustment there, but rotating only be relevant once at launch might have a different setup. Oh yeah, the target. Yeah. No regards. You say that. So if the goal had zones kind of like a bullseye along the ring. Oh, I see. I see.
So you can still technically, like, you want to aim for a perfect shot, but you don't just fail.
Right. Yeah.
not
It's
getting a
it's not
perfect
like a
shot.
binary you win or you lose sort of thing. Yeah.
Right.
That might be good actually.
Make it a little bit more accessible to people.
Yeah. Well, I'm throwing up the or once this thing builds, I'll be throwing up the one that has like polarity maps to the left and right mouse button.
Cool.
And you'll also be able to launch an initial positive or negative by clicking the left or right mouse button.
Hell yeah.
So, and there's a slightly smaller train.
Yay.
Yay! Small train, small train.
Going through the items is making it harder to gauge the gameplay. Some kind of visual indicator as polish could be cool, like a subtle radius indicator. Yeah, we'll definitely have some sort of indicator that you're being affected by magnetic forces for sure.
Where you're being pulled.
Yes. So right now we kind of just have to imagine it,
Right.
which also might be making it more difficult to plan ahead and stuff.
No,
That could be true.
like, not having feedback
Yeah,
or
yeah.
I
information.
don't know when the thing is gonna start. There we go, I guess. When it's gonna start pulling or pushing.
Yeah, that's probably going to be an important one.
Mm-hmm. The first time I
Curious
built
to
this,
see
it
what
took, the first time I built this, it took 6 minutes. So hopefully it will build faster this time.
Build faster.
6 minutes.
6 minutes, and there's not even that much in here, which is kind of blowing my mind.
A lot of math.
Not really. I mean, math is math. You can fit that shit into like a kilobyte.
Jared's remembering a quote from his favorite movie, Incredibles 2, when they were joking
Math
about
is
new
math.
math.
You can't change math.
Wow, I'm surprised you remember anything from that movie.
I remember that because it was in the trailer.
There you go.
I remember trailers more than I remember movies.
I finished.
Did it?
Prove it.
Sec. I did not even test it before I built it, so hopefully it works.
Ooh.
Get your hopes up. When you upload, do we just refresh this webpage?
Yep, I'll let you know.
Yarr. I'm just gonna refresh
That's
until you let me know.
that's the beauty of the web build, baby.
I'm webbing it.
web build.
Save, go. It's up.
It's up.
Run game.
Click a nader.
Click a what?
Excuse me. Oh God. Something tells me that's not right.
Yeah, I think you are. Whoa, hang on. Oh.
Oh, that I can release multiples?
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, you
yeah,
definitely shouldn't be able to release
Whoa!
multiples.
Well, I had like something fucked up when I
Oh
first
shit.
full screened it, so it was just constantly firing. I couldn't stop it. But
Yeah, hang on, but it'll still fire a new one whenever you change
Holy
polarities.
shit.
Let me just fix,
Oh.
let me just
turn that
Oh,
maximum
that.
velocity all the way
Let me
down.
just fix that real quick.
Anytime you switch
Aw.
polarities, it's just a different one. Whee!
I love it. It's like an army of little Thomas sperm.
Holy shit.
Oh, whoops.
The
I
germ.
fucked something up here. Hang on.
No, go the other way, asshole.
Okay. I'm firing like heat-seeking missiles. It's kind of satisfying.
Just mashing them. I
How
mean,
many
we could
trains
make
do
this like a no. Well, that would we would basically have to nix the whole polarity switching thing. But we could make this like a pachinko thing where you just fire off a bunch of balls and see where they go
Oh.
magnet wise.
Like, especially when you have a bunch and then switching their polarities all at the same time is very interesting.
Yeah. Unfortunate thing is, now my spaceship is okay. Never mind. We're good. It got locked down until like I guess the first one got done or something. I don't know what's going on.
Hang on. What's going on here? Remove for formation. Oh shit.
Oh, in a roundabout way, I made it to the target, so that counts, right?
Okay. That should be better. Let me put together that build.
Launch train. Launch train.
At the launch train, mash it, mash it, mash it, mash it, mash it, mash it.
Mash it, mash it,
Yeah,
mash it.
mouse clicks on laptop super awkward now, by the way. Yeah, I imagine it is. That's usually why I try to avoid mouse-based controls if someone plays on a touchpad.
That's
It fucks them
true.
up.
That's true. Get a mouse for your laptop, Medusa.
Blame it on the user.
I mean, the good news is with this
User
input
error.
system that we're using, I can just add 2 more buttons that map to the exact same logic as changing polarity. So I can add just like Q and E or something, and then somebody can still play on a keyboard and stuff.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
build is
It
killing
has-
Discord.
uh,
Ready?
Almost done building.
I mean, this is making me think like this is like the movie Wanted, curving bullets.
There you
And
go.
if you're just shooting a bunch of them at the person across from you, and there's just obstacles in between you, and every time you move, they're moving like with you. So like,
But now you can't move when you shoot one. So
Haha.
or you shouldn't.
if
You
I
shouldn't
keep
be
it-
able to.
I'm
You won't in
immobilized
the next build.
momentarily. Okay. Raw.
So, for our entire streaming career, we have averaged approximately 100 followers per year.
Hell yeah.
It is currently March, near the end of March, and we are at 556 followers this year.
What?
So we are already more than halfway
like
to our yearly
double.
goal.
Don't worry,
Hey!
it'll die down after Ludum
It'd be
Dare.
good to experiment with a larger circle so there's more negative space. Yeah, that's the thing is like we could, but we're going to be limited by the camera's FOV, right? So that's something that we'll have to sort of figure out is if we want more negative space or maybe just like smaller obstacles. I don't know,
You just-
because
you-
I do
you just
think
have
that
to
it
make
is a little
everything
crowded.
smaller.
I think it's a little crowded with the boys all blobbied up here. I don't
Yeah, we'll
think
have to
it's
play with
actually
the
possible
scale.
to do the slingshot around the crescent with just a single polarity, which is why I decided to like add the polarity switching before putting together the build, just to see if we can
Oh, okay.
do some shit like that.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Maggie fix itch dashboard. Maggie net. A nice easy breezy 11 megabytes, baby.
Oh,
My kind of numbers.
All right. Well, it's because we don't have any assets in it yet, except for my shitty sprites. All right, it's up.
Hallelujah.
Pew.
Magnet.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. I accidentally hit the target without even realizing it.
Oh, nice.
Like a genius.
Oh, oh.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm gonna crank down that maximum velocity.
Yeah.
Meow. Oh, that is unfortunate. Now that we've now that I've mapped it to clicking, it also shoots out one when you change the slider.
Oh.
Oh.
Pew.
Oh.
Oh fuck. Come on, come on. Oh shit. Oh boy.
Oh, don't go that
Shit.
way.
Force 3.5, radius 1. Oh wait, hang on. Force 3.5. Radius 1. Force 7. And then max velocity 4. Ooh, max velocity 4. Big time, eh?
That's
Alright, let's
a
see.
spooky number.
That is a spooky
Bold.
number. Whoa. Oh, you like it fast and crazy. It's hard to get it to win, but it feels like it feels good. Okay, okay. That's fair enough. Oh boy. Oh, oh god. Oh god. Yeah, and that's where you might be right, Andrew, if like maybe having the like a charge shot would be good, so like people can shoot to their tastes.
Yeah, if you want to go faster, because there is like maybe points to be earned by going faster, depending on how we do that.
Oh fuck. Shit, shit, shit. Fuck. Hang on. Oh. God damn. This is going fucking fast. Oh wait, max velocity 4. I set it to 6. Right? Yikes.
6.
It was like
Holy-
5. Oh, I didn't realize that I was still changing the slider because of
Oh,
I clicked on it and then moved it around. Okay, let's try this now. Oh shit. Shit. Whoa, 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 whoa.
oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh.
this don't feel too bad. Oh shit. No, no.
Uh,
Positive, negative. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, shit. Fuck. Oh, I'm all kinds of a mess right now.
Oh no.
a mess.
Oh, Dennis, what a mess.
Oh man. So easy to just like double back on yourself.
Yeah. Oh shit. This is where I was like, I don't know why anything is happening. Some visual indicator of nice. Yeah. Maybe that'll be the next thing we do. Oh shit. Oh god.
Yeah, because a lot of this feels like the game is autonomous.
Uh-huh.
Just needs either more feedback so you know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah. Hmm. Mag Force could probably go down with these sets and engine force tweaked. Yeah. Yeah, the magnetic force seems a little strong. Okay. Cat in my lap is starting to make me sweat. Time to hit the AC.
Get out!
I like Roka's idea of maybe making it require less precision.
That's hopeful.
Yeah, and having like a score value associated with it, because we could also manipulate like how wide those zones are on a level-to-level basis. It's kind of this thing where like gravity effects but push-away effects are less intuitive. Yeah.
I think that's part of this is like my brain's also telling me that it's like orbital kind of. Like it's attractive to everything.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So it really is this thing where like it's so simple that like you don't realize you are missing information until things aren't going the way you expect it to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Would it be
So it's like how-
possible to have some sort of effect that can be like a like a shader effect, so we don't have to make a bespoke one for each object, but like the outline of each object has like a sort of semi-transparent field around them that have like arrows pointing either towards them or away from them, depending on the ship's or on the train's current polarity. So like if it was a red polarity, then the red objects will have like arrows that look like they're pointing into the red objects to imply like attraction, and the blue objects will have like arrows pointing out of it. Does that
So
make
it would
sense?
switch whenever you switch polarity.
Yeah.
So
Does that make sense what I'm saying?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
It seems like something that might be difficult to like generically do though, without making a bespoke one for each
Yeah. I mean,
object.
each object will have. I already can make just like basically a flat mesh around each like perimeter that'll be flat, and then I can run a texture through there with like arrows like pointing or something like that
Yeah.
in and out depending on it. We just gotta switch the material, but
But would that make it better, I wonder?
maybe. And if that was like the radius, it was like matching that.
Mm-hmm.
That would be kind of hard to. I would have to know like the exact units that the
Yeah.
radius is going out and what that relates to, and
Yeah.
just like some sort of actual real world unit that I could remake.
The thing is that the magnetic radius is actually coming from the train head itself. That's like the length of all of those raycasts. I think that might be able to translate to the same distance for each of the objects, though. Like visually, that might still make sense. And that distance, I believe, default right now is like 1.5 meters. I think that's the default unit of measurement for Unity.
Yeah, so I just need to make sure that all of my objects are like real world size, but then if I want to scale and do anything like that, then the radius is off.
Yep. Okay. I wonder if it does actually have to follow the radius, or if it's enough for them to have like a generic glow to them that shows that can show those arrows.
Right.
But yeah, it's hard to say.
Think about that, yeah.
It's hard to say what the issue might be, if it's a gameplay issue or like a readability issue currently.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How would all convex objects work? What do you mean by all convex?
No negative shit, like all circles basically.
Aren't those Oh, yeah, I always confuse convex and concave. It would probably work the same. In terms of like its confusability. I don't think the internal grooves of these things are necessarily like
Really changing the gameplay.
Would things would definitely be different. Would they be better if you only die if you leave the circle, and if you collide with something, instead you kind of just like roll around on it until like you decide to like change your polarity? So then maybe you can like more
You can intentionally
like
leapfrog
set
to,
yourself
to
up and like
magnets.
leapfrog them. Yeah.
Hmm.
Because you're still gonna have the engine force, which is the force that
It's
constantly
still
pushes
pushing
the
you
train
forward.
forward. So it's not
Right.
like you can like tuck yourself into a corner and think
would
about
just
what you're
be
gonna
like,
need to do next. You're always gonna keep moving, but at least you won't immediately die when you hit an obstacle.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You could ride a curve if you needed to.
Right.
Or
Because
if-
we're not even playing with like where you die. So
Yeah, and like
I have a
your
feeling if we were dying right now,
if you were dying right now, like you would not survive like 2 seconds.
Right.
I will say compared to what we have now, that's better.
I think so too.
hmm
And I have accidentally like enabled that before. It does kind of make like a neat pattern when you like outline the shape of like when you just like round the curve of one of these like convex shapes, and it just like
Oh,
puts
yeah.
the train around there. It's kind of neat. So yeah, I mean I can try and I think it's just a matter of me changing a check mark here.
But to have collision on these,
Yeah.
And yeah, I think I'm gonna steer away from doing anything outside the bounds of the objects, and if I can have a way to indicate arrows inside, I might be able to do that. But I'll have to look at it and see.
Oh, shit, but
There won't be any like glowing edges or anything like that. It'll be like, I mean, it'll be around the edge of the object, I think, but it'll have to be like still within the bounds of the object.
and what if it was
I'll have
just
to see
like
how visible I can make it as well.
it could just be like a 2D sprite above this thing, like not necessarily like a arrow shader.
2D sprite of like. we
Well,
still
like,
have to have,
either
like, the
either
shapes of it, I
some
think.
some symbol of like this thing is pulling or pushing.
I mean, that's easy to do. We just like kind of change the color of the whole island or something. Or I guess I don't know what you mean by like
Well, the arrows are supposed to indicate like whether or not this thing is pushing or pulling you in, right?
red.
And y'all are talking about having like a shader effect that goes around the border of it.
mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, like,
it could
you
just
don't
be-
necessarily do that. You could just have an icon that changes above, like a single icon above each shape that changes to either be pushing or pulling.
Thomas I've had the Thomas the Tank face on my
Just
Unity, just
staring into Twitch.
staring into the void of chat for this whole time. Hang on, let me just okay, cool.
Yeah, I wonder if
Mobile
would it
is-
make more sense to the player if the islands changed colors, as if like this is a push away from you, this is a pull towards you sort of thing, instead of those staying the same color, and then you thinking that you need to like
Oh.
match them.
Maybe.
So you change the polarity of the world instead of
Right.
yeah, and so
on
red
the
will
same button,
always
so, like,
be
split
push,
between
blue will always
Red
be
will
pull
always
or
be
something.
push. Yeah, and then it's maybe it'll be easier to
That
wrap your head
actually
around.
maybe.
Yeah,
I think so actually.
I think that would be helpful.
Let me hang on. I'm putting together the build with the collision and stuff.
Okay.
So you can just kind of see how that feels. That might be the next thing that I try and change up as well, because I do think one of the problems is that there's too much. Things happen fast, and there's too much that the player needs to like keep in their heads to make like a intentional decision. And so if we can minimize that a little bit by having some, universal.
Ooh.
Oh, can you not hear me? I wonder.
Sorry, I'll just keep talking this way.
That's okay. Just keep talking. Dude, these shapes look like Lucky Charms. As soon as I see that blue crescent,
Oh, the blue moon shape.
everything becomes
These are
Lucky
pretty
Charms.
Lucky Charms.
I'm seeing Lucky Charms. English.
It is exactly when you built Jared, if you can hear us.
All right, cool.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, my back already.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
neat.
sir. I think it's just like it struggles through the beginning of it or something. I don't
That's
know.
so weird.
It's spooling up.
What's Medusa saying? Lose some novelty with the setup's mastery level. So like as people get good at it, it would not feel good anymore. Get
Maybe.
better.
It would be the equivalent of, I guess, like lowering both the floor and the ceiling. But I do think we need to lower the floor at least a little bit.
The floor needs to be lowered, I think.
Well, let's start with just whatever entry level like makes the game more playable, and then I think we
Yeah.
can kind of cross the like how do we advance?
We could make it
the
harder
play.
in other ways rather than it just being like,
For
I don't
sure.
know what's going on.
I don't think we'll have much trouble making this game hard.
No.
Just increase the speed.
Yeah, I mean right away.
I don't know. What did you just see, Jerry?
Jerry?
Saw nothing.
That could mean a lot of things. Keep building, 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 building.
What?
Build is done. Let me upload it.
John Building.
John building. Magnet send to this. Maggie collide.
What happens when magnets collide?
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Latest builds. And then we'll just pin this. Boink. Alright, new build up.
New builds.
A second build has hit the website. I'm sorry.
That's dumb. That's ding ding ding. Ding ding.
Is it also maybe kind of just like, are we leaning too heavy into the magnets thing of like, does it just make inherently more sense that like same colors would be attracted to each other?
Yes. We don't
Yeah.
need to be. We don't need to, because especially we're ditching the magnet thing, kind of like
Yeah.
not the forces and like pushing and pulling.
Right. It doesn't have
That's
to be
true.
a magnet. So like it kind of does make more sense to me that blue would go
Red.
to blue.
Red goes to red, blue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
you
we
know?
can do that. Fuck
Yeah.
magnets, dude.
Fuck magnets. How do they work?
Although in Trump's America, he's not going to like the blue magnets going to the blue magnets.
That is true. That is true. As the
I definitely think letting you collide with it is just like way better.
I think so
It-
too.
it's much more manageable. Like
Yeah.
I,
And
It's
it,
like,
and
I-
it does
yeah,
make
maybe,
some
like,
like
crashing
visually
into shit,
pleasing little like patterns and shit too.
Yeah, could easily make
Yeah.
a penis.
Oh, easily.
oh, we can make a penis.
But you can't necessarily like ride them and cheese the collision, you know?
No,
So
don't think
it's not
so.
like it's a game changer, but it's not a game breaker,
there's something kind of like platformy about it, actually.
right? Like
as
you're kinda
ride it,
trying
and
to
then you, like,
navigate it
jump by changing your.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can
It's
aim for little
actually-
scoops, and then you're like, all right,
Yeah.
if I scoop off this,
This is basically like that third idea that Jared had, where like you change the polarity.
Oh,
to, like,
right,
go from
yeah.
platform to
yeah.
platform.
But that one had like gravity to it, and that's like the only
Yeah.
that would be like the big thing.
I
Like,
almost did something.
and
really
this
cool.
this at least has like a constant force being applied to it, whereas you would kind of have to try and find the momentum on like a platformer level. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, I almost did something cool too. Maybe we can find a way to encourage that.
Encourage cool things.
We're still gonna try to have little like things that you're trying to collect.
Oh,
little,
yeah.
and stuff.
Do you mean like encourage colliding with stuff?
Or just like some sort of trick shot thing. If you feel like you're doing something pro gamer worthy,
Yeah.
just be like, oh, like if you happen to have like a brief little pop shove it moment, those are important to highlight.
Oh. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this is already feeling more
It feels
more
a lot-
playable.
And I think my next change, I'm just gonna do it right now.
The
Same
colors.
colors go together.
Yeah.
I'm
Let's
flipping.
do
I'm
it.
flipping
I
it.
agree. I'm flipping it.
It's just like a mental hiccup the whole time.
It really is because
Flip
it's something you're
it,
like,
yeah.
all right, on the opposite. It's definitely just
We're just
Yeah.
gonna slowly
it
shed
forward.
the magnet parts of this.
listen. The
and
magnet was
then
just-
we'll have the actual good stuff. So it's for the
Yay.
best. There you go. Okay, so
your magnets.
scan for magnets, and then where is the calculate magnet force? That's fine. Yeah, I think I literally just switched two characters, and then it'll change.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Oh well, colliding on the items changes everything in a good way, Medusa.
This changes everything.
Now I hate it.
Yeah.
Well, now I don't mind like the fast speed because I'm like,
Right.
I
kind of want some kind of fast speed because it just makes it a bit more arcadey and exciting, you know.
right?
Yeah, I like the higher pace. So
Yeah.
as long as there's ways to sort of like neuter the speed as you're playing, I think we're good.
Oh, this is feeling pretty good actually.
Already.
It's so much easier to think about, and then I'm suddenly
Just-
starting to kind of intentionally do shit,
Just let your
jumping
brain
from
chill a
one little
bit.
platform to another sort of thing.
Oh hell yeah!
Dude. This train's gonna be off the tracks.
And I do think it might be worth making a target zone or like target zones. They don't even need to be connected, honestly. Like they
Yeah.
can if they're like it's just like one solid thing, and then the closer you get to the center, the more points they're worth. But I don't know.
Like
Okay.
for the target zones.
Yeah. If we want
Like
to
they
just
could be
assign like point
disconnected.
values to them, yeah.
Yeah.
And even if they're disconnected, they'll still rotate with the ring, so they'll always be in different positions depending on where you shoot from. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I kind of like that concept.
And it's building again.
'Cause-
There you go.
Damn it!
Red is blue, blue is red. Don't be red, cause red ain't blue.
It's better than
No.
say I don't feel like reading it. And you'll be saved.
And we
Once you can find like a good line, you can just kind of like let it go, and then you kind of just perfect it after that. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
yes.
I like what you said about that line because you know what it reminds me of is that was a pretty common design concept that the developers of the Tony Hawk games had.
Oh,
Of
Mr.
just like
Hawk.
setting up lines to like combo tricks together and shit.
Mm.
Yeah.
So if it kind of feels even 5% like that, that'd be pretty badass.
Get Tony Hawk involved. Like, come on.
Dude, we should add some. You know what? I'm gonna contact Fables and say, fuck it all, we're doing ska.
Yeah.
it's ska.
This,
is
actually
Pop
turned out
Shove
to
It
just
too.
be Pop Shove It 2, baby.
Oh, don't make Pomo come like that.
Interesting.
I think I'm just gonna screenshot this message from Andrew that just no context says, yeah, I'd also like to avoid black.
I thought about saying black, sir, but I thought that was too
Probably
damning.
better that you didn't do that.
Boom, 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 boom. I can't
Yeah, I like
believe
this being able to collide because it also
Yeah.
means like if you're good, you could still not hit it to get like faster,
right.
but have this like sort of training wheels / like comfort zone of being able to ride the surfaces and then hopping around.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me upload this new build here. I can't believe we
And you-
used to do game jams where we didn't build once
Oh.
until like the last day. Jesus
even fucking
Christ. We get a little bit better each jam.
Yeah.
New build just dropped.
Hey yo.
It-
Yo.
I only played it for a couple of seconds, but it immediately made way more sense to me.
Yeah, I have a feeling. Well, I need Medusa to speak up and say whether or not they like the change or not. Yeah. All right.
Oh. Try up in the magnet force to like 3 or 4 and play around with it.
Ah. Ah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
It's kind of neat.
And then you just like, boop.
Whoa! That man, you actually
Yeah,
okay.
you really just like
you
go.
actually
I'm-
ride the objects.
I'm feeling it
this
now.
Is fucking pop shove it, baby.
I'm feeling it, dude. Especially with these curves, that's some good shit. That's
hell yeah, dude.
Ooh, I just got a pop shove it shiver. That's feeling
Oh,
good. That's
hell
feeling
yeah, dude.
good.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh,
Okay.
I think we found something.
Now I'm into this. This is cool.
Oh, yeah,
Holy
because you
shit.
can kind of like jump off of these things too because the magnet force is so strong.
You
This
just
is
made
definitely more
Mario
like
Galaxy.
platform. Yeah, this is definitely just like
This
a
is just
platform now, but you know
this is a
what?
platformer.
Oh, hang on.
I like it.
I'm gonna do something sick.
Do it.
Oh! Is that
What'd you do?
Stream open? Oh,
Holy shit! I just saw that.
Wasn't that
God
sick?
damn.
Wait,
Hang
hold
on.
on.
Let me see if I can do it again.
I think I'm behind.
Wait. Hang on. Let me try it again.
Oh.
Woo!
Oh, okay, like that half pipe move there.
The old
The whole
scooper.
thing.
Yeah,
Ooh!
yeah. The full half pipe.
That's pretty fucking sick.
This is like a skate park now. This is Pop
Right?
Shove It too.
Right? Oh.
What the fuck?
I think I'm
kidding?
feeling it.
I'm gonna try to make it to where you collide with yourself, you die, or is that just like fucking who cares at this point?
I don't know. We could try.
That could be an interesting like limit on like not you just going like all over the place.
I
without
would say
any-
as long as it doesn't kill the Tony Hawk ass fun we just accidentally discovered.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
This train is gonna look ridiculous too. Well, now with this, you can definitely stay here longer.
Yes.
Like now, you could spend a ton of time in a level.
And I think that's probably for the best, you know.
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
Because even with I literally didn't think about designing this level at all. This is fun to play around with.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm into this. Well, now this makes me think, Steven, for our shape design, like we design shapes intentionally to do stuff like this.
I mean,
It-
kind of,
it's-
yeah.
It's literally making like skate park shapes, like ramps and stuff, scoops. Damn.
What
that's
a
fun
literal game changer, man! Holy
That's
shit!
actual game.
And
changer.
really, all I did
you just
between
turned up
this.
the magnet force.
Well,
right?
sure, I just turned up the magnet force, but what ended up being, I think, the biggest game changer was just matching colors to colors so that you know what to click when you want to do things. That's
That
literally the
is
only
it.
thing that's different between this build and the one that you guys were just playing.
That's a
And it's
huge
so much
difference.
easier to process that. Oh my god. I'm having fun now.
Oh, fun.
That's oof. This is a great moment here, man.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Around town. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Ooh, I like that.
I think honestly, if we just keep the tail not super long on this,
I think
then
that's
we won't
fine.
work with the collision thing.
Yeah.
I'm finding myself never really turning my ship.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's because I'm focused, or my like rotating this. Maybe it's because I'm just focused on just like clicking stuff right now. But
I mean, like I feel like you'll probably want to find like
You find a good spot.
one
and then you're
spot
like,
to
"Alright,
start doing
go."
some trick shots, and then maybe we can incentivize shooting from different spots somehow. Like,
you think it would make a big difference if you, instead of rotating your player around here, you rotated the map and kept your player in the same spot? Since you're not your player, like you don't really need to move your player ever. It really is just like where you're shooting into. I feel like moving the world might be more intuitive.
Would that?
How difficult would that be to try?
So we would always have the
Like you're always like left to right. or
the
something
target
like that.
will always the target and the player will always be in like the same spot.
Yeah, well, at least the player would be, or at least like for each level, like wherever you start is where you're gonna always be. So whether that's top, down, left, right, whatever. But like when you rotate, it's just the map.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be hard to do. Is there? Do you not think there's anything very novel about like starting your little pink trail from like different starting points and stuff? I think you can make like a better variety of like weird drawings and shit. But sorry, what was the main reason that you wanted to have the world?
The main
rotate
reason
instead?
is I don't feel myself really engaging with the
rotation thing.
the variety of moving my player.
I see.
Like moving where I start, but I wanted to see if I would be more interested in moving the map. Like,
okay,
because when I'm moving my player, I don't know. For some reason, I'm not thinking too much about the map.
I see. Okay,
It's not. It's my least favorite part of this right now. So I'm trying to think. Is there a way to make this more interesting?
make it more like Pop Shove It.
Yeah.
The more it can be like Pop Shove It, the better, I think.
I think I really think we're gonna make Pomo buy a new pair of underwear.
Let's call it Train Shove It.
Train Shove It. Oof, oof. Yeah, hang on. I can see if I can do the world rotation thing.
If that's a fairly simple thing to try, it's just a curiosity of mine.
Yeah.
Because now that the gameplay is feeling good, I want to see if like the start of it can feel good too.
I love just orbiting around the crescent moon. You just kind of like.
Oh, it feels good,
hops
man.
on it.
Yeah. And the fact that you do kind of like launch yourself off of like the tip of it is dope.
Yeah.
Oh, the half pipe effects are
It's
so
definitely
good.
like there's some
Yeah.
like timing stuff that you got to get used to, but even if you're fucking it up, it still feels fine.
Yeah.
Damn. Just actually good.
Mm-hmm.
Sick.
Getting soft locked circling a shape. Can you get
Right
soft
click.
locked?
Ha-
That's
Just
right
change your
click.
polarity.
Yeah.
You'll fly off.
Left or right click and you'll fly right off. Rotating isn't working at that point, so hard to tell if my controls are. If left and right click aren't working for you, like it should pop you off of it because we don't want players rotating.
Oh, did they set magnetic force to 4?
I don't know.
Mine's at 3.
Oh, they got it. They got it.
Okay.
I want to outline all the shapes. Yeah.
Private
My little banana.
objects.
Little banana.
Just the tip. Exactly, Brother Shane. You know. You got it.
It's the tip.
It's the tip.
Oh, you're not only are you
You're-
using
you're
a
left
laptop,
clicking
you're
the
using a Mac.
That's your
Oh.
problem. You're using
You
a
know
Mac.
what?
They don't,
You're
they don't know
using-
how
this
to
is
have
all-
multiple buttons.
Hang on, no, this is all great. You're a
That's
great
just good
playtester. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
We
because
don't
a lot of
usually
people
get
are
people
gonna
playing on Mac, so it'll tell us a lot.
I mean, we can definitely. I feel like we can entertain.
It's
Doing
literally a
keyboard
tiny. I just add a couple of variables to the input settings, and it'll
Yeah.
like I can make Q and left click do the exact same thing, E and right click do the exact same thing, and I don't have to write a single extra line of code. So we can
Yeah,
totally
I
do
think-
an all keyboard mapping if we want.
I'm fine with that.
It might just be the only
difficult.
difficult thing being like telling the player, surfacing that, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think if we can make a
Just
better
put an options menu where you
keyboard,
can use your control scheme easy.
if you
Time's
if you
up,
can
pencils
make a
down.
better
Boo,
version-
bad cop. Boo, no.
What?
Bad cop.
Shut up, bad
Come
cop.
over there.
Although I'm pretty happy if this were our final result that we had to turn in.
We have
For just a,
we have a
just
pretty we
tough
have a
thing.
pretty fun
It's-
What up,
prototype here.
what up,
It's
Brennan?
still
And we accidentally
still in
stumbled
the-
upon it. Yeah, it's still pinned if anyone wants to play the latest
Yeah,
prototype.
There's been.
But it is important to have those settings in there, right? Because that's not the default when you start the magnetic force and the radius.
What
I think
the?
it is
Oh,
is it
right.
the default
Well,
when you open it?
mine's
you changed
defaulted to,
changed
like,
it.
yeah. Change.
Magnetic force is like
bring up-
3.5 for me.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
bring up magnet force to like at least 3 or 4.
And then
Okay.
radius
And
is
then you
2,
can-
engine force is 5, max velocity is 5, and that feels pretty
Yeah,
good.
those are the default ones. I think the default radius was usually 1.5, but yeah.
I think this radius is good, especially since we can kind of just like stick to things. I don't mind the bigger radius.
Yeah. I was gonna make a game in secret, but I think that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen as in you're not making a game, or you're not. Oh, okay, you're too
Or
tired.
it's
That's
not
fine.
gonna be
That's
a
fine.
secret anymore. That's just
Why
Bad
is
Cop's way of
this-
try to bury their secret even further.
Bad Cop's just gonna come around and be like, "Yo, I actually did make a game. Fuck all y'all."
I know how this works. It's not our
GDC,
first rodeo.
Yeah.
Oh right, GDC.
Oh, GDC.
That'll fuck you up.
Keep forgetting
I always
that.
forgot that they live out here.
Oh shit.
Jared, you ever gonna go back to GDC?
Maybe next year, honestly. The only reason that I would go back to GDC is to
Not working.
not necessarily, well, kind of, but there's a bunch of
You wanna get a
people.
booth?
There's a
I
bunch
wanna
of
go play
people
that Head
that
Snatchers
I.
game with those guys again. That was fun.
There's a bunch of people that I only ever see at gaming conventions
Oh,
that I
sure.
actually enjoy the company of, that I'd like to, reconnect with and shit. I'm so one of the people I felt so guilty. Our primary method of communication was like a group Facebook Messenger chat,
Oof.
and I maybe look at Facebook. I uninstalled Messenger off my phone because it was a big bloated piece of shit, and
Yeah.
nobody messages me on Facebook anyways. I maybe check my Facebook messages like 2 to 3 times a year. So I just happens. The Expo Loki sucked this year? Oh no! Wait, what? I mean, I feel like the Expo has kind of been getting shittier and shittier
I think
as the
trend
years
of
have gone on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks.
What made it
Remember going to-
especially
None of the
shitty this
engines
year?
went? What?
None of the engines went?
Real weren't
Oh,
there?
what the fuck's the point? Is it? Was it?
Yeah,
I'm assuming it
Real
was just a
was
bunch
always
of.
the best.
I'm assuming it was just a bunch of like AI shit. Then, yeah.
Oh, bro.
It's always whatever the new hotness is. When I last went, it was like Web3 NFT stuff.
Was Hobo Royale there at least?
Oh,
man.
tell me
I think I
Hobo
still
Royale
have
was
that.
there.
I think I still have that disc.
I still had. I think I had that still like good plastic wrap. It's a collector's item at this point.
All right. I'm building the Super Mario or the Super Monkey Ball world for you, Andrew.
Yay.
And then you can realize that it was a stupid idea. There's a
Jesus.
slot machine like gaming convention that happens in Vegas in October that I'm trying to weasel my way into, but we'll
Oh,
see.
dude.
They usually
Is
only
it-
let like important people go, but I'm like, I can be
You're
important.
pretty important. Pretty important.
Like, listen, I made all the games you're gonna be showing there. So what do you want? Like, I don't
Yeah, see, when I was in Vegas last week, I was looking at games and be like, "Oh, that's a Light and Wonder game." Because now that I've seen,
Oh
some
yeah,
of their work,
now you have some.
I'm like, "Holy
some
shit! They make a lot of the machines here."
They do. They're pretty big, and they're gonna be part of our competition now. So woohoo!
Damn. Well, part of your competition and part of the partner, right?
Not partner. We just
I lost connection.
sold. I mean,
Oh.
obviously, like there would probably be like good business.
Yeah.
Like partnership or like merger or any sort of that shit happening.
Interesting.
So just act important. I do that all the time. I think it's starting to work.
They're starting to get it.
They know who I am, and they
At
know
least,
what they did.
I'm pretty cool with the CEO, so they know who I am. He keeps complaining that I cut my hair because I used to have longer hair.
He's really
He is,
upset about
everyone
it.
is. But now it's already starting to get long again.
How long is it now?
But it's like that like awkward long where it's just like I hate it.
Dude, my hair, I think your
It's
hair
not
is a
like
little
to
bit
my
better
shoulder
than
or
mine,
anything,
Steven,
but
but like my hair
just like
for the
that-
longest time grows out.
It's just that like long poofy.
Yeah, I get long and poopy
Oh
too.
yeah, mine's a little straighter, but it definitely like in the morning I have to make sure I mash it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Mash it down.
And it's starting to do the thing that annoys me the most right now is the back of my hair, like it's like curling out and like up on the sides and like the back.
Dude,
of
the
my
sides
hair.
drives me
That's
nuts. It
pissing
makes me look
off.
like a fucking mad scientist.
Yeah,
Like,
especially
just
like I
little
wish I can't
wings
even,
off my ears.
Yeah, I can't even wear a hat because then it's just like these hairs that are just like curling out. I get like founding father hair. From
Yeah,
it. It's
you look so
fucking
much
stupid.
older and
And
gross
I look
with those
awful.
little wing
I'm like,
tips.
Man, this sucks.
That's funny.
So I
It's
don't
either
know,
go
it'll-
long or cut it a lot and cut it off. Well, that's the problem with going long, Medusa, is you have to deal with that stupid, awkward, like, pedophile hairdo for like a couple weeks. So confirm,
Nobody wants
Steven.
that.
Confirm, Steven's in the
Nobody
pedo
wants that.
phase.
Yeah, unfortunately.
awkward,
It's just a
awkward.
phase. I only cut my hair once every few years. I mean, I'm kind of just gonna do that.
Well, hang
but-
on though, Spacey. When you cut your hair, is it still like long, as in like shoulder length? So do you only cut your hair to like the post awkward long hair phase?
Well, yeah. I mean,
I would imagine if you're only cutting it every few
I'm
years.
sure she's
right?
not like going full on like chop it all the way off and then let
Right.
it grow.
Yeah.
And that would take longer than a few years, I think. It's probably just it gets way too long and then you got to get it back down to a normal level, which is all I ever did when I had long hair. I would just sort of trim it every so often, like an inch at a time. But 1.5 feet, holy.
Holy shit!
A foot and a half.
That's more than I think I donated when I cut my hair. Mine was like 14 inches, I think.
It's not. The length isn't that important.
That is true. That
No,
is true.
it's
It's
more
it's
about
the, it's the
the
fullness of it, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's the
It's not
strength
what
of the
you-
follicles.
That's what I
not
that's
what
what
you
I
do
keep
with
getting told, and you know what? It makes me feel better. So I cut it up above my shoulder. Oh my god, that's still so much. She doesn't cut it, and she hides behind her hair so people don't ask her, "Hey, you tall? Are you a ball?" You'll never escape that question,
my
Spacey.
God.
You'll never
Literally,
escape it.
you a baller?
Take it from Steven and I.
Yeah.
Even when I was in Japan, I would get that question.
Dude,
You-
I was
you
at the
forgot-
I was in the bathroom at work, and one guy was asking me that. I was like, "Dude, I'm just trying to pee here. Can we not?"
Man,
do
fuck
that?"
anyone who tries to talk to you at a urinal.
I hate it.
Please.
I'll give a nod if we're like passing each other on the way in or out of the
Sure,
bathroom.
because that's
But
just polite.
one
But you're not just
time-
like,
one
"How's your
time-
day going?"
Yeah, once I'm there,
Yeah.
don't talk to me. Don't talk.
What
to
you got
me
any
at all.
plans for the weekend?
No.
I have my
I'm
dick in
pissed.
my hand, sir.
I'm
Please.
pissing, dude.
All right, Andrew, it's up.
Hit me.
Hit yourself.
You-
It's up.
yeah,
Just reload
a
the.
fresh
Oh.
idiot.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, hang on. I gotta up the magnetic force back. to-
Hit me.
Pass.
I have no fullness.
Now here's the thing, and I'm gonna actually do this next while you're playtesting it. I'm going
Okay.
to
Oh, my magnetic
re-enable.
force is good.
I'm gonna now that the goal is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm gonna re-enable your ability to rotate while a train is going.
Oh.
See if that does
Yeah.
anything crazy
Like you can rotate the world
as the train's going.
What? What?
Why?
That's wacky.
I'm
You know what?
gonna try
I'm
it.
into it. I'm into it. It's worth a shot. You
Yeah.
know? Fuck
So
it.
you experiment with the world rotation thing, see how you like it, and I'm just
Yeah.
gonna change one little boolean here.
Okay.
What, baby? Oh, it's dinner time for you. Okay, sorry. Oh, Jesus. Oh, actually, that might be a bit too much. It fucks with the it fucks with the collisions and calculations. You literally can rotate right through a platform, and it
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
maybe not. That's too much.
You know, it was a good thought at least.
it also like really complicates. Like my brain starts to bend a little bit.
I think it's probably, yeah. I'm just imagining it. I'm looking at your stream right now. I was like, oh,
Yeah. Like you at that point, you would kind of expect like colliding with a moving object to like impact it physically, like launch it into the air a little bit and stuff. And I don't want to have to deal with that.
oh my god, yeah, no. We already have enough
Yeah.
stuff that we are trying to break the player's brain with.
Oh, and also it really fucks with the your drawings don't look as nice because you can have objects like overlapping it. So now you don't get a good sense of like what your entire path was.
Yeah.
So what do you think of world rotation?
Maybe they're about the same. I think I don't hate this.
If
But
you
it-
think
it
they're about
definitely-
the same, I'm personally more a fan of the ring rotation.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
It
That's fine.
kind of makes more sense to me because I don't have to remap the layout of the level every single time. I just have to pay attention to wherever my starting point is every single time I like rotate
Okay.
it and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a bit easier for me to parse if I can
Okay.
just rotate the ring. What do you think, Steven?
No, I agree with
Okay. Spoken like a true married man.
you. Are you my wife now? I never agreed to that. I would have a much more attractive husband.
I'm a catch.
Yeah, I guess I'll want to think of like ways to incentivize that looking around more, make that feel that like that since that's part of the gameplay, it just needs to also feel good somehow.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it's I don't know.
It could be down to like designing levels that have different like interesting paths to take.
Yeah, that's probably part of it.
Let me see, like, so is your main problem that you don't have any incentive to move your ship around? Is that it?
I mean, I do it. I do it. Just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel like fun to do it. It just feels like like.
So
I don't
it
know.
doesn't. You don't
It's
think
not
it has
doing
any sort of like
anything.
impact or it's just like the tactile feel of it not feel fun.
It's probably. It might just be the tactile part.
I can
that's
have
not
it like I can add
mechanical.
like some like small acceleration to like the ring to have it like move around a little nicer instead of like the raw. I'm just changing a rotation value here.
Yeah.
I think I would agree though that there's really no reason to like rotate around if you just find
Yeah.
like a spot essentially.
That is true.
It's a thing that you don't really need. It's just like you choose that spot once, and then it's like half of the controls are like unnecessary anymore.
Sure.
So I don't. It just needs to find some way to be a little bit more relevant somehow.
Maybe this might be a bit much. But maybe
it
you
might
get like
be
a certain
because-
number of like shots and you have to collect all of the stars in the level and you can't do that from one specific location.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like having like a limited number of shots though, because I almost want people to like go crazy trying to do trick
Do it a
shots and shit
bunch.
until they feel like moving to the next level, you know?
Yeah.
Because I like that the quick replay nature of it, of like ball flies off the screen, let's try again. Ball flies off the screen, try again. Rather than just be like, oh, you used your 5, game over, or something like that.
I wonder if it's because the target is just like always tied to your rotation. I wonder if we can have the target be on like the right side half somewhere, and then we can have just a zone that we can move in and aim, but we can't just like rotate around the whole thing. But then that would really
Oh, I
require
see.
the levels to be sort of set up in a way where you would want to try different angles on it. But I don't know.
Do you think moving around the ring, Andrew, would be more interesting if you could aim, have a little bit more precision with where you're sort of aiming?
No, I don't
Okay.
mind that. Like I'm actually just 90 to the circle. I think it is just feeling like it's not that important, or that it's like a very like minor part of the experience, but like it takes all of your attention when you do it. I wonder, what if does this new style of gameplay, does it change whether or not we actually want a target that we're reaching on the outside of this?
What would be the goal of the game then, I guess?
Collecting things inside.
Is it the collecting things?
Just trying to, if you just gotta collect, it's maybe not a target, there's just a bunch of collectibles around and you beat the level by getting all of them.
I mean, I don't want to abandon that too quick, but
I still want to kind of experiment around with having like point zones that are worth different amounts depending on which one you go through.
Right.
So it could be a thing of like each star or thing that you collect inside the level is like an X multiplier, and then all of those multipliers apply to wherever you exit the ring from, right? Like, so if you exit through like the bullseye 100-pointer and you got 3 stars, that's 300 points or some shit. But if you get all 3 stars, but you biff it and hit like the 5-point one instead, then you get a smaller amount of points or something.
This
so it's
is
all about like the
lot...
traversal and then like the dismount essentially.
This game is a lot easier now too. Like once you take your time with it, like it's pretty simple to get over there and hit that target. You know.
Yeah, because we still don't have any sort of like, this is purely just like a binary goal-based game right now. There's no score tied to it yet, so we don't have any sort of incentives to do specific things or play a specific way. We just have a fun toy, which is a great place to be. But now we need to think about
the toy is good. Maybe it is like the curiosity of like entry points. Like maybe honestly now it is about having more objects in here.
That you're kind of just trying to traverse around. I mean, we could make things like a lot more maze-like and stuff. I do like the fact that you're kind of like, I think as Steven said, like Mario Galaxy-esque, like sort of just like flying from like piece to piece, but never like standing still, always kind of like rolling forward.
Yeah, you're always kind of moving. I agree. That's what feels good about it.
So I don't think like we could have maybe like a level or two that's more like maze-like, of you try to navigate it as fast as you can sort of thing. But I do like the almost parkour-esque sort of movement that we have right now.
It would be a shame if you didn't have like the leaping.
Is target meant to be something you update to hit, or does it each level would have a unique destination theoretically? But also, the thing originally, the idea was that the level layouts would change, but the target will always be in the same position relative to where you are as the player. So if it's on the opposite side of the ring, no matter where you rotate on the ring, it'll always be on the opposite side. Which I still think is kind of just like an interesting... If the finish line were like the goal, that's still a pretty interesting little wrinkle in terms of like where you start is going to determine how difficult it is to get to the end. Or it's going to completely change your strategy to get to the end.
Like there's a lot of different ways to play the same level.
Yeah. But are you incentivized to play the same level different ways? We don't have that yet.
Well, I guess, the only thing that could possibly exist there is like how good you get to be like fast so that you can get to that target. Like you're choosing a path that's going to get you to the target the fastest, right? That's the only thing that we would potentially have right now, since we don't have collectibles.
We could also, maybe if I experiment around with like maybe like maximum velocity or something, we could also have it be like your score can be dependent on how fast you like break through the goal, like what speed you're clocking when you hit it.
So you can find a way to like build up a bunch of speed.
Right, like you hit a half pipe loop and jump off it, and then wham, you hit it for a bunch of points or something.
Yeah. I do think there's a lot of things you can do to tally score and incentivize like different kinds of gameplay. I think maybe it is just because this is in such a junior state that like I'm still like missing those things at the beginning.
Yeah.
But as I'm playing with it, I agree with y'all that like the moving the map is not doing anything for me either. So Is the most fun part of this like navigating or like quickly, or is it like taking your time and leaping between things? Like what we should put our emphasis on.
I think it's more the speed. You shouldn't be able to take your time because you should always be moving and kind of like finding the next spot to go.
Yeah.
I found a spot where I could just like get stuck and sit here.
Oh, and you're not like you're not moving at all.
There's a couple of spots like that. Usually it's on a corner.
Yeah, this one's just like inside one of the red things. Not that it really matters, but it's just fun.
You can get out of it like the second you click usually.
Right.
Would you ever have things where like if this ring always kind of has like the zones apply also to like where you launch from? So like you would intentionally move into like certain zones knowing that it's going to be either like easier or harder or something like that. Like you have some other reference for why you're having a different approach?
We would have to know what sections are easier and harder, I guess.
Well, if we always have the same, if the zones are always kind of like set up the same, like you have areas that are easier and harder, then we just build levels like around that. Or does that force it to be too similar?
What do you mean by zones? Do you mean like just like collections of the level pieces, or
like the if thinking of the ring, like not just for targets but also for like launch sites? Like if you launch from a easier or harder area, so you have, because you're not thinking about rotating after you launch. Like the target's just going to already be in the same place, but the time when you're actually rotating around is at the beginning. So it's like, how do we make that a more engaging part of the gameplay? Is it just visual stuff, or is there something like more tangible? Because like basically I mean, I don't know how often y'all are moving around after you start playing, but usually like once I hit it, especially because there's magnet forces, like I know I'm just like getting proximity to stuff anyways. And then once I'm not moving after I restart, I just go to the same place again, like I'm not moving anymore. Which is probably, maybe it's fine, but
I'm changing back to the non-world rotating one because I feel like I was doing that more, or I was moving around more when it was like that. Yeah, so for now, the thing that I'm mostly trying to do are like trick shots essentially, which is what encourages me to like move around to different spots. I don't know. Because, like, I think the only real incentive that's, the only people that would probably take pretty significant advantage of the fact that you can move around would be, like, score chasers. So people that are trying to find, like, an optimal route. And, like, aren't necessarily shackled to, like, one specific location or zone that they can do it. Like, they'll be trying to find, like, they'll do the same thing of just like they'll find a spot and then they'll try and make it work. And they'll just be like, maybe this isn't the spot, and then they'll try a different area and try and beat whatever the score's like time is or whatever. It definitely seems like the movement thing might not be important to a lot of people, but it'll probably be critically important to high score chasers.
Yeah.
The initial launch position has a huge layer of interaction. I think so. I think it does too. as far as like
I think
a common, as far
yeah.
as like a common player, I don't think like they'll be that incentivized to like try a bunch of different places. Unless they're interested in just like we could have something like a similar mode in Tony Hawk of just like free skate where you just like shoot a ball around and try and do cool shit. Like that's probably the only reason that like a casual player would try and do different areas and things. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm not a fan of the idea of just like taking it away entirely.
No, I don't want to take it away. I'm just trying to figure out why I don't like it right now.
Sure. Oh shit.
Like maybe it's just a feeling thing. Maybe it just feels too mechanical.
Sure.
Maybe it's just like purely like like other gameplay just needs polish or something.
You don't usually pick the initial, you have to test each level and where to start. Yeah, that is true. Zip. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I can try and at least make the moving around feel a little bit less stiff.
Or maybe
But,
I wonder if maybe it's because I'm like in WASD in mouse mode right now, and once I WASD, like I move around and then I click and then my left hand sits over here kind of doing nothing while I'm playing, even though I don't need it to be there. So like I wonder if it was all keyboard or all mouse, if it would be less feeling like I have like a useless hand.
I see.
Like maybe we try to do the Q and E as the changing.
Yeah, like that might take away my feeling that I just have like, I have this thing that I'm not using, but I have to have my whole hand for it. Like I would either do all mouse or all keyboard.
I see.
Because if my hand's over here on WASD, it's like it wants to do something.
Yeah. Maybe I can try and change the rotation to be based on your mouse's position. Like it'll still be tied to the ring, but wherever you like put the mouse, it'll sort of
it'll move
try
around
and match it. Yeah, so it won't be based on like going left or right or up or down, but like if I put my mouse near the upper right hand corner of the screen, the ring will rotate to put it up there. I wonder if that'll feel all right. I can try.
I mean,
if you think it's more like it's not engaging just because you feel like you have a dead hand while the ball is going.
That's what I think is bothering me.
Okay.
Do we really want to put it all on mouse control though?
Or is it better to put it all on keyboard?
I don't know. Something about switching it to like Q and E to swap polarities doesn't feel as... It feels a little bit cumbersome to me, but I guess I won't know until I try it. Maybe I can...
Or what if it's W and S is like polarities? Because we only need really like clockwise, counterclockwise for rotating.
Yeah. I don't know. Something about left and right mouse button feels intuitive to me, but I can just add those controls in and just see how it feels. No mouse needed. Left and right arrow keys. I'll try them all out. So let me make a list here. Change polarity. Q, E, W, S, left, right, and then I'll also just for shits and giggles up, down. And then I'll also track based on mouse and then track based on AD. And then also track based on left, right. Okay. I'm going to add a couple of options and we'll be able to toggle them and we'll be able to try it out. But this will take a little bit of time. So I'll have to come back to you. I'm going to go feed my cat and take a pee and then I'll let you know.
Okay.
Cool. think I might take a dinner break here.
You got it, Chief.
At 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
On a Saturday. Alrighty.
Steven, before you go,
Yeah.
would you
I'm
give
gonna
me
go get to
some-
work.
Do
Get,
it.
get. If you could give me a few.
My cat's in little pouty mode right next to the computer. It's like, feed me. It's dinner time 20 minutes ago. And it was. And I'm sorry, baby. I'll get you your food. I will be back in a jiffy.